Downstairs in the butcher's shop late at night, there is a blood-splattered machine hidden out of sight. It is warm and pulsates and reeks of death, while it carves up a curious house mouse drawing its last breath. It works and works to slice, dice, and grind all meats for hungry families to make burgers to eat. And while it does not sleep, it does breathe, while the butcher looks on and wipes fresh blood off of his sleeve. "Good work, Timmy," the butcher exclaims as he turns off the light. "And do not let anything else stir in here tonight." While Timmy grinds the fresh meat, he winces in pain. He was caught by the butcher while he was playing a game. The butcher swooped in and grabbed Timmy from the street. Timmy was playing kick the can, and now he is grinding meat. He isn't the same little boy he was once before. The butcher turned him into something much, much more. The butcher drilled and cut and installed metal through his bone matter. He even took a hose and stuck it into his bladder. While Timmy was asleep, he fastened metal sheets. The butcher had created a machine that would give people good eats. Until the day came when Timmy was left alone one night. He caught from his one good eye a very strange sight. 3 unsuspecting teenagers came in through the window off of the street. Timmy had hid quietly in the shadows and prepared to ambush the strange new meat. Timmy was strong, and Timmy was cunning. He scared the teens, and they went running. They hid and cried and quietly said, "What the fuck was that?" Timmy hadn't had this much fun since he chased down his last alley cat. And this is the story up until this point, about the butcher and his flesh machine he did anoint. If you want to learn about the teens and their current rut, check out the story, The Perfect Cut. It came with the storm. My name is Carl. I like to think I'm a well-rounded, down-to-earth, normal man. I mean, I live in a very rural area. Very rural as in our little town literally only has 2 traffic lights. But I have the same basic struggles and worries as most guys my age. Paying bills is one of the major worries and a constant struggle, as is saving for the future when there might be a Mrs. Carl and some Carl Jr.'s at home. As you can imagine, there are few jobs to choose from in my hometown or anywhere close to home, actually. In my opinion, well, I lucked out when the interstate cut a route over the mountain. There's a little mountain community. Well, I guess it's not so little anymore. There are a few hundred people living up there now, but anyway, the interstate put an off-ramp near the bottom of the community. Seeing the opportunity to pick up business from this interstate traffic, a man with the money and means bought a lot of property near the off-ramp. It was the last off-ramp in Pennsylvania. Travelers were still a considerable way from reaching any possible destination in West Virginia. This man, Mr. Arnold, built a restaurant, hotel, and a gas station. I landed a job at the gas station and was put to work the first day it opened for business. If not for the restaurant and hotel, the gas station would have been in nearly total isolation up there. Sure, it was off the side of the main road, but there was hardly ever any traffic up there. We did a fair amount of business through the fall and winter, and it picked up when the warmer months hit. The hotel never had more than 3 cars in the parking lot, though. Within a year, it was closed and boarded up. A rotten failure, as many things are around here. Within a few months, the restaurant went bust and shared the same fate as the hotel. By the following fall, both empty buildings had been demolished. There were rumors of another business being built into the place, and even more rumors of a factory coming soon. However, nothing was ever put there. It's kind of like all those abandoned off-ramps you see on the side of I-79. To this day, The place is just an overgrown wide spot at the side of the main road. Good for nothing but collecting the trash people toss out of their car windows as they head to someplace else. Someplace else that's not here. And sometimes, I wanted to be one of those people headed anywhere but where I was. Now, the gas station remained in business only because our prices were lower than anywhere else. You'd be shocked at how far some people will drive to pay 3 cents less for a gallon of gas. But whatever, it kept me in a good job that paid better than most like it. Mr. Arnold had a great trouble keeping workers in the place, and he paid me well to ensure I would stay since I practically ran the joint. He had other businesses to run in other towns, so he wasn't around all too often. Kind of a strange guy, if you ask me. There was always something off about him. He used to stare into the distance as if he were seeing something that wasn't there. But it was after the 3rd year that we really hit a slump with finding good help. Pulling doubles didn't bother me at first, but then I grew to hate working 2 shifts. Mr. Arnold hired a girl who had just graduated high school. She was a good worker, learned fast, and was great with the customers. She was a natural, and I thought she was a godsend as I didn't have to work doubles as long as she was there. To be honest, I would have liked anyone at that point. All that mattered was whether they could punch buttons in the cash register, lock the door behind them when they left that night. Heck, I just wanted some rest. And I got it. For a while. Now, Starla came in one day about a month or so after starting the job with a complaint. Some guys in their 20s had given her a fair amount of trouble the previous evening. Now, apparently, one of the guys tried to play grab ass when she had walked to the end of the pay counter and turned her back to get his Copenhagen. She assured me she had put the situation back on track fast and the guys had left. She also told me if they came back, she would tender her resignation. No job was worth what could happen, she had said. And that was the beginning of the end. The kiss of death for my habit of sleeping at night for a while. She called in 3 days later, and I knew from the sound of her voice she would not be coming back. And so, it was high summer in the mountains. Everybody had better things to do than stopping at the gas station. I used the time to get some cleaning done, mostly the constantly dirty windows in the front. Almost that entire wall is glass, and the road grime loves it. I finished outside without interruption. The sun was hot as it slowly made its way west. The wind was light and warm, and for once, the thick, cloying smell of the mountains overpowered the odor of car exhausts. That bitter, black powder smell that takes your breath in the heat. Although I was looking at several more hours of work, I found myself smiling. When I moved inside, business picked up. It was as if someone opened the floodgates and all of Mount Morris decided to stop in and get gas, buy cigarettes, or order food from our mini grill. Hours passed before there was another lull. The day had grown darker and darker until it looked like twilight, but it was only 6. Twilight was another hour and a half, or 2 hours away at least. And that meant there must be a storm on the way. I stepped outside to check. The sky was gunmetal gray above me, but to the east, it was black and foreboding. The sky looked heavy back that way, dragging its belly across the countryside. The wind was even warmer, but it blew steadily instead of in small, refreshing gusts, and I could smell the rain that was surely making its way toward me. Now, I like storms, so I went back inside looking forward to the rolling thunder and pitter-pattering of rain streaked with lightning. The black finally devoured the entire sky, and it was dark as night outside. I flipped on the awning lights over the pumps and settled in for a nice, slow, relaxing night at work. The wind kicked up, bending the trees in one direction, and then shifting to bend them in the opposite direction. The first peal of thunder startled me with the sharpness of sound, almost like a giant piece of iron being snapped in the sky, followed by rippling echoes. The awning lights flickered several times, and then the lights overhead followed suit. I'm not easily frightened by storms. We get them here a lot during the middle of summer, but this one was ramping up to be a bad one. The power lines jostled and sparks shot from them. The electricity went out. Walking to the glass wall I had so diligently scrubbed clean earlier, I looked toward the pole that held the transformer. Sparks jetted from the lines again, and the wind seemed to die down. The electricity remained off, though. I went to the door and stood with the lock under my fingers, waiting to see if the lights came back on. When they did not, I flipped the lock. Just as well, there wouldn't be anyone out in that storm anyway. That's when the first bolt of lightning split the darkness. It was a huge bolt, too, fat at the top, illuminating the underbelly of the storm clouds and branching out as it headed for the ground. It looked like a giant, upside-down oak tree of blue-white light. Beautiful. Watching for a moment longer, I was graced with another, larger strike that shed enough light on the opposite mountainside that I could have counted the leaves on the trees. As that bolt snapped out of existence, I caught sight of something else in the black clouds. Rubbing my eyes, I strained to see it again, but all was dark again. I could see nothing but the streaked imprint of the bright blast I had just watched. Smaller bolts streaked down, not reaching the ground and not nearly as bright. I thought I saw that other thing again, just above the lightning, writhing and roiling inside the cloud. If I said it put me to mind of a puppy writhing in its birth sac, I would be describing it as best I could, simultaneously disgusting and yet fascinating. The flashes were gone so quickly that I wasn't sure what I had seen, thinking it was only clouds rolling because of the storm. I chuckled and walked back to my bar stool behind the counter and sat. It wasn't the first time we'd had the power go out, and I had a few of those battery-powered stick-up lights. You know, the cheap round pieces of shit they sell at Walmart that barely give off a glow. But they're supposed to be super safe around the kids. No burns or broken glass. They're crappy, but I had a little light, so I wouldn't fuck up my shins on anything. The rain started and I loved it. The relaxing sound of water droplets pinging off the metal roof was always one of my favorite things about storms. I closed my eyes and just listened for a while. The sound grew louder. A little at a time, it was filling the whole world with its white noise. Thunder walked over the mountains and off into the distance with great long strides. I could imagine a cosmic bowling tournament going on up there above the blackness. My amusement was cut short when I heard something that reminded me of Mr. Arnold tapping his finger on the counter when some discrepancy in the books had him puzzled. It was like that, but much larger, and it came from the roof. My eyes shot open wide and I looked up. The tapping noise came again. Standing, I stared at the ceiling as if it might magically produce an answer. It didn't. The sound stopped and I heard only the drops of rain again. I won't lie, the tapping sound was so out of place, so weird, that my pulse started to race a little. Then my mind fetched around for logical explanations. A loose tree branch blown onto the roof by the high winds was the most likely scenario. I walked to the side door and locked it too. Then I went to the back and checked that the delivery doors were locked. I was happy to get back to the front of the store where there was some windows, even though I couldn't see anything much outside. The back always made me claustrophobic. A bright flash of lightning greeted me as I faced the large windows, and I saw something sticking down out of one of the clouds. It was a tentacle. I was certain I had seen it. My heart seized up in my chest. Cupping my hands to the glass, I peered out, trying to see it again, praying for another bolt of lightning to prove to myself that I wasn't crazy or hallucinating. Thunder crashed, shaking the ground, and it seemed to last an unusually long time before fading out. My heart kicked into high gear. Lightning followed within seconds, and there it was, that lone tentacle reaching toward the ground from the low ceiling of clouds. It was moving like a cat's tail. Swish, swish, seen in glimpses between flashes, side to side, slow and purposeful, the tip getting closer to the pavement outside. The sky went dark again, and the thunder rumbled in the distance. The tapping noise moved over the roof, and then I knew what was making the sound. It had to be that thing, that tentacle from the sky. But more joined in. It was like Mr. Arnold's four-fingered tango playing out on the roof on a grand scale. Something inside me began to crumble away. Maybe it was the foundation of all my beliefs, the foundation on which my sanity had always rested. If that thing was real, if something like that could exist, then nothing I had been taught was right. Nothing was safe, nothing was certain, and none of us humans could possibly know true terror, having never witnessed such a thing before. The tappings took on a more sinister sound. The tentacles on the roof were searching for something. It was the sound of someone fumbling around in the dark for a set of keys, or perhaps a child searching diligently for her favorite teddy bear before crawling under the covers. Did you know metal can whine under pressure? It's a long, low, groaning sound. I imagine it's akin to the same sound someone would make if they were being slowly crushed to death. Well, metal can groan. It can squeal. And I heard the metal roof of Arnold's convenience store doing both. Right over my head, where all those wrapping tentacles had come together and stopped. I was trapped like a bug under a dome. I couldn't run outside, though it did cross my mind. Just go running and screaming like a madman off into the mountainside. But I knew that was panic trying to take the controls. Panic will get you killed if you let it. Of course, in that type of situation, who wouldn't panic? I ran to the side door and pressed my face to the cold glass. From the distant shards of lightning, I could make out a dark, twisting shape just before it hit the glass at my face. Shrieking, I jumped back. The underside of the tentacle was mostly smooth like a slug's belly, pale gray and slimy. The top was blacker than the storm clouds had birthed it. I ran behind the counter and grabbed the little LED flashlight from the display and turned it on. It didn't dispel anything. The monstrosity still undulated along the glass, leaving a snotty smudge in its wake. And I was still scared shitless. The above metal sounded as if it were about to give way, so I moved to the glass wall. There had to be a way out of the nightmare. I kept hoping I would wake up and realize it had all been a bad dream, but the lightning flashed and I saw madness outside. There were more tentacles reaching around the awning, tipping trash cans, knocking the pump handles to the ground, grasping at the drink machines until they tipped. The overhead noises changed. The slimy appendages slid over the metal, bumping into the air conditioning unit, squelching to my new location, and stopping to apply pressure again. A fat tentacle slapped against the window. I didn't scream that time, just backed away slowly, watching in fascination as it slid down, up, to the side, and then stopped directly in front of me. Another splat. Another oily limb appeared. The first one raised like a snake and struck at the window. The thud set my feet in motion. There was no doubt left that whatever those tentacles were attached to, it was looking for me. I ran to the back room where there were cinder block and concrete walls. Almost immediately, the roof overhead began wailing as the thing pressed downward. My brain skidded to a halt even as my lungs worked overtime. There was nowhere else to go, nowhere to hide from the thing, nowhere to be safe even for a short time. The beam from the flashlight cut streaks through the room, landing on nothing I could see. There was nothing to use for protection, no weapons. Then I remembered there were a couple of big chef knives by the grill. Going back to the front where I suddenly felt overexposed, I grabbed a knife. If you could imagine the sound of an elephant trumpeting and multiply that sound by 100, you're pretty close to the sound I heard outside. It rattled the entire building. I could feel it running through my body. My equilibrium went to shit, and I had to grab the counter. I still tumbled to my knees. The trumpeting lasted for nearly 30 seconds, and I feared my insides would turn to sludge before it stopped. The silence that followed was terrifying and complete. No wind, no rain, no tapping. On the floor, I faced the front windows so that when the next round of lightning brightened the world, I saw a set of legs, sinewy and impossibly large. The powerful striding towards the pump, the awning preventing me from seeing the rest of the body. Pinned to the spot like a bug by a pin, I couldn't look away. The creature closed in fast as its strides were measured in yards instead of inches. The ground shook with each footfall. The awning disappeared as it ripped it away as if it weighed nothing, tossing it down the road. Crouching, the monstrosity's head came into view. Its elongated skull protruded up and away from its massive shoulders. Its wings were drawn back, draped down to the ground, covering the back completely. The body was covered in what looked to be scales, but the face was indescribably horrible, and that's where all those enormous tentacles sprouted from. With each flash of lightning, I saw more and more detail. With each revelation, I had the urge to claw out my eyes or turn the knife on myself. The cosmic horror sent out more tentacles towards the glass as it crouched, turning its horrible, burning yellow eyes towards me. Scrambling backwards, I moved toward the tiny step-in cooler where we stored our grill foods. There was barely any room to step inside, but I managed. The thing had to be tracking my body heat somehow. That's the only thing I could come up with. I stood, shivering, pressed up against boxes of hot dogs and boxes of hamburger patties with the knife raised in front of my face. I clicked off the flashlight and tried to remember to breathe. If the monster outside somehow made it inside into the cooler, I was dead. I decided if it did get in, I would use the knife on myself rather than allow that thing to take me. In the dark and cold, my life skipped through my mind like a badly damaged silent film. Too terrified to cry, I whimpered. I didn't want to die. I didn't want to know that things like the horror freak show outside really existed. I just wanted to go back to my normal, boring life so full of everyday struggles and mundane worries. Who was I kidding, I thought. Nothing would ever be normal again. None of my previous problems would ever seem like real problems again, if I survived, which obviously I did. I don't know how long I was in the cooler, but I truly believe the only reason I didn't die of hypothermia or something caused by exposure to the cold for too long was that the power was off. A long time after I heard the last of the tapping and squelching, I eased the door open and could barely move. The cold had done a real number on me. In its passing, the storm had taken the monster with it. Where to? I don't have a clue. Do I care? Hell yeah. I tremble at the thought that that thing might return one day. The thunderstorm outside tonight brought this horrible episode back to my mind, painting my new life with bold, vivid strokes of terror and dread. The house I live in now has a basement with a panic room built in. A very deep basement, with a thick vault in its farthest corner. And yes, that's where I'm sitting as I write this. Just know this, there are far worse things out there than mice and men. Godless creatures that roam the recesses of our minds only shape and bound us individually. However, there are ones that hide outside the confines of our minds. They hide in the shadows of trees, moonless nights, raging storms, and the depths of the oceans. They are there, waiting for us, waiting for the right moment. Leash. When I was growing up, my father, his brother, and my cousins Vinny and Rodney all used to go camping out in the wilderness of the Appalachian Mountains where we lived. This was a gritty, backwoods kind of place that few people ever camped in, and when they do, it's never alone. We took our tents, knives, my dad and uncle always had their rifles, and a couple of fishing poles. We didn't pack food, and the only drinks we carried were beers in the cooler for 2 adults. The rest of us roughed it, drinking only water from natural sources. We filled our canteens, set up camp, and hunted for our food. My father was fond of telling us youngsters that this was the way real men camped, living off the land, roughing it. He thought it would make better men out of us. We learned how to survive for sure. He and my uncle made sure to teach us different little survival techniques and tricks that most people never, ever have to worry about knowing. The kinds of things that you tell at cookouts to impress others, but you never really have to put them to use. These camping trips happened twice a year, once in the spring and once in the fall, for 2 or 3 weeks at a time. Now, that sounds like a death sentence, but back then, all of us boys thought of it as a vacation. If the trips were planned while we were still having school, guess what? We were excused for the duration of the trip. We still had to bust our asses and do the book work, but we never really complained. Just manned up and did the assignments well ahead of time, and turned them in the day before we left for the camping trips. By far, my favorite things about the trips were learning about the wildlife and the close contact with nature. It was exhilarating as well as peaceful and simple, forthright, and things seemed fair out in the wild. If you killed something, you had a good dinner. If you were lazy or bad at hunting like Rodney was, well, you settled for what somebody else gave you, or you ate berries. Rodney ate a lot of berries as he got older, and there wasn't any judgment for the way you looked, acted, spoke, or about the clothes you wore. And guess what? The mountains and the animals didn't give a rat's ass if you had on the same jeans that you wore the year before. Nope, they didn't even notice, in fact. My father was a big wildlife freak. The man seemed to know everything about wildlife. There wasn't an animal around that he hadn't studied at some point, and most of the animals he had studied in depth about. Our house was littered with the usual Field and Stream, Boy's Life, and other outdoors magazines, but my father always had books about animals, specifically about animals that lived in our region, lying around bookmarked and dog-eared where he found the most interesting tidbits of information. He was adamant that the boys all learn about the wildlife, at least a passing knowledge of animal behavior and tracks. The rest, he said, was up to us to learn or not, but to be safe on these trips, we had to know at least those 2 things. The drills began for me when I turned 5. I remember because my birthday came on the first day of our fall camping trip that year. My father had made flashcards of animal tracks for me to study beforehand, and I'd sat at it for endless hours all summer, and the cards were worn and smudged by the time the drill started. I was so excited to be included in the big boys' activities that I couldn't sleep the night before. I was the youngest of the 3 of us, and had to wait my turn to be included. I didn't like it, but it was only fair, I suppose. By the time I was 15, I was the best tracker of the group. The only person better at tracking than me was my dad. I could name any track I saw. I could smell a den of copperheads well before anyone else, hear the rattlesnake's warning even with environmental noises at a peak, smell the hidden mountain streams and spot the fish better than anyone. I knew which berries to pick and which were poisonous. I knew some of the natural cures for whatever happened in nature too. Poison ivy? No problem. I'll whip up some aloe vera and a cold compress. And quite proudly, I turned into a career mountain man survivalist. The camping trips were my favorite part of my childhood, and it carried over into adulthood. Even as a young adult, I went on these trips with my father and uncle. Vinny usually did too, but Rodney didn't tag along after he turned 18 and moved out. Nope, he was done and said he would see us at the summer family reunion cookouts and on holidays. He would buy his food at the supermarket. Thank you very much. We all had a good laugh about Rodney's choice, especially at the family gatherings. Sometimes, though, it went too far. Usually when his father, or mine, had one too many beers and wouldn't quit when it stopped being funny. At those times, I felt a little sorry for Rodney. He handled it like a champ, though. I was always proud of him for that. One year, at the high summer family reunion, my father and uncle razzed Rodney so badly that he got mad and stormed out of the yard and left with twin rooster tails of gravel dust in his Grand Jeep Cherokee. He refused to talk to any of us for the next 2 weeks. I don't blame him at all. They had been relentless with the wisecracks and demeaning comments. Their laughter, raucous and rough, lacking any humor, was aimed solely at being mean, and I thought it made them seem like overgrown kindergarten kids bullying the runt of the class. I turned 23 that year. For the first time, my father and uncle were not planning their usual camping trip in the fall. My uncle was scheduled to have surgery on his left hip and knee at the same time. My father was going to stay with him. It was kind of my father's fault that Henry had the accident that required a double surgery to finally fix. They'd been out on one of their weekend hunting trips not long after the family reunion, and they were in the tree stand together, drinking heavily, as had become customary for them apparently. My father had been teasing Henry about Bigfoot tracks in the mountain, and of course, Henry didn't believe him. After a couple hours of seeing no squirrels, deer, bears, foxes, or even a stray cat, my father set in again about Bigfoot. They argued, and my father took a swing at Henry. Henry avoided the punch, but toppled off the edge of the stand and hit the ground some 12 feet below. Henry forgave my dad almost as soon as it happened. The man never held a grudge, but my father still felt responsible and vowed to stay by Henry until he was well again. Dad wouldn't go hunting, fishing, or camping until Henry was well enough to go with him. Their bond was admirable. That same bond didn't fall to Vinny and Rodney, though. They were at odds with each other almost all of the time. I could get along with either of them one-on-one, but when they were both present, it was rougher waters to navigate indeed. The lack of planned camping trip for my birthday left an empty hole in my schedule, and I'd never figure out what to do those 3 weeks of the fall. I didn't want to celebrate like a normal young adult by going to bars, nightclubs, parties, or whatever. I wanted to go camping. I called Rodney first and he faltered, saying he would call me back within a week to give his answer. He did have a wife. Being the eldest of our little group, that made sense. Vinny agreed wholeheartedly. He had 2 girls he wanted to bring along. I had no girlfriend as I had recently broken up with a steady girl number 5. I was no good at the relationship thing for some reason. Vinny and I worked on the plans for the trip. Since it was going to be the boys planning everything, I thought it was a good idea that we planned to go somewhere different, somewhere we'd never camped before. We even planned on taking some food with us for the sake of the women, and for Rodney, of course. This took some fancy wheedling from me because Vinny was sure the women he was bringing wouldn't mind hunting their own food. They were outdoor types, he said. I reminded him that if Rodney happened to bring his wife, Allie, along, we both knew that woman could barely use a knife to cut vegetables, and the most she'd ever hunted was for good deals on hamburger meat in the supermarket. Oh, one detail I'd failed to pass on to Vinny was that Rodney, after 6 days, still hadn't told me that he would go with us for sure. He kept saying things like, maybe, and if I come along. I think the deciding factor was that our fathers would not be attending, and therefore, drinking and making him the butt of their not-so-nice jokes for the entire 3 weeks. The place we chose was far off the beaten path, if you can actually call the Appalachian Trail the beaten path. It required us to hike for the first 3 days. That there were 2 women accompanying us did not, however, slow us down at all. They kept up admirably. They truly were the outdoor types Vinny had described. No one complained when we reached a trail that led out into an ancient logging road. The rest of the way to the campsite would be much easier from there. After walking the rutted and partially overgrown logging road for hours, I saw the spot where we would depart the little comfort of the wide road. We traversed a flat woodland for about 800 feet, and then the land dropped into one of the largest ravines we'd ever seen. There was no way around. We had to go down to the belly of the ravine and trek up the other side. Our campsite was just on the other side. It was a place that had been dubbed California Fields by a traveling preacher back in the early 1800s. Our granny had told us stories that her father told her when she was young about this traveling preacher. He had spoken of treasures buried near California Fields, and had even drawn a picture of what the skyline would look like when one stood on top of the spot where that treasure was buried. I hadn't even told Vinny about my plans for this camping trip. I thought it would be a grand surprise to tell them all about it once we were settled in for the long stay. Treasure hunting would not only give us something fun and exciting to do, but it would also give us awesome stories to tell, especially if we happened to find that treasure. Granny was certain that the preacher spoke the truth. He never told a lie, even a little white lie as far as she'd known. Of course, all she had to go on were the stories her father told to her. The circuit-riding preacher was long dead by the time she was old enough to hear the stories. Granny seemed ancient and wise beyond all the world to me. As I grew older, this feeling only grew stronger. She'd warned me solidly about hunting that treasure. She said that there were things, ungodly things, that lived on that mountain. In my youthfully arrogant way, I nodded and listened, intending every moment to do just what she'd warned me against. I mean, really? Who believed in monsters? Copperheads were the scariest thing in the woods that I'd ever run into. Two-legged creatures? Read. People? were the only ungodly things I would worry about up there. If I had only stopped for a minute to consider how infinite Granny's wisdom was, well, I might have reconsidered the trip completely. But I didn't. And now I have a story, a sad and terrifying story of my own to share with you. Silver linings and all, finding them is not as easy as it sounds. Everything went without a hitch for the first 3 nights. The women loved the adventure of being way out away from everything. And I wonder how they would fare in another week, and I highly suspected that the novelty of the situation would wear off, and we'd have to cut the camping trip short. Vinny was right in his comfort zone between showing off his woodsy skills to the women and wallowing in their constant affections towards him. They both looked at him as if he were a godlike creature. Rodney seemed uncomfortable from the first night, but he handled it like a champ, much the way he weathered my dad and Henry's mean jokes. He'd had many years of practice. On the 4th day, I pulled out the drawing and looked around at the group. They were finally settled enough and bored enough to let them in on the treasure hunt. Handing out the copies of the picture drawn by a circuit-riding preacher in the mid-19th century, I told them the story. Vinny laughed, and Rodney remained quiet. The women were raptured. They'd never heard the story. Vinny had his idea of where to start the hunt, and I had mine. Rodney followed me, not wanting to go off on his own. Vinny and the women went noisily off on their path. When we were alone, Rodney told me he thought we'd been followed, and that we should be careful. He said that he felt eyes on him in the dark the night before. Nodding, I agreed to be on high alert. I thought he was suffering from paranoia and dismissed his words as soon as we moved away from the campsite. Who would follow us all the way out here? Who would have already been out this far to happen upon us by accident? No one, that's who. I was excited and not the least bit worried about another person being out there with us. We spent the entire day out there, just the 2 of us, comparing skyline to picture from different places. As the sun westered, we headed back to camp. I was exhausted from all the climbing and the false start digging. The power bars we'd packed tasted good that night. I didn't eat supper, just made my way to my tent after eating that power bar, stripped to my underwear, and crawled into my sleeping bag. I was asleep within minutes. A high, piercing, and short-lived scream woke me later. As I lay there in the dark, listening intently, I began to think it was the fading remnant of a nightmare. Then, I heard sticks breaking and the muffled groan of pain followed closely by a short snap, as if someone popped their finger. Then, an uneasy silence. Something was very wrong. Reaching for the zipper release on my tent door, a foul odor assaulted my nose, and I gagged as I unzippered the little canvas door. What happened next is a blur. It happened so quickly. The door flap fell inward. I was on all fours. The blackness outside prevented me from seeing anything. Hands, or things much like hands with claws, grabbed me by my upper arms, and suddenly, I was outside my tent. The stench smothered me. I kicked at the thing that grabbed me. It lifted me off the ground high enough that my feet wouldn't touch, and then it slammed me onto the rough and rocky earth. I saw glowing red eyes as I bounced on the ground, whacking my head on a nasty outcropping of little rocks. This was no animal. This was no human either. Clawing at the ground, I managed to vault forward and away from the thing. I put my tent between us and yelled for Vinny, Rodney, the women, anyone, but no one answered. And were they all dead? Was I all alone with this beast? The thing slouched down on its haunches. The dying embers of the fire gave just enough light in the night that I could see that the beast was making ready to pounce at me. It was humanoid in shape. Not much, but a bit. It moved about on all fours like an animal, and seemed to have patches of uneven, long, shaggy, matted fur on its body. The eyes reflected red in the glow of the embers, and I could just make out the shape of a short, snub snout. My usually quick mind froze. What the hell was I looking at? My brain couldn't decipher it, couldn't categorize it. It was like nothing in my extensive repertoire of animal knowledge. I had nothing but a knife which to fight it with. And the knife was inside the tent. I had to get that knife if I hoped to survive. The beast circled the tent, and I let it as I moved toward the opening again. I dove into the tent, grabbed my jeans, and then my ankle was being shredded as the beast dragged me back outside. Holding tightly to my jeans, I turned so that my back took the brunt of the attack, and I focused on retrieving the knife from the case on the belt still attached to the pants. The beast snarled and then shrieked. As it lifted me into the air by my ankle, I freed the knife and slashed at it. The blade made contact and warm blood spilled over my wrist and forearm. I slashed at it again. It dropped me. Before I could scramble away again, it landed squarely in my stomach, knocking the breath from my lungs. Grabbing my head in both of those horribly misshapen hands, the beast slammed my head into the ground until I was unconscious. Waking again, sometime later. I inhaled sharply, swinging blindly and still trying to fend off the monster. It wasn't there, and I had kind of a wide leather collar around my neck. The clasp had something over it that I couldn't dislodge. There was no way to unhook it. It was stuck on my neck. I could stand, but only if I kept my knees bent. A length of metal cable ran from my collar to a large boulder. The cable had been run under that boulder. Yanking on the cable only served to cut my hands. There were cuts on my head and face. My arms and legs and torso felt as if I'd been dragged through a briar patch a mile long. Sitting on the wet stone of the floor, I peered into darkness, willing my eyes to adjust. There were things around me, but I couldn't make them out. Just dark shapes in a dark room. No ambient light penetrated the pitch blackness, but there was a rancid, rotting meat odor that made my sinuses burn and my stomach roil. Taking a quick inventory of facts, I tried to determine what had happened, what had taken me, where the hell I was stored. The best my brain could figure was that I'd been put into a cave. I could hear water dripping, and I could feel the wetness on the stone floor around me. My leash was stabilized under a large boulder, and the collar had been fixed to keep me in place. As I traced the cable towards the termination point again, I heard something slapping against wet stone and moving closer by the second. Pig grunts and guttural noises emanated from a point just to my immediate left. I shrank away from the sounds. The thing that had beaten and kidnapped me was coming back to finish what it started. I was certain of it. In the dark, I fumbled around for anything with which to defend myself and found nothing but a few small rocks. The sound of heavy stone being forced to move gratingly against stone stopped me. Whatever that creature was moving sounded heavy, very heavy. The stone made a shrieking, piercing noise, and then light fell through an opening that hadn't been there before. It had sealed the room with a stone. Squinting against the little bit of light, I fell over onto my side. I played dead. That's what you're supposed to do if a bear attacks you. This was not a bear, but maybe it would work. Peeking through my lashes, my heart thudded against my ribs, and I remained motionless. Even when the creature walked to where I lay, stooped down onto all fours and pressed its stubby snout close to my face and sniffed, I remained still. Its body was humanoid in shape and movement, as long as it stood on 2 feet. But when it got on all fours, it was quite different. Its hindquarters were higher than its shoulders, and it sported a small, bony, hairless protrusion where a tail would be on a normal animal. Its fur was long, black next to the body, and fading to reddish near the ends. It hung in uneven clumps that revealed large bald spots as if it had suffered through mange. The worst was the face, though. I'll never forget a single line on that horrid face. There was no hair on the face. It was grayish in color, and the skin was thick like that of an elephant, and wrinkled under and over the eyes where it was extra thick. The stubby snout was black with pale streaks that looked like scars running to its cheekbones. The eyes were large, too large, and gray in color. If you filled 2 glass orbs with smoke, that's what its eyes looked like. I was tempted to think it might be blind. Tempted. The thing had attacked me, dragged me to a cave, and put a leash on me. How could it do that if it was blind? And so I lay there while it sniffed my face, dripping long tendrils of thick, hot saliva onto me, and I played dead. Everything on me closed except my eyes. I think my pores even shrank 2 sizes as it made a thorough inspection of my body. And finally, it was done, and it slowly moved away. I didn't dare roll over or even open my eyes completely until I saw it dragging something toward the doorway it had opened. I opened my eyes in time to see that it dragged a woman's body as it exited on all fours, gripping her ankle in that misshapen snout. Gagging, I pushed into a sitting position and reluctantly scanned the room. My brain went numb. There were bodies and body parts, all in different phases of decomposition, all around. Mountains of them, it seemed, just out of my reach. The hot tears stung the cuts on my cheeks, but I couldn't look away. If only I'd left my clothes on, at least I would have something to fight with. I would have had a knife to cut the collar with. But I had stripped to my underwear, more worried about comfort than about safety. Things, bad things, live out there. You don't need to go running through that neck of the woods looking for cursed treasures, Johnny. None of you boys do. As I looked around at the mounds of bodies and body parts, Granny's voice haunted my mind. I had lied to her. I had had every intention of hunting that treasure no matter what anyone said or how many scary stories I heard about the area. I spied an arm sticking out of the pile of bodies directly in front of me. It was clad in a red and black plaid shirt. Rodney had worn a shirt like that to keep warm after the sun went down in the mountains. It was old, faded, had holes worn in it. The one in front of me looked the same. My heart jackhammered, and then I smelled blood as if I was going to pass out. I eased over to the end of my lead and stretched my hand out as far as I could. The arm was still 4 or 5 inches out of my reach. The more I stared at it, the more positive I became that it was indeed Rodney's hand sticking out of the end of that sleeve. I called to him, but there was no answer. I tossed rocks and hit the hand, and there was still no answer. Turning my body, I used my toe to snag the cuffs off the wrist of that familiar arm. I only meant to tug hard enough to wake him up, in case he was only unconscious. He could get me out of the collar. My heel, poised above a half-rotten face that had recently been a man of indeterminable age, grazed at the partially attached ear as I pulled Rodney's sleeve. The rotting head rolled to the side. Accusing, empty sockets trained on me as the head dislodged from the pile of parts and slid to the floor with a sickening slap thud. I had a literal knee-jerk reaction to this, and Rodney's arm landed against my side. My eyes saw that it wasn't attached to his body, but it took my brain a moment to catch up. Without thinking, I flung the arm away from me, and it landed several feet away on another pile of more decayed parts. The horror of what Rodney's arm meant hit me then, and I looked at the other parts and the other whole bodies much more closely. I had to see if Vinny and the two women were there. After only about 2 minutes, I saw them. They were all three in a pile of whole bodies near the back of the cave. There was no time for tears or emotion of any kind at that moment. The creature was coming back. I could hear its feet slapping along the wet stone like before. I huddled at the boulder where my lead disappeared and tried to make myself small. No way I could lie prone and let that thing get close to me again. Not without freaking out. That would likely get me killed. The creature went to the pile of bodies at the back and grabbed one of Vinny's girlfriends by the arm, backed off the high mound, pulling her along, and only spared a sideways glance at me as it passed, dragging the girl easily along. Furiously, I yanked at the cable again, putting my feet against the boulder and pulling on the cable until my head threatened to explode from the strain. The cable was not moving at all. If I was to get loose, it would have to be by getting the collar off my neck. Again, I ran my fingers around the collar. It was definitely leather. Luckily for me, it wasn't made of metal, I guess. I began to look through the pile of body parts again with an eye out for anything sharp, anything I could cut at the leather with. The rotting head that had fallen to the floor accused me with its black empty sockets as I used my foot to lift and pull at the other body parts. There was a long, thin, feminine-looking forearm that I pulled to me. There was very little flesh left on the end of the arm where the hand should have been. Taking a few minutes to think it through and get used to the feel of the dead arm in my hands, I knew what I had to do. Pressing the end of the arm bones to the stone floor, I began pushing and pulling the exposed bone, sharpening it, if you will. You would not believe how frustratingly slow that process is. It takes a lot of energy and a lot of time to grate a bone into any semblance of a blade. Several times I stopped and rubbed the sharpened edge against the leather collar, not satisfied with the results. I would go back to work of putting an edge on something never meant to have an edge. After cutting my collar loose, my next problem was finding my way out of the cave system and avoiding the beast as I did so. Moving as quickly as possible, I moved out of the doorway and turned right, the opposite direction the beast had dragged the woman's body. The tunnel was lighter than the room I'd been in, and soon I found an opening to the outside. I was back in the forest. The terrain looked different than where we'd made camp. But it was still a high mountain, and the sun had risen to a point that told me it was mid-morning at least. Listening for any sounds of civilization, I heard nothing save the wind through the trees for several minutes. Slowly, I walked away from the cave, making sure to keep it dead behind me so that I was sure I was walking away from it instead of circling back toward it. About 20 yards away from it, and walking into denser forest, my blood chilled as the beast let out a bone-quavering shriek howl from inside the cave. The echo was immense, seemed to follow me as I fled down the mountain. I ran until I was at the bottom of the mountain. I didn't recognize the paved road I'd come to, and I didn't care which one it was. I only wanted to be somewhere where there were other people. A logging truck came rumbling along and I waved it down. The man gave me a ride to the nearest phone at a convenience store and stayed with me until the police arrived. I tried to take them back to the cave, but to this day, I've never found that cave again. Vinny, Rodney, and the 2 women Vinny brought along are all up there still, never to be buried properly, unless I do find that cave again. My grandmother has since burned her pictures, the ones passed down through the generations drawn by that circuit-riding preacher. She refused to speak about the buried treasure, and in fact, barely speaks at all anymore. Truth be told, I'm not sure that I've looked as thoroughly as I should have for that cave. Maybe I have. Maybe I've blocked the path from my mind to keep from finding that cave of horrors again. An entry out of Robert Tolliver's journal. My name is Robert Well, it doesn't really matter, does it? What matters is that I wake up every night and have the same dream over and over. A terrible nightmare of bizarre themes, gore, blood, and a grim menagerie of fantastical, gruesome creatures. Creatures that simply do not exist on our waking plane of reality. Creatures that have haunted my dreams for what seems like a lifetime, although it has only been a few years. Creatures with writhing arms tipped with razor-sharp claws. Creatures with eyes dangling from strands of sinew and flesh, blood and ooze. Creatures of wild, tormented screams and anguished cries. This dream is the death of me every night, and every night after these creatures catch me and mutilate me, I immediately wake up. I thought I had it good. God damn it, I thought I had it all. A decent job with decent pay, a decent wife, and a decent house. Well, I'll be honest. I was middle of the road. You see, I never wanted anything in my life that was expensive, nor did I want to live in a cardboard box on the side of the entrance of the Lincoln Tunnel. Hell, no one does. But that was just it. Everything about me was so mundane, and quite honestly, I didn't mind. I was comfortable, and it was my life. My wife, on the other hand, she wanted something more. She ended up leaving me for my recovery room nurse while I was healing from a road trip gone wrong. I knew something was up between the 2 of them when I was recovering. It was all in their eyes. She divorced me and moved in with him on his alpaca farm. Yes, he was a nurse, but the guy owned alpacas. 17 alpacas that he shaved for organic wool. She said something about me being too damaged, so I moved from Louisiana to New York City. To hell with swamps and southern charm. But that's not what this is all about. Just know that it was tough for me for a while, but I moved on. Now my decent life has a void in it. A growing black abyss that sucks the life from me every minute. The doctors, my lawyer, and my family all said to get professional help. You know, therapy, if you will. I, of course, did after a night of binge drinking, quaaludes, and an ice-cold bare-naked run through Soho. It took 3 cops to tackle my skinny little ass. Hell, you want to hear a real horror story? Let me tell you about the chafing you receive after a 6'6" cop and his 2 other goon buddies railed my stupid naked ass to the pavement. I was picking gravel out of my dick for days. I spent 2 days in jail before they released me. Lesson learned. The dreams started after all of that. They started off mild at first, a red sunset with a hooded figure in the distance, beckoning me to come closer. I didn't. I sat there and watched. The scene changed and black clouds rolled in, and then I woke up. The following nights were the same dream over and over. A hooded figure, shrouded in black with the red sun setting. Every night, however, I drew closer to the figure. I still don't know if I was getting closer on my own free will or if the beckoning hypnotized me into moving closer. Dreams are a funny thing. Sometimes you can remember them as clear as day for a few minutes, and then they completely disappear. I started writing all of this down after a few nights. I wanted to remember. A week went by and the dream stopped. Life returned to normal. Well, as normal as it could be. I was still going to my job. I would still return home every night and take the sleeping medication that my psycho doc prescribed to me. Eventually, somewhere around the 3rd week, the dream started up again. I would dream that I walked to the hooded figure in the red sunset. The figure would look at me. Its face, or lack thereof, was of twisted and contorted gray, dried flesh. Its eyes shrunken and yellowed, dried almost, and its breath the putrid stench of maggot-infested garbage. It would look at me as almost in shock that I was staring back at it. I was completely horrified, yet at the same time very calm, almost willing to give in to whatever this thing wanted me to do. One night, the hooded figure raised a finger and pointed out in the distance. An expanse of dark forest rose from the ground. The hooded figure gasped and wheezed, something that I could not comprehend at first, although after a minute of staring at him, I felt as though I knew what it wanted. It wanted me to go into the dark forest, and so I went. I delved into the pine trees and twisted elms and oaks. The further I went in, the darker the forest became. I was lost, and yet, in the pitch black, I could hear the screeching of a wild beast and the yelling of a single soul. Soon after, however, the yelling stopped, and all I heard was the faint sounds of slurping and bones breaking. I woke. I called my doctor as soon as his office opened and asked him what the fuck kind of medication he gave me. He simply asked, "Robert, are you sleeping?" "Of course I am. It puts me right out," I said abruptly. "I gave you a placebo, Robert. It's nothing but a chalky, foul-tasting pill. I could have given you any type of medication, but for what reason, really? You're just going through some hard times. I didn't really see the need for it." The doctor responded politely and calmly. "I'm having the strangest dreams, though," I replied. "Robert, sometimes when we're a bit stressed out, the anxiety and stress can change and alter our perceptions. Our conscious and subconscious thoughts are fragile, and our day-to-day life has a definite impact on it without us even knowing. It seems to be your mind's way of dealing with all the stress of your divorce, your job, and getting mugged down in Louisiana," the doctor said. I hung up the phone. I was done with that man. There was only so much of his babbling that I could take. That entire day, I mentally prepared myself and considered the actions I would take in my dreams. I would try to be more aware of my surroundings. I would try to run, scream, jump, and be more mobile. That night, it worked. I fell asleep and ran to the hooded, foul, beef jerky-looking figure. He pointed and I ran into the forest just like the night before. I ran deep into the woods, and the further I went, the darker it became. I heard the footfalls of beasts and the screams and yells of tortured souls all around me, and I continued running. I had no idea why. I had no idea what I was doing. The shroud of darkness eventually gave way, and I stumbled upon some gnarled roots and fell into a thorny thicket, and there I lay, covered in pinpricks and cuts from razor-sharp thorns. I lay there bleeding. A mess. A wild beast with matted fur and devil horns finally came across my broken shell. It immediately started gorging itself on my intestines. The pain was very real, and I awoke. I had the same dream nightly. The same dream, but different outcomes. Sometimes it wasn't the beast that gorged on my innards. Sometimes I would fall from the gnarled roots into a pit of outreaching arms and they would tear me to pieces. Sometimes I would be hunted in that forest by different means of creatures. Enormous ants that stood like humans. They would catch me and start gnawing on my neck with their slimy, hairy mandibles. But that wasn't the worst part. No. The worst part was the mites that lived on those ants. The mites would bury under my skin as the ant soldiers held me down. Some other times, I would make it down that infernal pit. I would fall to the ground broken, but still very much aware of what was going on around me. There would be skeletons and corpses of various states of decay. Some had mold on them, some had been there for ages. But I would always wake up. I would always wake up, take a shower, and go to work like nothing had ever happened. The daily monotony of my workday let my mind race and wander as to what these dreams could be, what they could mean. I obsessed over the dreams and I would write down every detail and make a note on how far I could go and what was killing me. I wanted to know who the hooded figure was, and what was its message. What did it want me to do? I then would leave work, go home, eat, and of course, just like every night, I would fall asleep at the same time, knowing that my nightmares awaited my arrival. I did this for weeks. Finally, my work started to suffer and my boss noticed my lack of commitment. He said that I would just sit at my desk, writing notes but never answering phones or even turn on my computer. On the last day, he came to my desk, picked up my notepad and looked at it, and he asked me, "Robert, is this a treasure map of sorts?" I just sat there. I knew that it would be impossible to try to explain to him about my dreams and the map I was drawing. As he looked it over, his face became confused. "Robert, there are hundreds of lines here. Why do all your lines end in a question mark?" I decided to just tell him. "That's all the places where I died." He took me to his office and fired me. That was fine. I really wasn't a great salesman anyway. Before I went to sleep, I decided to record myself with my webcam off of my computer. That night, I had the most vivid nightmare, including the red sunset and the hooded figure pointing to the dark forest. I entered the forest, beasts screaming, people crying and yelling. The taint and torment in the air was palpable. I, like every other dream, was running from the beasts. This time, however, it wasn't ant soldiers with skin-tingling mites. It wasn't packs of hellhounds or flesh-hungry ghouls. It wasn't even sword-armed serpents that haunted me. It was ghastly visions of the people I know in life. My wife, my doctor, and my boss all made their way to me in some form or another. Gnarled-toothed, black-haired, eyes gored out visions of terror and fright chasing me through the dense fog and impenetrable darkness of those woods. I tried to flee, to run like I never ran before, and at one point, I tried to take a stand against my boss. I stopped dead in my tracks. I turned to see his wretched smile with decayed teeth, noseless face, and his putrid breath hitting my nostrils. I stood there and watched him. My fear was ever present. He stood mere inches from me and pushed me. I tumbled over the gnarled roots and fell into the pit. Then I woke up. Upon waking, I did not waste a single second. Sweat stinging my eyes, I went to view the video that I took of myself sleeping. Sure enough, minutes before I woke up, I grabbed my chest and my body heaved. I called my doctor that day and he agreed to see me. I explained everything to him and even showed him the video of me sleeping and I grabbing onto my chest. He ran me through a series of tests. Sure enough, my heart was weak. Cardiomyopathy. He told me to try to calm down and relax. The stress is a bit much, and he gave me some Xanax to help ease my nerves. That night I was terrified of sleeping. I took one of the pills the doctor gave me and I sat down on my couch. A few minutes later I became tired and dizzy, and soon enough, the nightmare sequence started all over. Red sunset, hooded figure, dark woods, beasts and all manner of creatures chasing me through the dense dark. This time it ended different, however. There was a human with the voice of my doctor calling me through the woods. The voice was a relief at first. I thought it was actually my doctor, and for a second, I thought I was awake. I was wrong, though. I approached the voice only to come upon a wooden lean-to. There was a fire burning bright in a barrel, and all manner of carcasses were hung from the trees. Bits of flesh and sinew decorated the poles of the lean-to, and decomposing arms and legs strewn about. The doctor snuck up behind me and asked me if I was taking my pills. I went to turn and answer him when I saw the hulking mass of a human. His head concave and covered in blood. His white doctor's uniform ripped to pieces and covered with filth, grime, and yellow stains. He also emitted the wretched smell of patchouli and sulfur. Just like the previous night, I backed up and the doctor threw me to the ground. Again, the gnarled roots gave way. The hands swiped at my descent into the pit, and I landed hard onto the ground. But this time, I noticed something in that abyss that I never noticed before. The skeletons, the rotting corpses. There were hundreds of them, and they were all covered in mold, dust, worms, and muck. They were me. Every single one of them was me. I awoke. I knew deep down inside the final trial, the final tribulation of my nightmares would be the woman I once loved, the now Queen of Alpacas. I don't know if I can take another night of this. I don't know if my heart would let me live through another night of torment. There are some things in this world that don't make sense, and right now I don't know if I'm dreaming or awake. But let me just get this over with. To whomever finds my body in this journal, know this. I've died 1,000 times, and I lived with nightmares. There is a 10-foot man in my basement eating children. Normally, for these types of stories, you would get a little backstory about the narrator. You know, he or she would try to convince you of their trustworthiness, their mental stability, and most of all, that he or she is a good person to which bad shit just happened. Well, I'm a lot of things, but lying isn't my best ability. Besides, I'm not what's important here. What's important is the knowledge that I possess and want to pass on to you. If you're like most people, you live in, or close to a community where someone has disappeared. I mean, disappeared like they just vanished off the face of the earth. No trace of them is ever found. In my neighborhood, people go missing on a regular basis, but they're usually found later, whether alive or dead. But rarely do they ever just vanish as if the hand of God just snatched them off the planet, leaving no evidence. People, as a general rule, are sloppy when it comes to disappearing, or when it comes to killing another person. They leave clues of some kind behind. Now, my neighborhood isn't the best, but it's also not the worst. Back in the day, when the car factories were thriving, this was a good neighborhood. But nowadays, only every third or fourth house is occupied. Empty factories and office buildings stand as bleak reminders of better times. They serve as tombstones, marking the place where life used to be abundant, where people used to go to work every day to support their families, and where futures were born. Now there are drugs and hookers, squatters and thieves, underground illegal porn studios and corrupt officials. To say the least, a disappearance or two would be expected every now and then. I'm one of the luckier people around here as far as finances go, although I won't fully disclose exactly how much money though. My house was built back in the 80s, when worries over the Cold War led many to construct fallout shelters and such under their properties. Most people around here don't know that my 2-story brick is just the tip of the iceberg, so to speak. I have more square feet underground than above. Mostly, I used the secret rooms to be safe while I was getting high or drunk off of my ass. That is, well, till last year, after the incident. I don't know how safe it really is down there. I don't know how safe it really is anywhere anymore. It's amazing how a man can adapt to live with terror gnawing at his gut and mind all the time. With some knowledge, all a man's mind can do is accept it and move forward, adjust or break. I preferred to adjust, although sometimes I think it would be easier if I had chosen the alternative. So this was a random evening in the spring of last year. Michigan weather doesn't play nice until June, in my opinion. It's just cold and wet enough to be a real pain in the ass. I was shot twice in the back a long time ago. I lost a kidney and a section of intestine to the first bullet, and part of my hip joint to the second. Spring weather, well, it's not my friend, but the booze and the drugs help. Needless to say, I spent a lot of time underground in my safe and secret lair during that time, which is exactly what I was doing that evening. I was hopped up on painkillers and acid. Chilling in my man cave, I was watching an old horror flick on a VH tape. Yeah, I still have a VCR and hundreds of movies on tape. After being down there for about 24 hours, more or less, I was coming down a little and I got the munchies, which meant the trip to the house's cellar, which was connected to a shelter via a short cinder block and concrete passage. And generally, I don't dip into the food stores of the shelter except to rotate out the stuff that's running close to an expiration date. So, I went to the basement for my food. I lumbered toward the tunnel, trying to clear my head enough to decide what I wanted to eat. I had a whole shelf dedicated to Dinty Moore beef stew and Budweiser just to the left as I stepped into the cellar. There was only the one obligatory bare bulb hanging in the center of the basement, and the crappy lighting left the outer edges of the room in darkness. Grabbing a can of beef stew, I bent to grab a 6-pack of Bud, and the pain in my back lit up like a neon stop sign, nearly taking me to my knees. I braced against the shelf and hooked the rings around the beer cans with one finger, hauling it up and cradling it against my stomach. Starting for the tunnel again, I heard the crunching noise that caused me to drop my food and beer, grab for the gun I usually kept in the back of my pants, and turn. But I didn't have the gun, and there was a moment of panic. And then I saw the man, or the thing that resembled a man. And after a moment of shock, I laughed as he stared at me with a disinterested look. This man thing was sitting cross-legged on the floor, humped over and eating something. Its shoulders were really close to the 7-foot-high ceiling, so there was no way it was real. I was hallucinating. It wouldn't have been the first time. As it stared, I got a hot, sick feeling in my gut. If it was a hallucination, it was very detailed. Its shadow moved on the wall behind it, and its nose shunted slightly to one side, as if it had been broken at some point and healed back crooked. Its enormous toes wiggled slowly up and down as it chewed on its food. It took another bite, and there was a loud crunch. Something dribbled down its chin, and it swiped at it with his forearm. I laughed again when it belched. When the horrid stench of its rotten breath hit me, I stopped laughing. How bad was this acid trip? I backed up, keeping my eyes on it, and picked up my food and beer. I held the beer up, as if showing it what I had come for, and chuckled. The creature leaned forward, stretched out an impossibly large, long arm, reached between two shelves, and dragged something back to it, held it up, and shook it at me, imitating my chuckle in a much, much lower voice. The thing it shook at me looked like the lower leg of a kid. Beef stew for acid trip monsters, I thought as I backed out of the room and pushed the door closed gently. I went back to my comfortable recliner and ate my beef stew right from the can. I drank only, 3 beers. After the ungodly creature I had just seen lurking in my basement, I figured it was time to sober up. I slept in the recliner long enough that it took me 20 minutes to be able to stand. I really wanted to self-medicate again to stave off the pain, but I wanted even more to check the basement. I had to make sure that my cellar was clear of all monsters, real or imagined. A bad trip can make a regular person look like a demon. I've had a few bad trips. I'm an old hat at that game. I took an LED flashlight with me. The basement didn't harbor any human-eating giants, and I was satisfied that it was all normal. Then, my light glinted off something shiny that lay partially hidden under a bottom shelf. Instead of bending over, I took a knee and dragged the silvery thing to me. It was a thick silver medical alert bracelet. Chain was broken. A blood smear obscured the name on the bracelet. I rubbed it against the knee on my jeans and then I read it. Bruce Whitby. I had heard part of the news broadcasts about him. They were on almost every day, it seemed. The kid had disappeared into thin air one day from its parents' home. He was 12, and according to the bracelet, he was deathly allergic to penicillin. He had disappeared from the living room as he watched television. One second, he was there on the sofa. The next, he was gone. The parents were naturally suspected of foul play, and after the investigation, though, there was nothing the cops could do except for scratch their heads. There was no physical evidence that the parents had done anything wrong. Why the hell was this kid's medical alert bracelet in my basement? Did I call the police? Well, you better believe I most certainly did not. You see, people like me, we don't call the cops to their homes. Hell, people like me don't call the cops at all. I took the bracelet back to the room and dropped it on the side table. I ventured up to the house afterward, checked that no one had broken in. Everything was kosher. None of the alarms had been tripped, so I didn't really think anyone had come in. But when you find a missing kid's bracelet in your basement, you gotta make sure. After the next few days, I dwelled on the matter. Had a giant eaten a kid in my basement? I wasn't ready to say that. There was only one way in and out, and I was the only one who had the passcodes to the alarms. If someone had come in after I had, the shelter rooms would have lit up like a laser light show at a rave. The alarms had a silent setting that only showed flashing lights as alerts, but I had mine set to the screaming, warbling blare plus the lights. If I'm down there, it takes more than flashing lights to slap me out of my drug and alcohol-induced sleep. All that negated the possibility that a giant had blundered into the basement too. That left only one possibility, and, well, I didn't like it. Did I take the kid? Did I do something that terrible? Now, I'm not a good person, but I'm also not evil. I was completely sober. Not even a beer for nearly a week. And then, well, I saw that giant man again. This time, he was crawling into the nook where the water heater stood. Now, I did have my gun that day. Without hesitation, I shot off 3 quick rounds before his giant ass disappeared around the corner. My ears rang and I could still hear his howl of pain as I ran toward the wall that separated that nook from the rest of the basement. The sound faded and was gone by the time I turned that corner with my gun at the ready. Only the water heater stood there. Now, I hadn't been near the thing in probably 3 years. I had no good reason. Taking out my LED light, I shone the beam around the floor until I found droplets of blood. I had wounded the thing. That blood proved beyond a shadow of a doubt that the giant was real. Imaginary monsters didn't leave blood trails. I followed the droplets behind the water heater and was truly shocked that there was a large hole in the wall of concrete behind it. The hole was large enough for that creature to army crawl through, but that was about it. Who ever heard of a tunneling giant? I took my time and set my head straight about the new discovery. It didn't take as long as you might think. And this is where my mind just accepted the fact that I had a giant to deal with, and moved forward with the plan. I couldn't leave it alone. I couldn't block up the hole and just hope he didn't return. He had already invaded my home through a cinder block and concrete wall. I also couldn't leave him to eat another kid in my basement. There was no one I could call to come and help me either. I mean, would you believe your friend if he called one day and said, "Hey, dude, there's a kid-eating giant using my basement for his dining room. Would you care to grab a gun and come on over so we could track him down and kill him?" Yeah, exactly. So I grabbed 2 more clips from my gun and a brighter light. Then I went back and entered the giant's tunnel. After crawling for only a few yards, the tunnel suddenly became big enough for me to stand in. As a matter of fact, the giant could have stood up in it. It sloped downward and I followed the path until it opened into an enormous cave. Crude cages lined the wall opposite me. Small fires ringed the entire room, making misshapen shadows cavort along the walls and across the cages. The smell of burning wood and something rotten filled my nose and I gagged as I lurked near the opening. Claws struggled for purchase on the rocks to my right was accompanied by snarling and growling that echoed. I stepped back into the tunnel with my back against the wall, holding my breath. A creature that stood nearly twice my height stalked past the opening. Patches of dark fur covered part of its head, its groin, lower legs, and feet. The rest of it was piebald flesh. The face was seriously deformed. The closest I could come to describing it was that it looked like a human-dog hybrid. I couldn't decide which face to wear, so it mushed them both into one. More creatures, all similar to the first, appeared. They each went to one of the fires around the room and hunkered down, as if waiting on something. The air was filled with their combined foul stench, and their guttural snarls and yips. I was in way over my head. Those things looked way worse than the giant man. I looked at my gun and back to them. Even if I had a dozen clips for the gun, there was no way I would stand a chance against them. The giant man appeared from the far side of the cave. He held a struggling kid under one arm. He walked toward one of the creatures and kind of just tossed that kid toward the growling beasts. The kid didn't make a sound as the creature snagged it with its long black claws and dragged it to the floor. Now, this is probably the part where most of you think, aha, he rushes in with his gun and saves the kid. He's not such a bad man after all. Well, you'd be wrong though. I didn't. You see, self-preservation is a hard instinct to overcome, even in the face of something so vile as those creatures. I wanted to, but I couldn't make my legs move me in that direction. The giant man went back to the cages and came back hauling what looked like a young woman. Her struggles were weak and useless. He tossed her to one of the creatures, and I could see the fire glint off her terror-stricken eyes, as she was taken the same way the kid had been. He carried humans to each one of those abominations. Wendigo was the name that kept coming to mind, but I really don't know what they were, or what they are. They didn't eat the people, but they ripped off the heads and drained the blood down their gullets, discarding the bodies to the center of the cave before going back to where they had entered. I waited until the last one started to leave, and I peeked around the edge of the opening. It disappeared into a circular hole in the floor. It just jumped in and was gone. The giant dragged the bloodless bodies to a pit and tossed them in. Then he gathered the heads and did the same. The dead eyes of a little boy stared coldly at me, accusing me, as the giant moved past the tunnel on his way to the pit. A dead stare unsettled me worse than anything I had seen. There were dozens more people in those cages. I could see movement. They weren't making any sounds, just huddling, it seemed. The giant picked through the corpses like a woman picking through the fruits at the supermarket, poking, pinching, sniffing. Then he left, dragging a headless body by one foot. I moved along the wall, going in the opposite direction the giant had gone. The cages were made of wood, and, well, although crude, they were sturdy, and the doors were fastened with chains. The people inside them cowered against the back walls as I tried to pull the chains free. They all sported large, dark bruises and a single puncture wound to the lower part of their throats. Maybe that's why they made no sounds. Their vocal cords were damaged. I couldn't get the chains loose. The giant emerged from an alcove and spotted me. I froze and stared at him, trembling. I was on his turf now. I had just seen how vile he and his friends were, and I wished I had never ventured into the tunnel. But I had. He blinked stupidly at me, probably surprised and shocked to see me in his lair. Amazingly, he grabbed a body from the pit, held it up, and chuckled. When I didn't move, he dropped the body and started toward me slowly. His expression changed to one of suspicion and anger as he walked. I opened fire, emptying a whole clip of ammo into its massive center. Each shot landed and blood poured from the wounds. Instead of falling and dying, the thing raced at me, screaming in anger. I ran toward the tunnel as I replaced the empty clip. I didn't go through the tunnel, though. No way. Not with that thing giving chase. It would have been suicide. I turned and emptied that clip into its body. Some of the shots went wide and ricocheted off the high walls, but at least I had got enough lead in him to slow him down finally. He dropped near one of the fires. He grabbed me for one last time and his hand dropped into the flames, scorching and then catching fire. I used the ammo in the other clip to break the chains on the cages. People were terrified and weak, and they emerged only after I threatened them. They acted as if they were in terror of me, and there I was, saving them. I just wanted to get the hell out of there before the other creatures came back and saw their food supply had been pillaged and their servant killed. I grabbed the smallest kid and dragged him toward the tunnel, yelling to the others to follow us if they wanted to live. One of the men grabbed my phone as they were filing out of my house, and he called 911. He dropped the phone in a bush by the front door. I had no clue why. The group shambled like a group of zombies down the street, dazed and dirty. I went back inside and threw some clothes and money into a duffel, and was headed out the front door when I heard the first sirens. Now the cops arrested me and, well, yeah, I looked guilty, but I wasn't. I went peacefully, though. I only fought a little, but, who wouldn't? I knew, though, when they were finished interviewing the people I had freed, I would be released. I thought wrong. I told my side of the story, detail for detail. I even told them where to find the tunnel, everything. For some reason, the sick bastards decided I had tunneled to the cave and was using it to hide my nefarious activities like imprisoning people to kill so I could drink their blood and nosh on their corpses. They said the victims all supported their theory. They told me what a sick fuck I was, threatened me, beat me. The more I stuck to my story, the worse it became. I don't know why the people I freed lied about everything, and I don't know what happened to the giant man's body that the police never found. What I do know is that I'm locked in a psychiatric prison with little hope of ever walking free again. That's why I've decided to pass the knowledge on to you. Those creatures are real as you or I. And they're still out there. Why I will never ride a train in Japan again. My job isn't very exciting, but it's important to mention since it's the reason I was in Tokyo in the first place. I'm a representative of a huge plane equipment company. I was there on behalf of my CEO, who, well, at this time of the year, was probably getting a nice tan in Hawaii with his family. Christmas was just around the corner, after all. Needless to say, I would have rather been back home with my family instead of trying to sell some new improved seating options for an airplane in Japan. But it was my job, and I couldn't exactly say no. However, I was supposed to be back for the 22nd at the latest, so at least I wasn't going to miss Christmas with my family. I was just going to miss what my 4-year-old considers to be the most important thing ever: the decoration of our Christmas tree. I promised her I was going to get her something special in Japan since I couldn't make it for the big event, and this seemed to calm her down a little bit, and it worked wonders on my wife too. She also made me promise to bring something back for her. Anyway, after a long day and meeting after meeting, I was about ready to go back to my hotel. Japan, while a very nice place to visit as a tourist, is literally hell on earth during rush hour. As I got to the platform and waited for my train, I felt very unnerved, as if someone had been following and looking at me. I blame that on the fact that I was tired, but my gaze ended up wandering to a strange-looking man dressed in all black. I couldn't see his eyes because of his long black hair shielding his gaze from me. The train finally arrived and I got in, but as you would expect a train in Japan, there wasn't a place to sit. By my left was a group of boys fresh out of school playing loudly on their phones and exchanging words that made no sense to me. You see, I knew my way around Japan well enough since I'd been there a couple of times for work, but, well, I never bothered to learn the language. I only ordered food from the hotel and learned the places where I had to stop on the train just to avoid too many taxi fares. The job, well, it paid for the hotel and the food, but I had a very limited budget for transportation, and I wanted to use it for the moment I could decide to buy gifts instead. It was just easier to learn where I'd have to travel and use the train than end up with a transportation bill because my boss was too cheap to pay for it. And plus, a taxi in Japan takes twice, if not 3 times as much time to reach its destination. So, well, the train was the best option. Or, well, at least that's what you would think until you actually got on a train in Japan. You see, the mix of smells are strong. Plus, it's always crowded and hot. It's like 1,000 tiny sardines packed in an even smaller can. You just can't stand in peace. There's always someone on your left. To your right, there's always someone behind you and in front of you. Quite literally, shoulder to shoulder. It's not ideal if you're an agoraphobe. The first few times I used the trains, I always felt like I was suffocating. But after 3 or 4 trips, I can now say confidently that I've become a pro at using the train during these hours. But let's go back. I mentioned a weird guy with the long hair. Once I got on the train, I still felt like I was being watched. Around 6 feet to my right, my gaze finally crossed with the man. And let me tell you, I had never seen eyes so red in my entire life. It could have been contacts. There were a lot of different fashion styles in Tokyo, but I didn't feel like this was. I was absolutely captivated by his gaze, not in a loving way. Something about his eyes unsettled me greatly, and each time I tried to pry my gaze from his, I ended up returning to him in a matter of seconds. A loud ding disturbed my thoughts and forced me to look at the station. It wasn't mine. I still had 4 stations to go before mine would come up. The train emptied a little, and I had a little bit more wiggle room, but it was still very crowded. And plus, when I sought the red-eyed man, I couldn't find him. I don't know why I didn't feel reassured in the least. But that's when I felt a hand on my shoulder and heard the deepest, most guttural exhale I'd ever heard in my life. Every hair on my neck stood on end when I turned my head. I was facing the red-eyed guy. I felt like his eyes were piercing my soul. His gaze was so intense that if you asked me today what the rest of his face looked like, I wouldn't be able to answer that. I also, I couldn't tear my eyes away from his. I tried to move a muscle to at least get him to release my shoulder, but I couldn't move. I was paralyzed. I was frozen in fear. And just then a loud screech and an even deeper vibration shook the train, and I heard a scream coming from the front of the car. There was an announcement in Japanese over the intercom, and the train started shaking even more. It seemed like we were picking up speed as well. I still couldn't move. It was like I was trapped by the red eyes staring at me, staring straight into my soul. The train kept picking up speed and people were screaming. Every time the train shook, someone was catapulted off their seat. The sound of glass breaking was heard as a poor teenage boy was sent flying toward the glass door. The impact had been so strong, his head shattered the glass panes. He was still alive and conscious, but he was bleeding profusely. The voices on the speaker became louder, and I finally managed to free my gaze from the red-eyed stranger, just in time to realize that we hadn't turned. I heard the sound of metal clashing against metal, of human agony as flames and metal engulfed the cabins of the front. Everything happened so fast. I saw a metal bar flying to my right and stabbing a woman in the chest. Seconds before the crash finally reached us, and we were engulfed in flames. I felt my skin burn, and I smelled other people's charred flesh for long enough that the smell stuck to my nose. And then I heard myself scream. And then I woke up. I was holding one of the many handlebars so tightly, my knuckles had turned completely white. A woman and her child on my left. They were looking at me strangely. She held her child even closer as I looked back at him. I could feel that I was covered in sweat from forehead to ass, and I nearly dry heaved when the stench of burning flesh re-entered my nostrils again. There was another squeeze on my shoulder. I only had the time to look at the flashing indicator to know that we were still 3 stations left before I could get out. And instinctively, I turned my head to see who was squeezing my shoulder. That was a big mistake. The eyes were even more intense than they were before the first vision. I had to assume it was a vision, because the woman whose chest had been impaled was standing right in front of me, breathing and looking pretty blasé about life, but very much alive. Not that I could look at her anymore, because the moment I set my eyes on those intense red eyes, I knew I wouldn't be able to escape. I couldn't see the rest of his face, but I felt like he was smiling at me. Inwardly, I could feel the malevolence and evilness, and I imagined a smile. I was about to try and say something when I heard the first gunshot noise tore through the atmosphere. I heard a loud scream and saw blood, and then a desperate man holding what looked like a semi-automatic weapon. I'm not an expert, but that definitely wasn't a handgun, and it looked exactly like one of those guns you see in an action movie that shoots 12 bullets in under a second. Definitely not an expert on the subject, but I felt an intense fear growing in my guts. The shooter turned in the other direction and started shooting. I saw literal pieces of human brains being splattered across the cabins, and I was frozen in my place, while people in my own cabin tried to run away from the shooter, who seemed busy with the other direction. But it would only last so long until he was done with that side. He turned around and his eyes were just as red, if not redder than the man forcing me to witness all of this. A few more bullets were shot, and I felt the warmth of the blood of the woman and her daughter as it splattered across my chest and face. I finally reacted and turned around to try and run away as a flurry of bullets flew around me. I was hit in the back 3 times, my legs twice. I felt the bullet as it pierced through my flesh and burned its way through my abdomen. I tasted blood as I saw others panicking, and felt feet literally walking all over me to try and escape the shooter. It felt very real, and I was convinced I was going to die. I tried to tell myself it was fake, but I could feel my consciousness slipping and cold seeping through my veins. I saw my blood leave my body by the liters, and my alertness flicker. I coughed up blood and I lost consciousness. When I came back to, my knees trembled, and I was still holding onto that bar. The ding announced that there were 2 more stations left before I could get out, and I wanted to get out now. I tried to take a step forward, but nearly tripped. The man with red eyes grabbed my shoulders, and I could see the little girl's worried gaze on me. I wanted to tell her and everyone that they needed to get out of the train, but again, I was trapped in my own body. I straightened myself and could still smell the burnt flesh from the first vision, feel the pain and the bullet wounds from the second. I stared back at the red-eyed man, ready to implore him to let me get off the train. My whole vision turned red. It was like I'd gone blind. But then the woman holding her daughter coughed. I looked back and the man with red eyes wasn't there anymore. My mouth dried up instantly. The woman coughed again, this time a little stronger. Her daughter screamed loudly, and I noticed her hair and face were covered in blood. A second later, Her mother was crashing down to the floor of the train and was having seizures. People formed a circle around her as she vomited blood, but it didn't last. A second passenger started coughing, and then a third. The woman was still convulsing and vomiting on the ground. Her eyes remained closed as her daughter shook her. I could feel the helplessness of her daughter as she screamed in her own tongue and cried for help. Now, I might not know Japanese, but agony is a universal language. Her mother reopened her eyes, only for them to start bulging out of their sockets. At this point, I grabbed the little girl and shoved her face in my stomach. Her mother's face was turning purple as a cacophony of coughs and retching happened in the background. Everywhere I looked, people were vomiting blood or falling to their knees. They looked like they were suffocating. The little girl's mother's eyes exploded, and a mixture of eye fluids and blood splattered warmly across my hand as I kept her in my stomach. Her mother's body kept being jerked by spasms for a few minutes. Then, she stopped moving. And then I heard the tiniest of coughs on my stomach. Then another, followed by a warm stream that went from my stomach to my leg. I pulled the little girl away, and the lower half of her face was covered in blood. Her face was warm and sweaty. I'm not ashamed to say that I pushed her away from me and took a step back, only to trip on a body that had been done convulsing. The coughing around me was subsiding as more people started to die. But I saw this little girl vomit at least 4 times her weight in blood before the same thing that happened to her mother happened to her. I couldn't believe my eyes, and I saw the man with red eyes as the very few last men standing started to fall. And then I felt an itch on the back of my throat. I coughed once, then twice. And then I felt like every breath I took was like inhaling miniature daggers covered in tiny flames. Breathing made my lungs burn, and I could feel them filling with blood. I coughed into my palm, and there it was. My blood. All I could smell anymore was blood. The train car was filled with it. I tried to hold on to the handlebar and move through the cabin, but my foot slipped on some of the gore and vomit, and I fell face first onto the floor. That's when I felt my body seize. I lost control of my muscles and started coughing like crazy. My vision blurred and my whole body was in a tremendous amount of pain. I felt myself slipping off into the blackness. I rolled on my back and lost consciousness. And then I woke up again, but this time, I wasn't on the train. I was back on the platform. I was covered in sweat and shaking like a leaf. When I turned, the man was there, but I couldn't see his eyes. I decided not to take the train. I went back outside and gestured for a taxi. I went back to my hotel in 3 times the amount of time it would have taken me if I had taken the train, but all I wanted was not to be surrounded by a ton of people. When I entered my hotel room, I made my way to my bathroom and believe it or not, I vomited until I felt like my entire body was empty. I could still smell the charred flesh of the passengers. My abdomen was in a great amount of pain from where I'd been shot, and the back of my throat was itching like crazy. I had to drag my body to bed, and I slept for 11 hours. When I woke up, it was all over the news. The train yesterday had malfunctioned and crashed, causing the death of 73 passengers and wounding 129. That was the train I was supposed to be on. I packed up my stuff, and I called my boss, and I said I was coming home. that something happened, and I was coming home. Aside from using the airplane to get home, I haven't used public transportation since then, and I haven't set foot in Japan either. The perfect cut. Shit, he's still chasing us. I can't believe how much stamina this old guy has. Trevor burst out laughing as I watched over my shoulder. This Chinese dude easily looked to be in his 60s, but he had been running after us for more than 5 street corners. Normally, they would give up chase long before that. All of this running because we got the munchies and didn't have the money. It was only, 3 or 4 bags of chips and a couple of Monster Energy drinks? Had I known the guy would chase us like that, I would have chosen another corner store to shoplift. Not like there wasn't one in every corner in Brooklyn anyway. You're falling behind, Sam. Alex was right. I needed to up my running game if I didn't want that guy to catch up to us. We turned into an alleyway, threw our chips on the other side of the fence, and climbed it at the speed of light. The old geezer arrived a couple of minutes after, but only slammed his hands against the fence in frustration as we picked up our stolen goods, gave him the middle finger, and dashed away. We could still hear him curse in his native tongue as we slipped in the darkness of this alley and disappeared in the night. Mischief achieved. I slammed my fist against Trevor's shoulder and called him a dumbass. It was his idea to shoplift. I felt like my heart was about to burst out of my chest. Not only because of the running, but because that old guy was scary. I'm sure if he had caught up to us, he would have beaten the piss out of us. As we kept walking, I could feel my shirt sticking to my skin. Running made me sweat, and the breeze made me shiver. I couldn't go back home to change either, as I told my folks I was going to sleep at Alex's. We had planned to stay out for as long as we wanted. Alex's parents worked night shifts in a factory downtown, so we were basically on our own. No way we were going to stay in all night when we could stay out late and have a bit of fun. I did regret not bringing a jacket though. Nights in May are still fresh. Hey, let's break in. Trevor pointed at a street view window on what looked like a butcher's shop. I knew that place because my parents sometimes liked to buy steaks and sausage from that guy. I asked Trevor how he planned to get in exactly. I didn't mind the whole shoplifting chips and stuff, but breaking and entering was on a whole different level. Trevor's family was poor. Very poor, mind you. This kind of stuff he did on the daily. For as long as I knew the guy, he always was tangled in some mess. His mother participated in 1,001 internet jobs, and his dad was the kind of man who ran after get-rich-quick schemes. He also did prison time for scamming the folks at a retirement home in the countryside by selling fake life insurance. So, for him, breaking and entering wasn't a huge deal. To me, however, it was way above my petty theft and what my anxiety could handle. I didn't mind the occasional shoplifting, but I didn't have a mean bone in my body. Trevor called me a coward and walked toward a large green trash bin. There was an old broom handle in it. He quickly picked it up and walked back to us. As he proudly declared he wanted to test the alarm system, I checked around for cameras and I didn't see any. As soon as he slammed the broomstick and broke the window, my heart jumped in my chest, and I started to feel guilty. I told my friends that we should go, that this didn't sit right with me. But since no alarms were sounding, Trevor cleaned up the glass around the window frame to make sure we would get in without getting cut. And then, without any further discussion or comments toward my willingness to proceed, he slipped into the broken window. Trevor called to us and told us it was warm in there. I looked back at Alex, who shrugged at me before following, as if saying it didn't matter anymore since what was done was done. I swallowed thickly, breathed deeply, gathered my nerves, and escaped my anxiety by reassuring that we would be okay as I made my way in. I wasn't going to be the only one who didn't dare enter. Even if it didn't sit right with me, I wasn't going to leave my friends alone. Trevor was right. It was warm inside. Warm and humid even. And it smelled exactly like you would think a butcher's basement smelled like. Blood, steel, and, well, something else that I didn't want to figure out what it was. The room we broke into looked like an office. There were exactly 2 chairs and a desk, and so we all chose a spot to sit and lit up a joint. Now that it was warm, there wasn't any wind, and an old Chinese man wasn't chasing after us. The conditions were stellar for smoking one. Plus, my anxiety could really use the downer that came with being high. Pot always made me feel at peace. We took a few drags and opened our chips, exchanging the joint with Doritos' cheese-stained fingers. I don't remember what we were joking about, but I know Trevor laughed so hard he nearly fell off the desk. And then we heard it. It was like a scream, but it sounded metallic, or, if you will, a scream trapped in a tin can, and then hit with reverb and auto-tune blasted out to huge-ass speakers. It echoed throughout the whole building and the office we were in. My blood turned to ice, and I dropped my can of Monster on the ground. We all heard it, and my friends were making the same face I was. "The fuck was that?" Trevor was the first to reply. My brain was screaming at me to get out of there. Even if the joint had calmed me down and made me forget about my initial anxiety, that metallic screeching woke it back up as it had never left. The 3 of us stood in silence, expecting the scream to come back, but it didn't. After 3 minutes of waiting with bated breath, Alex suggested that it might have been a machine. Maybe some screws were going loose and making the machine wince loudly. I felt creeped out, but it made sense. It could have been an old meat grinder or something. How could I know? I'm not an expert on butchers, tools, and machinery. We all laughed about it for approximately 5 seconds before another loud noise had us holding our breath in fear. It sounded like chains and blades being dragged on the ground. They didn't seem to move closer or further, so we could only assume whatever was making that noise was rooted in its spot. I felt my mouth go dry, and picked up my Monster can from the floor to take a sip at whatever hadn't spilled. My mind was hazy because of the joint, but I felt the telltale weight of anxiety crushing my chest. "We should go," I said, my voice not quite as loud and confident as I would have wished it was at the time. I sounded like a coward, and I knew it. But this feeling of trepidation creeping along the length of my spine didn't seem to let go. In fact, every fiber in my body was screaming at me to get out while I still could, even if another part of me was piqued with curiosity about what was making that noise. I, however, didn't want to be the one to suggest we go check it out. Fortunately, I didn't have to. Trevor was quick to tell me to knock it off, and that he wanted to know what it was. All we had to do was open the lock and look in the other room. If anything turned out bad, we could always make it out the same window. Alex didn't seem to have any qualms about whether we left or stayed, but he had always been more courageous than me. We decided to open the door and check. Just a glance, nothing more. Once we opened the door, we were disappointed we couldn't see anything. Of course, it was night, so all the lights had been turned off. Plus, it didn't seem like the next room was the one with whatever machine was making that dreadful noise. It looked like a hallway leading to different rooms, and a staircase that probably led up to the shop. This place still looked a lot bigger than we expected. The butcher's shop was relatively small, only a storefront with a few refrigerators. The basement looked about 13 times bigger. We walked down the hallway, opening all the doors that weren't locked on our way. On our left, most of the doors were locked. On our right, there was a locker room. We turned on the light and saw a few blood-stained aprons, work boots, and a bench in the middle. It almost looked like the locker room at our school, if only smaller and grimier. We turned off the lights and closed the door before continuing our exploration. Just as we were closing the door, we froze in our spots as that loud scream tore through the atmosphere again. It was so high-pitched and close, it couldn't be just the machine. I swore I could hear a voice, a real human voice, in that abominable screeching. My hair stood on end, and my fight-or-flight response was triggered, and if I were honest with myself, I would have chosen flight this instant if I had been alone. Trevor, on the other hand, seemed almost thrilled because we were getting closer. There was a corner at the end of the hallway, and once we turned it, we saw a pair of mean-looking double doors. They were framed with iron, and I hoped they were locked. It felt like I was holding my breath and having an out-of-body experience as I walked toward the doors. I could hear the echo of my footsteps against the concrete floor and my breathing. But every other noise seemed to have been silenced. Then, the sounds of a chain and metal dragging, making my hair stand on end. My curiosity was satiated at this point, and I wanted nothing more than to dash out of this place. I couldn't even enjoy my high anymore. I was so tense that my buzz had pretty much been beaten down by adrenaline. I was about to say we shouldn't go into those charnel doors. I was getting overwhelmed by my crippling anxiety, and my feet refused to move. "It's open." The two words I didn't want to hear at the moment. They resonated along the walls of the hallway and hit my eardrums with the intensity of speakers on max level. It made my heart skip a beat and my bones tremble. I swallowed thickly but stood in silence as both Alex and Trevor opened the iron doors. Again, the sounds of chains rattling and blades grinding on concrete reached me, rooting me on my spot. I couldn't stand it. I wanted to go. "There's nothing, see? We really should go," I said with a shaking voice. "Wait, what's this?" Trevor said. There was a tiny bit of light coming from a dirty street window. As Trevor's hand searched for the light switch on the wall, I tried to decipher what the hell I was seeing. It was a big lump of plastic and metal in the far corner of a huge room. There were also a few machines that looked like they had been left to gather dust. This room looked as though it served several purposes, such as storage for old, discarded machinery, and a meat-cutting section. I would also see the outline of another set of double doors, though these looked more airtight. A cold room, maybe. Back to the lump of plastic and metal. It was covered in metal plating and a knife was dangling slightly, and now I could hear the previously inaudible incessant dragging of chains. Now and then, the sound was more intense because the mess of plastic and steel moved faster as if struggling. I knew it didn't make sense. Machines don't move on their own. But what I was looking at didn't seem to be entirely mechanic either. "Found it," Trevor announced victoriously as he flipped the switch. Unfortunately for him, all he managed was to turn on a fan that made a thunderous noise over our head. I stared up at the ceiling as loud bangs came from the ventilation system, and I screamed at him to turn it off. The thing screamed almost at the same time as me, essentially shutting me up. We were on the other side of the room, but the sound was so clear now that I instinctively put my hands on my ears, trying to protect myself. I felt like this sound would pierce through my eardrums. Angry that his light switch wasn't one, Trevor abandoned his search and just decided to start walking across the room to get closer to the mess of plastic metal and chains. For a second, I admired his bravery. Then, I felt fear gnawing at my insides. We shouldn't have been there. I heard Trevor ask, "What the fuck was that?" and call us to him. My feet moved against my will in his direction. The closer I got, the more I could make out what I was seeing. But despite my eyes seeing more clearly, my brain didn't understand what I was looking at. I was looking at a hulking monstrosity of twisted plastic and grime-covered steel. I could see what looked like human flesh twisted in a tin can-looking enclosure, some parts swollen and darkened by necrosis. All I could think about was a fake internet news article, which stated, "Human flesh tasted like pork," as I walked closer. I could feel my heartbeat in my throat, and the closer I got, the more I understood what I had smelled earlier. It wasn't only blood and metal, it was death. I smelled putrefied flesh, pus, and infection. It smelled like something was rotting. I didn't notice it when he opened the door because all the machines were stained with dried blood, but the closer I got, the more intense the stench. I had to cover my nose when I was a few inches away. The thing was wrapped in chains, and there were very few large blades embedded in the creature. Between the plastic and grime-covered steel, there were enough holes for us to peek into the tin can and see what it contained. But what was inside didn't look like anything anymore. It was swollen and pink like exposed, bloodied flesh, or darkened and yellowish, oozing pus. And then I saw an eye. I saw an eye with a yellowish sclera and almost white irises looking at me from one of the holes. It saw me, and for some reason, I felt like I recognized that eye. Before I could jump out of my skin and run for my life, I had heard that scream again. It made me fall to my knees, holding my head with my hands. I felt something warm soaking my jeans, and when I looked down, I realized I'd knelt in a pool of half-coagulated blood and pus. It was at that point when I heard Alex scream, and I realized I wasn't the only one who noticed. The monstrosity stopped screaming, and I heard Alex gargle. When I looked up, I saw blood dripping from his mouth, and I jumped to my feet. It took me half a second to realize what had happened. I stood there in shock as my eyes followed the blood dripping from his chin and onto a thin, pale arm. The arm was covered in slashes, and there were a few layers of skin missing. It also looked like the muscle on his forearm had been sliced thin, and yet it was strong enough to hold this heavy-looking blade. It was strong enough to move forward and stab my friend through his abdomen. I wanted to move, I wanted to run, but I saw the blade twist and blood flowing out of my friend's shirt. I couldn't move. I could only stare in horror as Alex dry heaved and choked up blood, and the blade started slicing downward. I heard a disgusting squelching, splattering noise as his viscera left his body and fell to the ground. It was nothing like in the movies. They didn't fall cleanly out all at once. They slowly rolled out as if the scene was playing in slow motion. The abomination pulled its blade out, and Alex fell to the ground face first into his own gore. "Go!" Trevor yelled as he pushed me back into reality. We couldn't stay there. I heard another scream, this one shorter, more metallic, and then the telltale sound of chains and blades scratching the ground. I could also hear the disgusting noises of blood and organs being crushed by this thing's feet as it dashed after us. As we reached the grim iron double doors, we extended our arms to push them open, only to slam harshly into them. They were locked. The doors could be opened from the other side, but they couldn't be opened from the inside. Whoever was keeping that monstrous eldritch abomination of flesh and steel knew what they were doing. We'd been had. We didn't pull the brakes and slammed into the door like birds on a clean window. We were lucky we didn't break our fucking necks. Though, being lucky was the overstatement of the century, considering what was chasing us. I picked myself up first and helped Trevor, but there wasn't much distance between us and the creature. We needed to find a way out. Fortunately for us, it was deadly but not fast. As I was screaming at Trevor, "What the fuck was that?" it flailed a chain at us and caught my wrist. I felt like my bone shattered in my hand and I howled in pain. I didn't have time to check if it was broken or not. We ran into another corner, hoping that the darkness would play to our advantage. Trevor and I hid behind two big machines that looked like meat grinders as that monstrous thing stopped running. I saw a flash of the eye in my mind again. Why did I feel like I knew that eye? It looked human, even with the wrong sclera color and discolored iris. I felt like I knew who was in that disgusting tin can. The thing inhaled deeply. It was so deep and loud that we had heard it. Trevor put a hand on his mouth to control his breathing, but it served no purpose. It didn't want to hear us. It wanted to smell us. The smell of sweat and despair was sticking to us, and if that thing were only used to the smell of metal and blood, it would soon find us. And it did. It dashed towards us again, and I ran toward Trevor, hoping to catch his arm and run in the opposite direction. I was a hair too late. I saw that elongated arm reaching to him before me. It grabbed Trevor by the hoodie and pulled him up. Despite looking so sickly thin and scarred, his arm had more strength than I had. It pulled Trevor up into the meat grinder. I expected it to use its blade again, and so I tried to pull Trevor by his foot to bring him to my side of the machine, but it was too late. I heard the sound of blood splashing on the ground as the steel monstrosity turned on the meat grinder. I heard Trevor helplessly screaming for me to help him as his arm was shoved into the blood-hungry machine, and I could hear the skin detach from bone and vessels and bones being crushed despite the intensity of Trevor's screams. I tried to pull on his foot, but the abomination's grip on him was too strong. Half of Trevor's arm was gone by the time he passed out, but he woke up a second later as his elbow and the rest of his arm was pushed toward the machine. I heard him scream, cry, and I smelled piss and blood as his shoulder was sucked in. My eyes locked with the eye of the monstrosity again, and I finally realized who it was. I didn't stay. I couldn't watch as Trevor's skull and brain were turned into mincemeat. Head cheese. I ran the length of the wall until I reached the double doors on the other side of the room. I was covered in my friend's blood and shocked by the realization that I knew who the abomination was. Through the double doors I had entered a refrigerated room. There were pigs' bodies on hooks, as well as many racks of questionable sliced meat on the sides. I was relieved to see the door could be locked from the inside, so I locked it. Then, I moved one of the racks to block the doors for added protection and to slow down the abomination. On the other side of the cold room was another set of double doors, but this one was locked. I could see through the small window another room that looked like the one I just came in, but cleaner. More hygienic and with actual machines made for grinding meat. It was like I was looking in another dimension, but the right one. I tried to open the doors to no avail. They were locked. I heard the creature slam its blades and chains against the double doors behind me, but I couldn't see him. There were no windows on the doors where I came from. I don't know what time it was, but despite its strength, it couldn't open the doors. I heard it slam, scream, and slash at the doors for hours on end, and I sat on the ground and hid behind a rack, covering my ears. I prayed for every minute that passed that someone would come and rescue me. I don't know how many hours passed, but by the time someone came, the blood on me had coagulated. My shirt stuck to my skin and I was freezing. It mustn't have been more than 40 degrees in that cold room, probably a little less. I was wearing nothing but jeans and a shirt, both of which were soaked in various fluids, mostly blood. I was brought to the nearest hospital and treated for hypothermia. I'd been in that freezer for 4 hours before someone found me. My clothes were taken and processed as evidence. I was questioned relentlessly. The officers' tones were accusatory. I couldn't blame them. I was a kid who shoplifted and broke into a building at night. I wish they'd cut me some slack after I went through. Plus, I told them everything they wanted to know, down to who the steel abomination was. It was Timmy, a friend I used to have a few years ago. When he disappeared, his parents left town and never came back. And I was 100% certain it was him. I saw the officers talking with my parents through the large window of my hospital room. They had me cuffed to the bed, but I could move enough to turn and look at them. I saw my mother's horrified gaze as she looked at me. I couldn't hear what they were talking about, but a few minutes later, the officers came back into the room. The older of the two looked at me harshly as the other younger officer gave me a look that made me feel incredibly uncomfortable. It looked like pity. Were they finally going to act like I was a victim? "Don't worry, everything's going to be fine," the younger officer said, but I could see the older officer's upper lip twitch. What the hell was going on? I thought. My mother left the hallway, and I saw my dad looking at me through the window. I felt like I was leaving my body. He looked so hurt. "Your parents will contact a lawyer," the older officer sneered. My head was spinning and a wave of nausea hit me. The door opened and I heard my mother talk to my dad. I couldn't catch everything, but I understood. About my coping mechanism, therapy I did as a child, and how all of this had been buried. "Don't worry. Everything's going to be fine, Sam." I looked up at the younger officer. My eyes glossed over. I couldn't handle the stress. "But I didn't kill my friends. It was Timmy," I screamed between sobs of salty tears. "You have to go back. You have to find the machine." The young cop leaned in close to my face. "Son, there was no one in the butcher's shop. The butcher himself called us after his alarms went off. Nice man he is too, as he's not going to press charges against you for breaking and entering. That kid Timmy you're so up in arms about? Well, they found that kid dead a year after he went missing." The officers left the room, and I was left to my fate. The butcher was smart, and the butcher was wise. He hid Timmy in a clever disguise. A dark closet in a dank apartment cloaked a machine so grim that the FBI and the cops could never find him. R.D. Balm. I used to work for the morgue at the local hospital. The morgue, where we stored the decedents, was attached to a small funeral parlor, and there was a large church on the other side of it, far removed from the hospital but still attached via tunnels. Most of the decedents would make the trip down those tunnels and into the funeral parlor after a short stay in the morgue, and then the prep room. I always thought it was a strange setup, but it had been that way since I could remember. It was efficient, I suppose. Very few bodies had to be transported to other locations, We just tagged and logged them as they entered the morgue, autopsied them, and then, when we got the green light, we wheeled them down a corridor to the prep area, where I spent most of my working hours, and embalmed them. That's where they were made ready for their wakes, or for the cremation chamber. Once they were presentable, we wheeled them through a long tunnel and into the basement of the funeral home. My boss's wife was the funeral director there. Her brother was the preacher who presided over the parishioners at the church on the other side of the funeral parlor. When the shadow figure in the recessed corner of my midnight room growled, low and gravelly, I stopped my little happy bop walk, knowing that my day's work was now nowhere near over, and that it was very possible that I wouldn't just be going home late, but not at all. Terror seized my heart and sent electric shockwaves through my entire being from the center of my chest where the reverberating sound hit. I had screwed up royally, and it was too late to do anything about it. The old proverbial shit was about to hit the fan, splattering my little spot in the universe in the most unsettling and nasty way. The shadow on the wall writhed like a newborn pup trying to free itself from the birth sack, and the only muscles I could see were the ones being used that moved the eyes. I might as well have been a severed head for all the good I was from the nose down. The rest of my body was rigid, and I thought I must look like some of the corpses I work on after rigor mortis sets in. Eyes wide, mouth gaped, body unmoving as cement. While my brain screamed commands to my frozen body, my eyes watched the shadow unfold as it turned toward me, my ears barely hearing the low growl, and my body feeling it. It wouldn't be long before I saw more than the thing's shadow. If I couldn't persuade my body into some kind of movement, one of the 5 corpses in the adjacent room was likely to make a meal of me. I hope it's not a floater. I hope it's not a floater. Please, please, please. Don't be that guy. My brain was no longer shouting out commands. Instead, it was looping that one plea in all the images it conjured like a horror flick. The cops found the floater in an advanced state of decay and brought him in with the others earlier in the week. It seemed that the people died in groups nowadays. Hardly ever did a day pass that we had less than 3 bodies come in. That day had been a slow day. The floater was, by far, the worst looking and worst smelling body in that day's train of corpses. If I'd had a choice of which one would react to the new embalming fluid, the safer, non-formaldehyde-based embalming fluid, and come lumbering after me, it would have been Mrs. Nelson, the tiny 77-year-old widow with no family. If she had to be mangled, I wouldn't catch hell for it because she was a state burial, which meant she was scheduled for a closed casket funeral over an open grave, and I would have a better chance of surviving an attack by her. The shadow was much too large to be the representative of such a frail body. It was more likely that the younger, stronger candidate had awakened, revived by the muck that replaced his blood. And that was a problem for me. I was alone for the first time in several months because my partner, Stephen, had gone home early complaining with flu-like symptoms. The new RD Balm fluid was supposed to do away with the nasal and eye irritation, bronchial aggravation, headaches, and even depression for us morticians. At least, that's what the representative at the state meeting told Chuck, my boss. And there was no need for the expensive extraction system that sucked the fumes out of our room anymore. Either because RD Balm was friendly to work with no matter how long we were in contact with it. Only thing is, that sometimes corpses, like my floater, got a jolt of RD Balm and decided they weren't too dead after all. Kind of puts nasal irritation and headaches into perspective. Now, personally, I'd never seen a reanimation, but I'd heard all the juicy, sickening rumors of this horror from the other morgues across the state. The old trope about the flesh and brain-consuming zombies topped the list at the rumor mill, and was followed closely by the crazed animal-like zombies that just thrashed the hell out of whoever or whatever they laid hold of. Things that you only half listen to, like a kid half believing in the boogeyman that hides in the closet or under the bed. The growling stopped, and silence so loud it hurt my ears descended on my office. Still frozen in place, I listened to the thundering of the wall clock secondhand, ticking off the remainder of my life, or sanity, whichever came to an end first. Then, the slippery slap, slap sound of half-rotted feet hitting the tile kicked my leaden body into flight. The exit door seemed a mile away. It was also locked, thanks to Stephen and his safety-first attitude. Couldn't have someone sneaking in on me while I was in the prep room. The lock finally disengaged under the tutelage of my quaking, sweaty fingers, but the bubbly, gargling voice of my floater stopped me from turning the knob. All the strength tends to fall out of us non-hero types in moments of severe, nightmarish terror. I could tell you that it was thoughts of my fellow humans and their safety that stilled my hand on the knob, but that would be a lie. It was his voice that knocked all of the fire out of me. "What did you do to me?" I didn't turn around. Didn't want to see how he was talking. I had sewed his mouth shut hours before. Besides, how was I supposed to answer that question? What I had done to him was simply sew his eyes and lips together, suction some of the river water from his lungs and other bodily ponds, and pump a few quarts of dyed arterial fluid into him to make him look undead, but to preserve him until his burial. His feet slapped the tiles as he moved across the room. I huddled with my face to the cold steel of the thick door, wishing that Steve or Chuck would come dashing in to save me at the last minute. Knowing that wouldn't happen, no knight in shining armor for Sammy Hinckley. Nope. Just him and a walking, burbling corpse. Sounding as if he were speaking underwater, he asked, "Am I in a hospital? What's wrong with me, doctor?" Yes, the morgue and funeral home were attached to a hospital. Now there was something I could answer without restrictions, and since this thing obviously had retained some modicum of intelligence, maybe I could reason with it. Still without turning, I said, "Yes, yeah, this is a hospital. You've had an accident at the river." "I can't feel anything. I'm all numb, and it's hard to breathe, Doc." "No shit, Sherlock," I thought. Aloud, I said, "You need the doctor. I'm not him. I'll get him, but you have to stay here. Well, there." I immediately tried the knob again. "You're not the doc?" No, I'm just the night nurse." I turned the knob. "Wait, I can't see too good. Could you help me?" There was pleading in his voice. He sounded as if he were in a lot of pain. I tried to tell myself that it didn't work that way. If he had reanimated, he couldn't feel anything. "No, you just wait where you are." I yanked the door open and spun into the hall, grabbing the knob on the other side of the door and pulling at the same time. trying to shut it before I saw Freddy Floater's gray, sagging, torn face. The pneumatic hinge hissed and resisted, and I did see, just for an instant. What I saw was worse than any zombie movie icon, worse than the most mutilated and decayed corpse I'd ever worked with. What I saw was an empty morgue office, washed in sterile fluorescent light. The hinge finally gave, and the door shut. I did not let go of the knob, but was stunned and stood still for fear that Freddy might be on the other side of the door, hidden. Why else had I not seen him in the office? I had always heard that the dead travel fast, but the undead shamble at best. Could Freddy have moved quickly enough to get behind the door before it shut? My sanity was in question. I was no longer sure I had seen the shadow unfold in the prep room. Maybe this was an all-night delusion. The fumes must have been harmful enough to cause hallucinations. There's no reanimated floater in my office, and I'm standing here in the hallway trying to lock a figment of my imagination in my office. At least, I hoped that's what had happened. Very slowly, I relaxed my hand from off the knob and tried to slow my breathing. Seconds turned into minutes that felt like hours as I strained my ears, listening for the tiniest sound from inside my office. Nothing. Using my key, I locked the metal door, just in case, and walked down the dimly lit corridor toward the elevator that would take me up into the main part of the hospital, where there were many other people. Living, breathing people. Chuck would be around somewhere, most likely in the lounge on the 3rd floor where he was trying to court one of the psych ward night nurses. Leaving the subterranean workplace had never felt so good. On the ride up, I kept trying to figure out how to best broach the subject of reanimation with Chuck. He was prone to outbursts of undiluted rage, and he always directed at the nearest person when situations of any kind arose. He liked a nice, neat, orderly morgue, and anything else would raise his hackles. With Stephen gone home, I would have to bear the brunt of the outburst alone. The silly thought of not reporting the incident did cross my mind. I could always say everything was fine when I left the morgue, and that the reanimation happened sometime after I went home. Of course, that would be unethical. Unethical and dangerous. I could never forgive myself if Stephen or Chuck walked into my office, unsuspecting, and got hurt because I failed to report a reanimation. The elevator doors slid open on the 3rd floor, and Chuck stepped inside, red-faced and glaring. He was already pissed off. No way was I going to add Freddy Floater to the mix. Not unless I had to. He hit the button for the lobby. As the elevator trundled downward again, he ranted and raved about the nurse who rejected him, and even laughed at him as she pointed out his wedding ring. I told him to try to have a good night when he exited. I hit the button to return to the morgue level. I just have to figure it out on my own. As I unlocked the door to my office, I prayed that it had all been a hallucination. The only way to unanimate a reanimated corpse is to cut off its head. And Freddy, well, he was huge compared to me. Besides, I'm not really the cutting off people's heads with a sword ninja type. I'm a scrawny nerd working with corpses for a living. And if it came down to it, I just don't think I could chop off someone's head. It wouldn't matter if they were alive or reanimated from my prep table. I'm just not that guy. There was no Freddy Floater in my office, no sign of some zombie shambling through and making a mess of my stuff. There was nothing. I stepped inside and let the door's pneumatic hinge hiss closed slowly. The sound of crunching and then a terrible slurping ripping meat sound came from the prep room. My guts tightened and my thoughts went fuzzy. All I could think of was poor Miss Nelson. Good thing she was a state burial, because there would be no fixing what Freddy Floater had done to her. He was chewing on her leg like a fat man eating fried chicken. I gasped and his head swiveled toward me. He growled low. He had torn all the stitches loose from his mouth, and the black threads poked outwards from his grime-covered lips. His eyes were still sewn shut. Thank the gods for small favors, huh? He let her leg flop back to the table and turned in my direction. Doc, you gonna help me now? He held out his arms in supplication. I had to find the blade and cut off his head. I dashed to the other side of the room and opened the cabinet where I store my tools. I grabbed the Liston knife, and before I could lose my nerve, I swung at the back of his neck. The blade opened a wide trench, severed tendons, tissue, muscle. Freddy let out a loud moan and reached for the wound, even as his head lolled gruesomely. He begged me not to hurt him anymore and fell to the floor moaning. His huge, partially decayed body hitched with sobs that produced no tears. There was no blood, of course. I had replaced that with our super safe, non-toxic, and environmentally friendly arterial fluid. A few drops of that hit the floor, but with no pulse, a few drops were all that came out. Now, I don't know how you would have handled that situation, but I couldn't do anything but feel sorry for the thing I'd so grievously injured. It wasn't his fault he had reanimated. I couldn't finish him off. Instead, I calmed him, coaxed him back onto the prep table, and told him he wasn't in any danger. I told him he would have to be strong so that I could get the stitches out of his eyelids. He whimpered, but that was all. When he opened his eyes, they were the same flat, lifeless, gray-white they'd been when he came in, when he'd been dead for real. I told him what had happened to him. He didn't want to believe me, but his decaying body convinced him. He tried to cry again. Freddy was my first basement stowaway. I finished out my shift by getting all Freddy Floater's paperwork in order, making all the required audio files as he sat quietly in my office. And God, I'll never sit in that chair again. Poor guy was literally falling apart. Pieces of him clung to that vinyl chair when he stood up. I sneaked him out to my car through his side door, and then went back to do a final walkthrough. I left Mrs. Nelson as she was, and then I exited using my usual route. I put Freddy in my basement and explained to him that if he didn't stay there, out of sight, someone would make him dead again. He had the mental capacity of a young child, but he understood enough that he agreed. Convincing Chuck that everything had been normal when I had left work was easy. He was still preoccupied about his failed attempt at an affair. Steve, though, wasn't as easily convinced. He had many questions. In the first couple of hours we were working together, I answered them. Then he started having me repeat every detail again and again. Finally, I told him to drop it, and told him no more. At the end of that shift, I took a neck brace from one of the storage rooms. Freddy needed some help keeping his head straight after I'd cut through the tendons at the back of his neck. I felt so bad about it, but at the same time, I knew there was no fixing it. A few months later, it happened again. A woman. I smuggled her out and put her in my basement, hoping she and Freddy would get along. They did. As long as I kept bringing them food. Food for them was flesh. It didn't matter what kind, they just gobbled it up. I didn't think I'd be able to continue stealing amputated body parts from the hospital. but I was able to. When the dead were slated for cremation by the state, I would often take off limbs to feed the undead in my basement. Steve, whom I liked very much, kept nosing around in my business, until one evening he caught me stuffing an amputated leg into the trunk of my car on lunch break. You can guess all the questions he had for me then. Instead of trying to explain everything, I told him to come to my house the next day, and I would show him. I told him he wouldn't believe me unless he saw for himself. I liked Steve, but my undead friends liked him more. They made me proud the way they shared him, but they also scared me with their ferocious attack on him. It made me realize they could turn on me. Still, I couldn't bring myself to kill them. They had become like children to me, as sick as that sounds. Within 2 days, I noticed a serious change in their behavior. They had taken to climbing the stairs and clawing at the door to my kitchen. They fought with each other too. Terrible, vicious fights. The fresh meat and blood had changed them. I no longer loved them like children, but began to see them as the abominations they truly were. It was the week after they turned to Steve that I decided I had to do something. I couldn't enlist outside help. I'd be blamed for Steve's death, for stealing corpses, even though they were reanimated. The state still viewed them as corpses. Add to that the charges that would be leveled against me for stealing body parts to feed the two undead, and I would go to prison for life. I used a chainsaw and cut through the wooden steps that led to the basement. Only the top 3 remained intact. At least I don't have to worry that Freddy and friend will come barging through the door and feast on me someday. They cowered in the farthest corner, frightened of the noise as I sawed, their gray, lifeless eyes wide. But as soon as I was finished, Freddy shambled to the destroyed stairs, growling and clawing up at me as I stood inside the kitchen, leaning so that I could see down there. And soon, they were both growling and gnashing their teeth as they tried in vain to reach me. With the steps destroyed, the only way down there is with a ladder. I should have manned up and cut off their heads when I had the chance, back at the morgue, but I was too much of a wimp. And now, I'm terrified of them. They've had a taste of fresh meat, and it changed them. They're not the scared, mewling, pitiful things they were when I brought them here. In no way I'm going to descend a ladder to get in there with them. I stopped feeding them 2 weeks ago, and I still hear them fighting sometimes. Can you starve the undead? I hope so. Something is not right about those flowers. The year was 1987. Just after I turned 22, I landed a job at a factory. We manufactured the small motors that powered refrigerators and freezers. The work was as boring as watching paint dry, but it beat the hell out of waitressing. The same as any young woman, I longed for some excitement in my life. I wanted something more than the Monday through Friday drudgery of my job and the weekends spent cleaning my overpriced apartment, with only the occasional barbecue with friends in the summer. And I definitely wanted more than the reputable, hard-working husband, 2 kids, and the white picket fence my parents wanted for me. Family life could wait. I wanted to have adventures and see the world before I settled down into motherhood. Every year in July, the factory closed down for 2 weeks. Those of us who hadn't been there long enough to have vacation days could sign up for unemployment. Several factories closed down twice a year, once in summer, when it was so hot your skin felt as if it might melt off, and again near Christmas, when the cold could freeze your soul. At my urging, my best friend Jasmine put in an application at the factory a few months before the scheduled shutdown. It wasn't long until she had broadened her circle of friends to include other employees who worked in the back part of the factory. She introduced me to some of them, but one guy in particular sparked my interest and seemed to be the excitement I had been searching for. Ryder was tall and handsome, and he had an adventurous streak I could relate to immediately. He had just the right amount of bad boy attitude to intrigue me. A week later, when he asked me out, I said yes without hesitation. The days flew by, melting into weeks as Ryder and I spent more and more time together, growing closer and closer. I was ecstatic. He took me out to dinner several times a week. We played frisbee in the park, rode the rapids on the Delaware River, hiked in the mountains, and explored abandoned places. And that time in my life was a whirlwind of activity. And sometimes Jasmine and Ryder's friend, Axel, came with us. It seemed I had found the small group of friends who would be around for the rest of my life. We were making memories, having fun, and would have lots of stories to reminisce about when we got older. One day, on our lunch break, Ryder brought up the idea of renting a cabin and spending most of the shutdown in the mountains. It was an isolated place we could rent for cheap. It was several miles away, but what was a vacation if we stayed in our hometown, right? Jasmine and Axel were up for it. They started adding up how much beer and food we would need to last a couple of weeks, who would do the cooking, and all sorts of shit like that. And at first, I continued eating my cheesesteak sandwich without contributing to the conversation. It was the first twinge of misgivings had slowly turned to a loose knot in my stomach, and I didn't know why. We had all done similar things together as a group before. Very recently, in fact. But something about the idea just didn't sit well with me. Ryder took me out to dinner that evening. It wasn't a fancy place, just a mom-and-pop casual dining joint in town. When the subject of the camping trip came up, he said he wanted to celebrate our 2-month anniversary with something special. I thought it was odd to celebrate our anniversary by spending a week or more with our friends, and I told him so. His answer was convincing. We'll go up on Friday evening after work. Axel and Jasmine can join us Saturday night or even Sunday, so we'll have plenty of time to celebrate our little milestone. Reluctantly, I agreed. Even though I still had that knot of unease in the pit of my stomach, I tried telling myself it was only because of the location. It was a 2-hour drive to reach the cabin, with at least 30 minutes of it in the woods. That was pretty damn isolated, in my opinion. But wasn't I the one who wanted adventures? By the time Friday rolled around, the excitement had taken a hold of me, and I was stoked for the vacation. The only thing I insisted on taking was my car. Ryder wanted to take his truck, but I reasoned my 4-door 70s model sedan would be more prudent if we decided to go into town or if someone got sick and had to be taken off the mountain. Rolling his eyes, he gave up and agreed. We would take my car, but only if he drove us there. He left his truck at my apartment, and we headed out a little after 4. The small backwoods town was something straight out of an Edward Lee novel. The shops were mostly 40s and 50s era, with some signage dating from the Second World War. A few people moving about on sidewalks stopped to stare at us as we crept along Main Street, looking for a place to gas up the car. Ryder laughed. It looks like we found Mayberry, USA. I nodded. Yeah, the only difference is, this isn't in black and white. I don't like it. There was only one small gas station with 2 orange pumps. They were like none I had ever seen before, and I'd wondered if they were even safe to use. The big orange upright circles on top of them advertised Gulf brand gasoline. We ran over a small black hose and a loud bell dinged. Before Ryder could get out, A man appeared at my window wearing a mechanic's outfit. He pulled his hand through a greasy rag several times, grinning widely at me. I shrank away from the window as he leaned down. Ryder told him to fill it up and handed him a 20. The town might have looked like it was stuck 40 years in the past, but apparently their gas prices had kept going up with modern times. $10 and change to fill the tank. We snickered about it, saying the whole town was a form of false advertising right down to its citizens. The attendant returned our change and asked if we were lost, as he had noticed we were from out of town. Ryder told him we had rented a cabin from Mr. Arnold, assuring him we were not lost at all. "You might even see us around over the next couple of weeks," he said, giving the guy a good old boy grin as if they were old friends. I shot him a look and asked if we could just get out of there. I thought it was a bad idea for anyone in that town to know where we were going and how long we planned on staying. The whole place gave me the creeps. The cabin sat in a clearing much larger than I had imagined. Behind us, the curvy dirt road disappeared into the deep shadows cast by the thick forest. The yard around the cabin had been mostly cleared of trees, except a few precisely placed red buds that gave it a homey feeling. There were no fences. The road, or rather, the rutted dirt track, was the front border. The sides and backyard ended where the dense woods began. Undergrowth tangled and bunched uninvitingly at the side yards. The sharp smell of freshly cut grass opened a flood of happy childhood memories for me, and I smiled at Ryder, seeming to understand my unspoken thank you. He nodded and held the front door for me. The misgivings and the fear began to slip away as we turned on the lights and looked around the cabin. The old country motif with flowers appearing everywhere, on curtains, engravings on cabinets, printed on the lampshades, and even on the welcome rug. It gave me pause. I'm not a huge fan of flowery things, but with the wooden floors, walls, and ceiling, they were okay. Not like it had been busy flowered wallpaper. With 3 bedrooms and a bath upstairs, and an open floor plan for the kitchen and living room downstairs, the place could easily accommodate 4 to 8 people. I had thought it would be much smaller, darker place. The phone attached to the wall in the kitchen was a relief to me. If anything went wrong, at least we had a phone. I picked it up and listened to the dial tone for a second. No crackling, no distortion, just a good connection. I dialed my home number and smiled when the ring from the other end came through crisp and clear. Ryder laughed at me and called me a worrywart. Nothing was going to happen, he assured me. Tired from a full week's of work, we went to bed early and planned on wandering through some of the forest the next day, before Axel and Jasmine arrived. The crickets and tree frogs joined in a beautiful cacophony of sound, lulling me with memories of being at my grandmother's house when I was a child. The hour before dawn, when the darkness laid heaviest on the world, I peered out of the window and a shiver of unease ran the length of my spine. All I could see was my own ghostly reflection and that of the dimly lit kitchen at my back. The red eye of the coffee maker glared eerily in the reflective glass, its hiss and gurgle at the end of the cycle making me think of a demon instead of an appliance. After a light breakfast, we were ready to set out on our first trip to acquaint ourselves with the lay of the land. With dawn brightening the world, I was chomping at the bit, ready to get out there and have fun. Forget the creepy feeling I had had earlier in the darkness. The phone rang as I passed by it. Without a thought, I answered. An older man introduced himself as Mr. Arnold, which I thought was odd, and asked if he had settled in and if everything was up to our expectations. I told him yes, everything was great. He listed a few rules. No long-distance phone calls. Don't leave food sitting out because the bears would be attracted to it. Keep the doors locked and don't leave the downstairs windows raised at night. He said raccoons, possums, and other critters might come in if we did. And he didn't want to charge us for any repairs if the animals tore it up because we didn't abide by the rules. Stifling laughter. I agreed that we would do as he asked. He told us to enjoy our stay, and if we needed anything at all, to give him a call. His number was on the list by the phone, along with other approved numbers. The numbers were presumably for businesses in the town we had passed through the previous day. I thanked him and hung up the phone, bursting into laughter. He sounded like my father, but with an eccentric streak. The air was already humid and hot when we stepped outside. The birds twittered and sang, seemingly from every tree for miles. The wind barely stirred, and the thick scent of honeysuckle and wildflowers mixed into an almost suffocating floral chaos that made it difficult to breathe. 50 feet into the tree line, we were transported into a shadowed, cool world full of fresh air that invigorated me. Without a clear trail to follow, I meandered aimlessly, just enjoying the walk. Tension fell away from me that I hadn't even realized was there to fall away. After a half hour of this, Ryder took the lead. It seemed as if he had a destination in mind, and I asked if he had been there before. He said he had not, but that he had the feeling we should go in certain directions. He made it so it seemed like a game, another little adventure to add to our growing repertoire. I was game, so I followed where he led for several minutes. The forest took on a distinctly different feel at one point, and a cold chill crept into the air. With temperatures soaring, I knew there should be no such cold spots, but that didn't stop the hairs on my forearms from standing up. No birds sang, no squirrels thrashed through the underbrush. Nothing moved. What kind of place was this, if the birds and squirrels avoided it? I wondered. The hills suddenly seemed steeper, the flora darker, and the shadows immovable. The deadfall had rotted, leaving the stench of death in the air. I stopped, taking in the difference. It was a world within a world. Still forest, but vastly different from the surrounding woodland. Tumorous growths protruded from tree trunks, and I couldn't help but feel something foul had taken a hold of the area infected the trees, spreading slowly like a cancer from tree to tree, widening its reach every year. Ryder coaxed me ahead, and over the next rise, the forest opened up. The sunlight streamed through the canopy of leaves and lay over the ground in intricate lacy patterns. The death smell vanished, and the flora brightened, and I could hear birds in the near distance again. It was like walking from a bad dream to a bright, sunny room. Shaking off the bad feeling, I walked with Ryder a few yards. Bright splashes of pink lay between several trees, bringing a smile to my face. We walked toward the flowers. I told Ryder I hadn't seen pink periwinkle since I was a kid visiting my great-grandmother's place. My grandma always called them graveyard plants. He chuckled lightly and tried to steer me away from the large patches. As I recalled, my grandma had planted the flowers, and then they had sort of taken over her flower beds, smothering out almost all her other plants. In the end, she had lamented ever cultivating the pretty little pink flowers. I sidestepped Ryder, avoiding his guiding hand, and moved closer to the flowers. The patches were rectangular, about 5 or 6 feet long and 2 or 3 feet wide. There were 6 patches. The one in the middle had begun to spread around the trees at either end and entangle with the other beds. something about the shapes and sizes of the plots made me uneasy. They were perfectly sized for graves. When I pointed this out to Ryder, he said we should move on before I let my imagination get away from me. He laughed it off, and once we were away from the bunch of flowers, I felt silly. We ended up at the base of a skinny, tall waterfall. The sparkling pool was much deeper than we first thought, and it made a great place for a midday swim. Marking the place to bring Axel and Jasmine to, we started our return trek to the cabin via another route, completely avoiding the oddly arranged flowers in the dark, eerie little hollow. By the time we were back, I had all forgotten about them both. Someone had tacked a note to the back door, and it read, "Please, do not leave your doors unlocked when you are not there. Anyone could go inside and vandalize my property. Thank you." We had a huge laugh at Mr. Arnold's note, but something about him coming while we were out hiking made me uneasy. It was almost as if he had watched us leave. Axel and Jasmine were due to arrive that evening well before dark. We hadn't brought much variety of food, only what we needed for hot dogs and hamburgers with all the fixings, and eggs for breakfast. After a shower and a beer, I started the burgers, hoping the other two would show up soon. I was famished, and I knew Ryder had been hungry too. While I was cooking, he decided to go to town. Said he wanted to pick up some baked beans and more beer. I thought it was odd because we had a ton of beer. Shrugging it off, I let him go and continued what I was doing. With Ryder gone, the isolation of the cabin made me edgy. Although it wasn't dark outside, the sun was riding low toward the western horizon. Shadows crept over the land, eating up the light. The food was finished, and I was still alone. Pacing from window to window, I watched anxiously as more daylight faded. The clouds turned to dark muted blue, and the chirping of crickets and tree frogs replaced the birdsong. Mr. Arnold's warning about closing the downstairs windows weighed on my mind. I closed and latched all the windows, flipped the lock on the door, and turned on the single wobbly ceiling fan in the living room. As it paddled lazily at the muggy air, I moved to the living room and sat curled in the corner of the couch. Where was everybody? Why hadn't Jasmine and Axel showed up yet? And what the hell was taking Ryder so long? There was no TV, and I hadn't brought a book to read. I hadn't thought I would have time to read, so why would I? It was a long, nerve-wracking hour before I heard a car engine rumbling up the road. Jumping from my seat, I rushed to the door, thrilled to finally have someone else there. Jasmine's Pinto trundled to a stop in front, and she honked the horn, waving out of the window. I helped her bring her bags inside. As we were going to her room, she said Axel hadn't answered her knock at his door. She had waited over an hour in his driveway, thinking he had gone out with someone and would return soon. She finally gave up and left, but had called him when she stopped in the creepy little town. There had been no answer again. "Well, we'll call him from here," I said, pointing out the phone. She nodded and smiled, but I could see the worry lines etched around her mouth and at the corner of her eyes. She and Axel weren't a couple, but they were very close friends, and I suspected she loved him. We talked about the weird town at the foot of the mountain, the flip side of Mayberry, as she called it, and I told her Ryder had gone there earlier and hadn't returned. I tried to hide my worry, but in the back of my mind, every horror movie scenario I had ever seen played out in detail. If he didn't show up soon, I would talk Jasmine into going with me to look for him. The place wasn't that big, and if my car was there, it should be pretty easy to spot. We fixed our food and sat at the table, but I had no appetite. I picked at the lettuce and drank a beer. She finished her food and pushed her plate away. We both heard a light thump at the back porch near the door. I turned the volume all the way down on the little radio and held my finger to my lips. Another thump sounded. Then another. The thumping was getting closer to us. I grabbed a paring knife and shut off the light as I tiptoed to the window, and my heart raced as I peered into the darkness. And a hand hit the glass, and a man screamed. I screamed, stumbled backwards, and nearly fell. Jasmine squealed and tumbled from her chair. And I screamed, "I have a knife!" as I held out the tiny blade toward the window as if it might scare whoever was out there. Jasmine stood huddled against me, peeking over my shoulder and clinging to my left arm like a terrified toddler. And slowly, the hand disappeared into the darkness, and Jasmine whimpered, on the verge of tears. I shushed her and stepped forward. Ryder pushed his face close to the glass. There was the moment of sheer terror when I was certain he was a maniac and we were going to die. The light from the living room was barely enough to see that it was my idiot boyfriend standing there with a huge grin. When I started cursing at him, he pulled away from the window laughing and closed the window shutters. Thump. The thumping noise had been debunked. I sat at the table, mad as hell at his stupid joke, and happy he was finally back. He came in, still laughing. Mr. Arnold would no doubt have left us another note tacked to the door about the shutters not being closed. He said to close the windows, nothing about the shutters. I tried to sound angry, but I couldn't. He added, "If a bear wandered up to the window, do you really think that a pane of glass would keep him out if he wanted to get in?" Grinningly, crookedly, he winked and started fixing his burger. My own food still sat in front of me, and I nibbled at it as Ryder gobbled his hungrily. So much for a nice first meal together with friends, I thought. Jasmine called Axel's house 3 times and got no answer. Ryder told us Axel was about as reliable as a weatherman's forecast. I thought it was strange for him to diss his own friend that way, but maybe he was mad that Axel hadn't showed up to entertain Jasmine, or so I thought. We played cards and drank beer until 1 in the morning. Jasmine expressed her growing worry over Axel's absence. Ryder told her Axel was a grown man, and he knew the way to the cabin, and added that maybe something had come up and he would join us later. Until then, he tipped a beer in Jasmine's direction. More beer for us. We were all pretty lit by then, and we whooped, clinking our bottles together and sloshing beer on the cards. 10 seconds after my head hit the pillow, I was spinning slowly down towards sleep when a noise startled me. I had trouble focusing on anything in the room and squinted, willing my wobbly vision to stabilize. Ryder's deep, even breathing said he was already out. The noise came again. A light thump. Nearly the same sound as when Ryder had been closing the shutters. I sat up, steadying myself before trying to stand. I couldn't stand without risking bumping into the nightstand, so I slid my knees and crawled the couple feet to the open window and remained kneeling as I peeked out. Another thump, followed by a scrape, and I held my breath, straining to see in the thin moonlight. The bedroom door flew open and I gasped, jerking my head in that direction. I almost screamed as someone rushed toward me. Jasmine dropped to the floor beside me. She had heard the noises too. Ryder stirred awake, propping on one elbow. He asked what we were doing, and I whispered a quick explanation about the noises. He slid to the edge of the bed, cocking his head to one side, and then snorted laughter. That's probably just Mr. Arnold. I told you it was a good thing I closed those damn shutters. He flopped back in bed and yanked the sheet over himself. After a moment, he added, "If you two are going to stay up all night, do it in Jasmine's room. I want to sleep." Thinking he was probably right, Jasmine went back to her room. I crawled back into bed, but listened to the noises outside until they stopped. If it had been an animal, it would have made much more noise trying to get in, I guessed. The next morning I was up at dawn, unable to sleep with the sunlight blasting in through the window. I went by Jasmine's room, and she went to the kitchen with me. Ryder joined us about 30 minutes later, freshly showered and whistling. We all had coffee, but no food. No one felt like eating, and I suppose we were all feeling the after effects of a night of drinking. Jasmine decided that she was going to drive back and check on Axel after she called 3 more times and got no answer. I no longer thought she loved him. I knew it. I told her I was going to stay behind and take something for my headache. She went out the door, and we heard her scream and start swearing at the top of her lungs. Rushing out, we saw her hood was up and her tires had been slashed. The driver's door was open. She slammed it with both hands, demanding to know what kind of assholes would do that to her car. I told her she could take my car, and Ryder and I would call the tow truck and take hers to the mechanic shop in town. Smirking, she shook her head. "No, you won't either." She pointed to my car, and my heart dropped. All 4 of my tires had been slashed. Immediately, I lifted the hood. Every wire had been cut. Stomping into the house, I grabbed the phone, running my finger down the list of numbers, and I started to dial the sheriff's number when I realized there was no dial tone. Clicking the receiver, I tried again. The line was dead. The line had not been cut anywhere, so it had to be Mr. Arnold who had turned off the service. He couldn't leave unless we wanted to hike down to the town. We couldn't call out. And since it was early, we thought that our best hope would be that Axel would show up soon, and we could get the hell off the mountain. Ryder seemed fine. He was actually smiling and kind of laid back, drinking beer before 9 in the morning, as if none of it bothered him. Put off by his nonchalant attitude, Jasmine and I went to the back porch with more coffee. Mr. Arnold had stuck another note on the door. Angry, I snatched it down and read, "You should lock your cars too. Bad things might happen out here if you don't keep everything locked up like I told you." Ryder actually laughed after reading it. "I told you it was probably him out there last night. Who would have guessed the old man was a vandal? I'm pretty sure he'll pay for the damages. He's a little eccentric, you know. He was just wanting to prove some stupid point." He tossed the note down beside him on the sofa. As I stepped back onto the porch again, I looked toward the woods where Ryder and I had hiked into the day before. Jasmine was talking to me, but I didn't hear what she was saying as I walked off the steps and toward the pink flowers that had sprouted overnight. She jogged to catch up to me, and I stopped at the patch of flowers. Like the ones in the forest, the patch was about 5 feet long and 2 or 3 feet wide. It was obvious they had been freshly planted. Ryder's explanation was simple. It was Mr. Arnold. He was planting flowers at night while we were asleep. And my headache turned into a full-blown migraine. I took aspirin and a sleeping pill, and then told Ryder to wake me up as soon as Axel arrived. Pulling the curtains in my room did little to lessen the intensity of the sunlight. so I pulled the cover over my head. I was out for almost 6 hours, but the migraine was gone when I woke up. Ryder was asleep on the couch, and Jasmine was out at the new patch of vincha flowers. Little pink periwinkles. What an odd thing for Mr. Arnold to do. And if he was the one who slashed the tires and cut the wires in our cars, I considered him to be a threat. Only a crazy person would do something like that, right? As I walked across the yard, Ryder's name for the flowers came to mind. Graveyard plants. And I hated that name. Jasmine stood as I approached. You know, vinchas are poisonous. Some are more poisonous than others. Why would Mr. Arnold plant poisonous flowers in the yard of a cabin he rents out? Someone with kids or pets could rent it, and then there'd be a real tragedy. I shrugged. We hadn't met Mr. Arnold, and I had only spoken to him once on the phone. It creeps me out. I really want to leave, like, right now, Dakota. She lowered her voice and stepped close. Ryder doesn't seem bothered at all by this shit, but I think Mr. Arnold is dangerous. Who does stuff like this? I mean, think about it. I had thought about it. A lot, actually. If Axel doesn't show up in a little while, we'll walk out. We went inside again where I tried the phone. It was still dead. There was the possibility that all the phones in the area were down, not just ours. I held to that hope anyway. It would at least mean the crazy landlord hadn't done something to isolate us even more. By 7 that evening, Axel still hadn't showed up, and Jasmine was freaking out. She already had her bags by the door, ready to leave. I told Ryder we were going to walk to town, but he refused to go with us. He said it was getting too late to try it. He reminded us that the darkness fell quickly in the mountains, and the side we were walking down would be complete black within an hour. Jasmine slumped to a chair. Maybe we should sleep in shifts tonight. Make sure that creepy bastard doesn't break in and kill us in our sleep or something. Her eyes were shiny with tears. Ryder laughed and shook his head. You girls are really too high-strung. He isn't going to come in and do anything. He's eccentric, not psycho. Shocked, I asked, does eccentric slash tires and cut wires in other people's cars? It sounds pretty psycho to me. We'll use the chain locks tonight. Fasten the shutters from inside again. He can't get in then. As if that settled the whole matter, he walked upstairs, whistling. You think in a situation like that, you won't be able to sleep, but you'd be surprised. The sleepier we got, the less of a threat Mr. Arnold seemed. Ryder was right. No one could get in, and if we shut and locked our bedroom doors, we were doubly safe. And that's just what we did, and I slept as if I had taken another sleeping pill, even though I had not. Ryder was already in the shower by the time I woke up. Jasmine's door was still shut and locked, so I made my way downstairs to put on coffee. Every cabinet door stood open. I stopped, my heart thumping loudly in my ears. None of the shutters had been opened, and the chain locks were still engaged on the doors. Ryder tromped downstairs, whistling that damn happy tune again. It died as soon as he saw the open cabinets in the kitchen. Holy shit! What are you looking for in here? He started closing the doors. And I told him I found the kitchen like that. He suggested it might have been Jasmine just messing with me, but I didn't think so. He started the task of raising windows and screens to unlock and open the shutters. With the bright morning light streaming in, I noticed Jasmine's bag were gone from the front hallway. Maybe she had been up during the night. Maybe she had opened the cabinets as a joke. I still thought it was unlikely. When I opened the back door to let in a breeze, I looked toward the pink periwinkle patch. There was a new patch to the left of the original one, and a cold chill crept over me. We had to leave the place. I went to put on coffee, and the water was off to the sink. Opening the cabinet, I checked the shutoff valve. It was on, but there was still no water. Taking the carafe, I stomped upstairs, heading to the bathroom. The cabinets being open, I could pass off as a bad joke pulled by Jasmine or Ryder, but the water was different. Like the phone, the water was something only Mr. Arnold should have had access to. I shoved the carafe under the faucet and cranked it open. Only a few drops of water and a hiss of air escaped. I turned to the shower and pulled the curtain aside. The same thing happened when I turned the water on in the tub. Furious, I went back downstairs to rant at Ryder about it. I demanded that he go to talk to Mr. Arnold and find out what the hell was going on. He said he would, but he didn't know where the man lived. I stood there, shocked, silent, with my mouth hanging open. You mean there's nothing you can do about any of this? You don't even know where he lives? How did you pay him? Though we had never argued, I felt a good twist happening in our relationship. His aloof attitude toward the whole thing had nerved me as much as I could stand without some sort of explanation. Well, I met him in town at the Tea Kettle Cafe. I paid him for the whole thing in cash. He threw his arms up and turned away. We could carry some water from the creek. He grabbed 2 plastic pitchers from the cabinet and breezed by me toward the back door. I stopped him. That's crazy. I just want to leave. Today. Not this evening, not in the morning, right now. We have plenty of time, and if Axel happens to come this way, well, hooray, he could pick us up and give us a ride. I snatched the pitchers from him and threw them across the kitchen. After a few seconds of standing there, looking surprised at my outburst, he amazingly had the gall to laugh at me again. He told me we could leave as soon as I got Jasmine up and she was ready. We'd all 3 walk right the hell off the mountain if that's what I wanted. And it was what I wanted. Turning on my heel, I stalked upstairs and knocked on Jasmine's door. She didn't respond. I pounded on the door and yelled for her. Silence answered me. The door was locked from the inside and wouldn't budge. I kicked and pounded, screaming her name, but she didn't answer. Ryder came to see what was going on. He rammed the door with his shoulder a few times, and then said he would look for keys. I had no intentions of waiting. I followed him downstairs. He went to the kitchen, and I went to my car. I took a screwdriver and a hammer from the trunk and ran back to Jasmine's door. Jamming the screwdriver between the door and the frame, I hit it with the hammer until it was against the lock plunger, and then I hit it again. Ryder yelled from the foot of the stairs for me to stop, but I ignored him and kept pounding until the door popped open. The room was empty. The window was up. The bed was still made and her things were there. Her bags, clothes, Walkman. Everything had been neatly stacked at the foot of her bed and the floor. Ryder came in and scoffed. Where's the hell's she at? I told you, she must have opened the cabinets. He walked to the window. I could have climbed up here and come in through the window, and you wouldn't have had to fuck up the door. I'm gonna have to pay for that, you know? He scowled. Really? That's what you're worried about here? What about my damn car? Jasmine's car. Who's going to pay for that shit? And where is Jasmine? It's not like she's out there just wandering around somewhere, Ryder. I pointed at her shoes beside the bags on the floor. He chuckled nervously, licking his lips, and finally shrugged. Well, with that flake, who knows? Maybe she's got another pair. He left the room and I watched him go to the living room and flop on the couch, gnawing at his thumbnail. Jasmine couldn't have left the house. The chain locks had been in place when I went down there. Her screen was in place, so it was likely she had climbed out of her window. And why she would do that was beyond me anyway. I was stuck there until she returned. I couldn't walk off the mountain without her, without knowing she was okay. What if Mr. Arnold had entered another way and had taken her while I had been asleep? What if she was in danger? I told Ryder I wanted to go look for her. We locked the doors and walked to the backyard. I stopped at the newest Vincha flower bed. Ryder said, "I told you he was eccentric. He's planting these things while we're in bed. He probably checks the doors and the windows every night, too. Why the hell would he do that? Why would anyone do any of this? None of it makes sense." I shook my head. "Oh my God. You're not in one of your mystery novels, Dakota. Seriously. There are perfectly normal explanations for all of it, I'm sure. Teenage vandals got to the cars. I mean, we're way the hell out and gone out in the sticks here. So I'm sure there's not much in the way of entertainment for teenagers. If there was a bad wreck or a storm somewhere, it could have knocked out the phone lines. And while I don't know about the water, I don't even know where the well and the pump house are. Or if this place has city water from down the mountain." It was my turn to scoff, roll my eyes, and walk off. I started yelling for Jasmine as I walked into the woods. When deadfall began crunching underfoot, I stopped. Why would she be in the woods? Barefoot or not, wouldn't it be more likely she had gone to the road and followed it down? Ryder didn't answer when I called for him. At first, I thought it was only because he was upset with me, but I couldn't see him anymore among the shadows and trees. It didn't take long for panic to set in. I ran toward the backyard. If Ryder was gone too, I was totally alone. As I passed by a large rock, someone leaped from behind it and grabbed me. I screamed and started punching and kicking. Ryder let me go, cursing. I asked again if he was crazy and ran the rest of the way to the backyard. He emerged, laughing. He imitated me kicking and screaming and then laughed harder. Oh, one thing about it, babe. If anyone ever tried to kidnap you, he'd have his hands full. He tried to kiss me, but I dodged and shoved him away. He followed me down the road away before stopping me to point out the dirt track was damp. I shrugged. So what? That meant nothing to me. He pointed out the trails of footprints behind us. If she came this way, we would be seeing footprints by now. I spent some time yelling for her and not getting an answer. As the time crept by, the knot of worry in my gut twisted tighter. First, Axel ditched us. Now, Jasmine was gone. I feared something very bad was happening, and I wasn't putting it together. I felt like the answers were right in front of me, but I couldn't see them. It was 3 p.m. when we got back to the cabin. Thankfully, there were no more notes tacked to the door. Mr. Arnold hadn't been spying on us after all, I thought. Hot on the heels of that thought came another, much scarier thought. Maybe he wasn't spying on us right then, because he had Jasmine to occupy himself for a while. Ryder took a beer to the back porch. Sitting in one of those oversized rockers, he kicked his feet up on the banister. I couldn't understand how he could be so relaxed after all that had happened. I went into the kitchen and stood by the phone for several minutes, mulling over what to do next. I decided to give the phone one more try. Lifting the receiver, I stubbornly dialed the sheriff's number again, even though there was no dial tone. I waited for several seconds before replacing it. Eyeing the doors and their chain locks, I wondered if someone, namely Mr. Arnold, could have gotten his hand inside and unlocked either of them. I put the chain on the front door, walked out the back and to the front. Ryder followed me. I tried getting my hand inside, but it was no use. I could touch the chain, but there was no room to move it and actually unlock it, let alone engage it from outside. Come on, Dakota. Now you're just grasping at straws. He huffed and rolled his eyes, finishing off his beer. The only other explanation would be that she went out of her window, without her things and without waking us up. She wouldn't do that. He has her. I know he does. I banged the door with my hand. I don't know where she went or how she got out, but she'll be back. She has to come back, right? I mean, to get her things. He tossed his empty bottle into a planter and started around back again. He grabbed 2 beers from the fridge and handed me one. I took it. So you think she just decided to crawl out of her 2nd floor window and take a stroll? He shrugged. Babe, people do all sorts of weird things. Throughout the day, I wandered the edge of the woods looking for signs of Jasmine and yelling for her. The light was fading fast and I was frantic, not wanting to spend another night on the mountain. I had no other choice once the sun dropped. With the shutters closed and the doors locked, I sat at the table, jumping up at every noise from outside, hoping it was Jasmine. It never was. 1:30, Ryder went upstairs and then reappeared at the fridge. He opened us beers, pouring them into glasses, and sitting across from me at the table. He never drank beer from glasses at home. Neither did I, for that matter. Leaving half of his in the glass, he went to bed before 2. At 3, I couldn't stay awake any longer and joined Ryder in bed. I had been hearing him snore for over an hour. I dropped off to sleep faster than ever, and as I slipped towards unconsciousness, a glimmer of thought came to me about my sleeping pills, but I couldn't hold on to the thought and drifted off into a warm, dark sleep. The next morning, while Ryder was still sleeping, I woke and eased into a sitting position. My head thumped, and I remembered how sleepy I got after drinking that last beer, almost as if I had been drugged. An uneasy feeling settled heavily in the pit of my stomach. I eased the cover back and slid my feet to the floor. My sleeping pills were in my bag on the dresser. I suspected some would be missing. For the first time, I was afraid of Ryder. I had only known him for a few months and wouldn't have suspected if he was the type to do anything like that, but I couldn't help it. I felt drugged, and there was no one else there with us. As I tiptoed to the dresser and picked up my bag, I turned to make sure he was still asleep as I slid the bottle into my hand. My blood chilled as I saw the pink potted vinchas in the floor by the bedstand. Our door was still locked. Nothing else had been moved. I crept around the bed and reached for Ryder's hand to wake him. He groaned and rolled to his back, and his head landed in a shaft of sunlight from the window. His nails had black dirt embedded under them. His hands were clean as if he had washed them, but I didn't know how without water in the hose. I backed away from the bed, and everything was becoming clear. All the puzzle pieces fell into place. Picking up the bottle of pills, I poured them into my hand and counted. 8 pills were missing, and I had only taken 1 since we got to the cabin. I kept 2 and put the bottle back in my purse. I pulled on yesterday's jeans and slipped the pills into my watch pocket. Ryder had done it all. He had been drugging me so that I would sleep through his nightly outings. Had he also drugged Jasmine? What about Axel? He never even made it to the cabin, but Ryder had been gone most of that afternoon and evening. My hands shook as I lifted the small flower pot and placed it on the bedside table. Were they a warning from him? Was I next? He rolled to his side, and I jumped as his hand wrapped around my arm. I couldn't let him know I had figured it out. "Morning, Dakota. Where'd you get the flower?" He sat up, rubbing his face. No, they were here already. I don't know where they came from." I stood and changed from my nightgown into a t-shirt, keeping out of his reach. He grinned crookedly. "Well, maybe Mr. Arnold climbed in through the window to leave you a gift, huh?" "That's not funny. Did you bring them in?" I unlocked the door and backed to the hallway, ready to run for my life if he came at me. He shook his head. "I've been right here all night." "Just admit it, you did that. This is all some sort of big scheme you and Jasmine cooked up to have a little fun at my expense. Why do you think I've not been freaking out? I refuse to be the butt of anyone's joke, no matter how well it's executed." A little thread of doubt weaved its way into my theory. Maybe it hadn't been him. I reminded him that Jasmine was missing, and I didn't play jokes on anyone. Not on this level, anyway. He followed me downstairs where I got the 2 plastic pitchers and told him I was going to the waterfall to get some water for coffee. He insisted that I wait on him for safety's sake, not wanting to alert him to my suspicions. I nodded and waited, wondering if he might kill me while we were in the woods. With the doors locked and the key in his pocket, he smiled and we walked through the backyard side by side in silence. The 2 plots of vincha flowers looked even more like grave plots as we passed them. We got the water and started back. This time, he led me past the flower patches in the forest and slowed down, eyeing them, and then me in a way that caused my skin to crawl. He asked, "I wonder if people are buried there, under the graveyard flowers." He kept his eyes on the plots as he spoke. "What?" I said weakly. "Why would you even suggest that? It's creepy enough they're out here in the middle of the woods. Don't make it worse with your macabre comments." I hurried into the darker area that smelled of wood rot and death, with my adrenaline pumping. He caught up to me and took one of the pitchers from me. "Slow down. What's the big hurry? We're out here. We should enjoy it." I could only blink stupidly at him as my mind raced. Forcing my pace to slow down and match his, I scoured the ground constantly for rocks and sticks I could use if he attacked me. By the time I could see the backyard again, I was ready to bolt away from him. Amazing myself, I held steady, and we went inside together, me staying behind him until we were in the kitchen. I poured water into the coffee maker and watched him in my peripheral vision. The previous smile he had worn was absent, and in its place was I can only describe as a feral expression. It was the look of an animal on the hunt and ready to make a kill. "Are you hungry?" I asked without turning to him. It was an excuse to grab a frying pan. "I can make eggs," I offered, smiling. As I turned, his expression changed to a fake grin, but his eyes didn't change. "Sure, sounds good." He took a beer from the fridge and offered me one. I declined, saying it was too early for me. Nodding, he whistled as he went to the back porch. Using the spatula, I crushed the sleeping pills and put the powder in the bottom of a coffee cup. I went upstairs and broke pieces off the vincha flowers. Using a knife, I chopped them up into a fine pink mush and placed it in the coffee grounds to brew into the carafe. Then I made scrambled eggs and toast. When the coffee finished, I poured his cup nearly full and added sugar and creamer, hoping it would hide any bitterness from the drugs and flowers. I poured a little coffee into another mug and called for him to come eat with me. As he sat, I faked drinking coffee from my cup, and started eating. He looked warily at me, and adrenaline kicked my fight or flight into overdrive again. Dropping his empty beer bottle into the trash, he sat, telling me the food looked good. Unable to speak, I smiled and took a bite of toast, so I didn't have to hold eye contact too long. He would surely see the deception in my eyes if I didn't look away. His first sip of the coffee was the most excruciatingly uncertain moment of my entire life. His face contorted, and he squeezed his eyes shut. God almighty, that is some seriously strong coffee. When he looked at me, I took another fake swig and nodded. We'll be awake for sure. I tried to laugh, but my throat felt constricted, choking off the sound. He kept eating and taking small sips of the coffee, each time looking at me and shaking his head. I thought he would never drink enough of it to knock him out, but he did. By the end of the meal, he had drunk the whole cup and thumped it onto the table like a troglodyte, declaring he was finished. I offered him another cup, but he declined. Another one of that, my heart will gallop like a runaway horse all day. He belched and stood up, stretching. I think I'll take a nap on the couch. 3 steps in, and he swayed, stumbling and barely catching on the back of the couch. He groaned loudly. I edged toward the front door, but didn't want to pass by him to get there. Slurring his words badly with his head drooped towards his chest, he slid to his knees on the floor and asked, "What did you do to me?" Only what you did to me. I moved closer to him. He was no threat anymore. His arms were limp as water hoses, and his eyes rolled in their sockets. And maybe what you did to Jasmine. And I stepped closer. You did, didn't you? Poison her, I mean. My arms shook as I watched him slipping towards unconsciousness. Instead of vehemently denying it, I was shocked when he laughed maniacally and nodded. Yes, and Axel. But I was going to do you with a knife. It was never Mr. Arnold. Why? We never did anything to you. Tears welled in my eyes for the innocent lives he'd taken. Why not? I thought you wanted a little fun. His final words came out like one long word, sounding more like, want a little fun. And then he curled down to the floor, a puddle of human uselessness that couldn't hurt anyone ever again. I walked off that mountain in 1987, and to this day, I've never had the urge to go camping or adventuring again. In all the years since that day, I've never made an effort to make another friend either. You see, a thing like that screws with your head and leaves you unable to even trust your own judgment. It stared at me through the window. 13 years ago, I was just a normal teenager in small-town USA. Shays Valley was as rural as it gets, and Perez Road was no better. So I did what all the other teenagers did for fun. I went swimming in the lake, fishing in the river, camping in the mountains, and attended the occasional illegal high school kegger party. Chris's birthday had been a week before, and the kegger was a late present, you might say. By midnight, he was completely hammered, and I had put on a good down payment on a hangover. I helped him to his car, and he dropped into the passenger seat like a boneless lump. Good thing I wasn't depending on him to be the designated driver. I stuck to the empty back roads and was glad when I saw the Perez Road sign. The third house on the right was nothing more than a ramshackle. Weeds choked the porches, graffiti splashed in bright colors over the visible walls, and the windows had long ago been demolished. Wondering briefly about my grandfather and what the place looked like when he lived there, I veered toward the ditch. Jerking, I corrected the car and pinned my gaze to the road again. The speedometer shivered at the 20 miles per hour mark as I gauged the curves and avoided the deep ditches on either side. Our house was almost at the other end of the road, around a steep switchback that I fought my way around. The world was still topsy-turvy when I pulled into the drive and stopped with the front bumper tipping the trash can. Chris and I staggered and bumped into each other as we headed through the back door. Being quiet was not much of an option. On my own, I could have navigated the darkened kitchen and the stairs without much problem or noise. But with Chris, it was impossible. I was terrified we would wake my parents. Halfway up the steps, I tried to remember why I had thought it would be cool to have my room on the second floor. My parents' bedroom was on the first floor, thankfully, on the other side of the house, and my little brother's room was 2 doors down from mine. As soon as I opened my door, Chris fell toward the bed, missing it by a foot. The thunderous racket stopped me in my tracks. I listened. Miraculously, my parents hadn't been awakened. Neither had Andy, my little brother. He whimpered and shifted in his crib, and then was silent again. He had been a surprise baby. Mom hadn't planned on having another baby at 36. She often commented that Andy was the biggest and best surprise she'd ever had. He was a lovable kid, too. Even-tempered, good-natured, always laughing and smiling, and sharp as a tack. Some of the guys made fun of me for spending so much time with him, but, I really enjoyed being around him. Watching him learn even the simplest things was happiness itself. He couldn't pronounce my name, Grant. It always came out sounding like Graham. Yeah, and the guys loved that. They all called me Grandma. I didn't really mind, though. Stepping around Chris's splayed feet, I checked that he hadn't busted his nose or puked on the carpet. Then I went to the window. The metal blinds had been Mom's idea. She got tired of replacing those cheap vinyl things, and I told her it wasn't my fault they were so easily broken. The metal ones, though, they're loud when the house is quiet. Gently, I turned the rod and opened them before pulling the string to raise them. It took the sharp edge off of the noise, at least. The full moon had just tipped over the rim of the mountain. The sickly yellow light shone dully into the windshield of Chris's Toyota. The leaves on the trees looked black and oily, the moonlight making them appear darker. I flipped the window lock open, bent to open it, then decided against it. It would squeal in its track like a pissed-off panther, and although Chris had failed to waken the house, I was certain the noise from the window would not. The flat roof of the garage ran under my window, the spare room, and Andy's window. I wondered if he would sneak out the window to go see his friends the same way I had when I had been younger. Snorting laughter, I pressed my face into my hand as I remembered the night Mom had totally busted me climbing back onto the roof using the flower trellis Dad had built her. I had topped over the trellis and stood on the roof dusting my shirt and pants, thinking that I had successfully sneaked in under the radar once again. And I remember thinking just how dumb my parents were, laughing. And then I had looked up, and there sat Mom, and she just stared at me. My heart had fallen to my feet. She didn't scream or threaten me, simply climbed through my window, leaned out, and motioned me to follow. I did, of course. She stripped me with a belt and grounded me for the rest of the summer. I never sneaked out again. 2 years later, I was driving and had a curfew, which I mostly adhered to. At 17, all that was coming to an end. All the follies of being a teenager, all the stupid and adventurous nights spent partying and sweet-talking the girls would soon be replaced by full-time college and a shitty dirt-paying job. Resting my elbow on the window frame, I turned toward my grandfather's house. It was barely visible, or rather, the chimney and one dormer were visible through the treetops. What had he done that had been so bad my father had disowned him? I had heard the rumors from cousins that he had done some jail time back in the day, but no one seemed to know why. All I knew was that he was a taboo subject with my parents, and I didn't bring him up even casually. The one time I had, my father had yelled at me for 20 minutes about never doing it again. 11 years later, I still had not. A wave of nausea engulfed me and sweat broke out over my forehead and upper back. Pushing away from the window, I braced against the foot of the bed until the feeling passed. Remember when you were a kid and you held your arms out and spun like a top? As long as you were spinning and moving, you didn't realize you were falling down drunk. But as soon as you stopped and tried to stand still, that's when it hit, and all you could do was lie on the ground and wait for it to pass. Being drunk is the same way, only it takes much longer for the effects to go away. I nudged Chris with the toe of my sneaker and told him to get up, or I would let him sleep on the floor all night. He groaned, turned his head to face away from me, and didn't move. I aimed for his ribs and nudged harder. He flipped to his side and issued a string of slurred curse words at me. So, I kicked off my Pumas and flopped back on the bed. I closed my eyes, but the spinning sensation threatened to make me puke, so I rolled to my side and opened my eyes. Chris snored lightly from the floor, and I envied him the ability to sleep off his drunk while I had to lay there fighting with being sick. After several minutes, though, I began to drift into sleep, thankful the spinning had almost completely stopped. Just then, a tapping from outside pulled me from the warm embrace of sleep, and I moaned, pulling my pillow over my ear. A few seconds passed, and the tapping came again. The image conjured in my mind was of a long fingernail tapping on a tabletop. I had seen my mother do it many times over the years when she was irritated, and despite my best efforts to ignore the sound, my eyes opened. Pushing the pillow off of my head, I lay there listening. Tap, 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 in quick succession. It wasn't close, but it was definitely close enough to make me wonder what the hell it could be. Tree limb tapping the house in the wind was my first thought, but I didn't think any of our trees were close enough to touch the house. Tap, scrape, tap, tap, slower and a bit louder. I would never be able to go back to sleep without knowing what was making the sound. There was a spare bedroom between me and Andy. What if somebody was breaking in? Once I had thought that, it was all over. Bolting from the bed, a bit scared of what I might discover out on the garage roof, I tripped over Chris's arm, caught on the end of the bed, and struggled to my feet again. The room didn't spin out of control, but my vision blurred, and the edges of the world turned black, and a ringing in my ears momentarily blotted out the tapping and scraping. I reached for the string to pull up the blinds, and stopped, taking a deep breath and reminding myself to be extra quiet. The blur began to clear as I peered through the slats, but I couldn't see any movement. Easing the blinds up, I secured them and pressed my face to the chilled pane of glass, peering in the direction of the spare bedroom window. The sound wasn't coming from under the spare bedroom window. It was coming from Andy's. The thing making the noise was human in shape, but that wasn't all. It turned its head towards me, and I gasped. Its face was decomposed with bits of flesh peeled back like old lead paint, revealing the gray-white bones of the cheeks and forehead. Its limbs had rotted away, leaving a permanently evil grin. The eyes were two black holes devoid of any humanity the corpse might have owned at one time, far back during a time when it had been an actual person. As we stared at each other, it placed a hand against Andy's window. The wind blew, roughing up the grimy strands of hair still attached to the side of its decayed head. A flap of scalp lifted and flapped dryly, and the dead thing turned to face the window. And it felt like 1,000 years passed as we stared at each other. But once it broke eye contact, my only thought was Andy. It was going into Andy's room. I don't remember getting to the baby's room, but I do remember seeing the monster hunched over his bed. The thing had my baby brother in his arms and was going back out the broken window before I could react. Even as my brain screamed this could not be happening, I was chasing after it. I had to get Andy. I screamed at it to stop as I leapt out the window. It jumped from the garage roof, and I ran toward the trellis, grabbed it, and swung over the side, dropping to the chase, my heart exploding in my chest and logical thought completely gone. Andy screamed, "Gam, help!" The monster cut right into a thin tree line toward a shallow creek, and I plunged in after him, screaming Andy's name. I fell into the creek, but that twisted and bent thing navigated nimbly to the other side and turned to look at me. It laughed and clapped a filthy hand over Andy's mouth, snuffing out his cries. Dragging myself out of the creek, I ran after them. It seemed like I was running in syrup, never getting any closer. The abomination stayed just out of my reach, with its tattered, muddy burial shroud flying out behind it like macabre party streamers. I chased it into the graveyard and managed to grab a handful of its shroud as my bare feet slipped on the dewy grass. The last thing I saw was the monster facing me, its 5-inch black claws glistening in the infected light of the moon as it struck out. I flinched backwards and my feet flew out from under me. Then there was a cracking sound at the back of my head, and the world exploded into a white light. The earth was soft under my body, invitingly cool. Tiny, thin screams broke through the whiteness, and I tried to reach for them, but my body wouldn't cooperate. The white swirled to black, cool faded to warm, and silence fell over me. I woke with my head against the tombstone and rain pattering down into my face. A police officer bent over me, hate in his eyes. Fighting to sit, I saw there were several officers around me. More were cordoning off part of the cemetery, and more still were huddled around the freshly disturbed plot in front of an old, large headstone darkened by age. Immediately, I asked about Andy, and the cop in my face shook his head, calling me a sick bastard. Camera flashes from the open grave drew my attention. The cop in my face started reading my rights. Another slapped cuffs on me and hauled me to my feet. I saw them lift Andy's lifeless body from that open hole. Someone was screaming. The scene played out in nightmarish slow motion, and they all turned to stare at me, hate and disgust in their eyes. My throat was full of broken glass and my lungs burned. And that's when I realized the scream was coming from my mom. The next days were a blur of activity that I couldn't comprehend. I was convicted of killing my baby brother in a drunken stupor. I couldn't remember much of the night because I had been drunk off my ass, but I knew what I had seen. what I had chased. I knew what had happened to Andy, but nobody, not even my parents or Chris, would believe me. During my interrogation, Detective Kemp slammed down one crime scene photo after another as he screamed accusations at me, demanding that I tell the truth. When I was reduced to a sobbing lump of flesh in the face of my dead brother's pictures, Detective Kemp leaned forward and whispered, "You know, it takes a sick son of a bitch to bury his kid brother alive. Well, I hope they give you the death penalty, you fucking freak." I never saw Kemp again. I didn't need to, though. Their official investigation ended that day. At 17, I was convicted of murdering my baby brother. My life was shredded, my mind was torn apart, and my heart was ripped right out of me. I would be forever haunted and sickened by what that detective had shown me and by what he said. Buried alive. In the last picture, a corpse's hand clutched Andy's chubby, pale leg. My brother, he would never run toward me laughing and jump into my arms again. No more squealing laughter as I tickled him. No more trying to master my name. I would never watch him learn anything again. He had been the best thing in my dreary life. A bright spot, a sun flash of new and good and innocent life. Snuffed out by an incomprehensible, impossible creature. A creature which no one believed existed. The Night Terror in Cell Block 3B. I was 17 when I was convicted of killing my baby brother. I didn't do it. Not that anyone believed me then, and I don't think anyone believes me now. But I did not kill Andy. Cries of guilty echo from every cell in prison, though. Nobody here did what they were accused of. At least, not to hear them tell it. My pleas of innocence were met with derisive laughter, and I finally stopped saying I'm innocent out loud. I don't say much to anyone these days. I have a court-appointed attorney. The look in his eyes says what his mouth doesn't. He doesn't believe I'm innocent either. My parents refused to pay for a defense attorney, so that tells me they think I did it too. Not that they had the money to pay for a lawyer, but they don't visit either. During the trial, their twin expressions of disgust and hatred mixed with the soul-crushing loss of their baby, leaving only shells of the fragments I once knew. I couldn't stand to look at them in the eyes and see how they felt about me. To know they thought I was capable of murdering my own brother was worse than any sentence a judge and jury could pass on to me. Naturally, there were appeals to be filed. I have to give my public defender props for doing his job, even though he had his doubts about me. I knew nothing about the procedures or what was expected of me. If not for Mr. Donner and his sense of duty, I would have been lost to the system completely. I spent the first 30 days in the fish tank while I was processed into the system, and they found a place for me in the jail. Redman ended up being my cellmate after the 31st stint in the tank. I had the top bunk, and it was non-negotiable. Redman couldn't have been a much worse cellie, but he was bad enough to keep me on edge, quiet most of the time. He was a grumpy short man who had been in that cell as long as I'd been alive, and he didn't take shit from anybody. I learned quickly to not question him much about anything. A good rule of thumb was just let him be, and he was pretty cool. If he wanted to talk, he initiated, not the other way around. I did a lot of reading. There wasn't much else to do, and I was terrified to mingle. The inmates were mostly hardened criminals, and they all seemed to be in for murder or attempted murder. After a few weeks in my regular cell, I actually started sleeping sometimes at night, instead of lying awake and thinking about my little brother, and how my life had changed forever after his death. Not just because I was wrongly convicted, but because the image of his killer lurked in my mind, day and night. As I lay drowsing one night, I slipped into a sort of twilight between being awake and asleep. The light in the corridor flickered, then all of them flickered. A low rumble of discontent rose from the cell block. I was aware of the grumbles along the block, but I was so exhausted I didn't sit up. After a few moments, the lights burned dimmer than before. I was glad to have the semi-darkness and rolled so my back was to the corridor. Almost immediately, I went from drowsing to fall asleep. It was a deep, restful sleep. Sometime later, pressure on my chest pulled me from my sleep. I tried to roll to my side again, but movement was impeded. Immediately, my eyes flew open, my brain spitting up the information for my current predicament. I was in jail, and something was pressing against me in my sleep. There was nothing there. I steadied my breathing and waited for my heartbeat to slow down. My body had gone into fight or flight from some perceived danger. But there was nothing, just the air and the snores from other inmates echoing. Somewhere in the distance, I heard the hard clicks of a guard's footsteps that faded and finally disappeared. Rolling to my side, I carefully peered to the lower bunk to make sure Red was sleeping. A fat fly buzzed up into my face, and I swatted at it. Just a new annoyance to endure, I thought, and leaned farther. I couldn't even see Red's form under the cover, which looked undisturbed. A faint whimpering and sniffling came from the foot of his bed, next to the wall under my feet. A tingling numbness gripping me from head to toe. I knew that sound. It was Andy, but I knew it couldn't be coming from him. I didn't have the nerve to push my face any farther over the side of the bed to look. Instead, I shrank back and rolled to face the wall, pulling my cover tight over my shoulder, silently praying it was Red having a meltdown. The snuffling grew so loud I put my hands over my ears. There was no denying it was Andy crying. Horrified, I curled into a fetal position, barely able to breathe. My eyes were squeezed shut until a small hand gripped my foot through the cover. Andy struggled his way over the end of my bunk, grabbing handfuls of blanket and hoisting his weight onto my mattress. I tried to scream, but no sound came out. His tiny voice gurgled through long, dead, atrophied vocal cords and was broken by his hitching sobs. "Graham, you didn't help me." His gray-white eyes stared blindly at me. Mud smeared his swollen face, and his tongue peeked blackly from between his baby teeth as he spoke. The burial shroud was torn and ragged around his ankles. Bare, torn feet poked out as he sidled up next to my feet, grunting with the effort. Andy's sobs shook his body as he moved onto my curled legs and thudded between my stomach and the wall. The cell spun. I couldn't move. My muscles were as lifeless as my brother was supposed to be. The repulsion I felt at his weight, at his crypt-cold touch, and at the foul stench of his breath was unmatched. He snuggled into the curve of my body, snuggling his face towards my chest, the coldness wafting off him in great waves, penetrating the rough fabric of the blanket. My paralysis broke when his tiny hand reached my cheek. The icy and slime putrefaction oozed onto my face, and I arched backwards, screaming. and fell off the side of the bunk in a tangle of cover. The concrete floor was as cold as Andy's dead hand had been. The breath was knocked from my lungs, and I struggled to get out of the twisted cover, away from Andy's dead and seeking hand. All of a sudden, I was jerked to my feet and faced Redman. I was screaming frantically to get away from my nightmare. Red slapped me, rocking my head back and raising blood from my lip. "Shut the hell up, fish," he growled and released me. He thumped back to his bed, shaking his head. Fearful of what I might see, I peered over the top bunk, only to find it empty. No dead brother. One look at Red told me I'd best be quiet, and not have another episode to wake him. After recovering and convincing myself it had only been a nightmare, I crawled back into the bed and lay awake the rest of the night, my eyes wide. The harsh laughter and taunts from other inmates died down only when a guard entered the block and threatened everyone with a lockdown the next day. The next day, I survived endless jokes at my expense. Every inmate seemed to imitate my screams and draw joy from the terror I had gone through the night before. I didn't bother trying to explain the vivid nightmare to anyone. Hell, in that place, it's not like anyone would have cared anyway. I sat with my lunch at the end of the table where Red had nodded to. I didn't speak, just sat staring at the tray of food I wouldn't be able to eat. Every time I blinked, I could see Andy's dead gray eyes. They waited for me there in the darkness behind my eyelids. The guy across from me took the roll from my plate. I didn't move or protest. I didn't care. The others took their cue from this and picked my food like carrion birds until there was nothing left but one wasted slice of tomato. On the way back to the cell, as we filed up the stairs, I glanced up. My body jerked to a halt as I caught a glimpse of a filthy, ragged death shroud flip around the corner of the second-floor landing. Redman thumped into my back and curses flew up from the men behind him. Red shoved me forward, and I got moving again, my eyes never leaving the place where I had seen the shroud disappear. We stood in front of our cells for a head count, and I couldn't suppress the urge to peer over my shoulder into the darkened corner. Stealthy movements there kept drawing my attention. Was it the monster that had killed Andy? My heart said it was, while my brain tried to inject logic and tell me there was no way. A fight broke out 2 cells to my right, and 3 guards rushed past me to break it up. We were remanded to our cells under lockdown for the rest of the day as punishment. In prison, if one person or group screws up, everyone on the block pays the price. Sitting in the corner of my bunk with my back pressed against the corner of the old cinder block wall, I curled my knees up and locked my arms around them. The imposed silence on the cell block gave the whole place an eerie feeling. When Red started snoring from his bed, I let my eyes drift close. After a few jolting flash shots of Andy's appearance the night before, the world went dark, and I breathed a little easier. I didn't fall asleep, but I was close when the rancid odor of musty, long-decayed clothing and overpowering earth engulfed me. It didn't waft, didn't move on a breeze. 1 second it wasn't there, and the next, I was being suffocated by it. Before my eyes flew open, I already knew the monster from the graveyard was in the cell with me. Red still snored from below, so the smell didn't affect him. The creature's skull cap shone dully under the yellowed light cast from the corridor. It stood in the darkest corner of the small cell, grinning with its permanently crooked and toothy grin. The rotted shroud was no more than a few tatters of gore-caked fabric dangling over its hunched and bony shoulders. More skin had disappeared from the body, leaving the underworkings hideously exposed. Cartilage, sinew, and muscle fibers stretched over bone, still allowing locomotion, decades after the abomination should have rotted away in its grave. It clicked its long black claws against its thigh bones restlessly. The air was too thick and pungent to pull into my lungs. My body wouldn't obey my commands to uncurl and scream. Nothing worked but my eyes. The creature stepped forward, chuckling low, and I saw glistening strings in its throat vibrate with the sound. My heart trembled and forgot how to beat as the hellspawn stepped from the dark into the light. It pointed at me and nodded, as if to say I was next. It was my turn to share the same awful fate as my brother. It moved with the halting, slow-motion pace of an old hand-reeled movie projector, glitching in and out of reality faster than a heartbeat. Then, Red's face was blocking my view. His hand grabbed my arm and hauled me to the edge of the bunk, and he shook me. "What the hell, Fish? Shut up, for fuck's sake." His eyes were wild, and I realized I had been screaming. The sound of running footsteps made me clamp my mouth shut. The guards were merciless bastards, and I didn't want to be on the bad side of them. The dead thing and its fetid stench had disappeared, but its effects remained with me. After the guards saw nothing was happening and they left, Red demanded to know what my problem was, why I had been screaming and having night terrors like a 5-year-old since getting put in there. I was astonished. I had only the 2 episodes, or so I had thought, but he said it was every night without fail. Relenting, I told him about the last 2 visions or nightmares, whatever they had been, and then he questioned me about why I had been arrested. I saw something in his face that I hadn't seen in a long time. Something genuine. And it made me want to tell my story to him, to a possibly sympathetic listener. He rubbed his scruffy chin afterwards, lifted a hand to keep me quiet, said he had to think. Well, so much for the sympathetic ear, I thought miserably. But later that evening, after we had finished dinner and another head count, Red motioned for me to sit on the stool by the laughable excuse for a writing table, which was only a flimsy metal shelf attached to the block wall. He told me about an entity called a revenant. Someone returned from the dead to haunt the living. Not like the old ghost stories of mischievous poltergeists or ladies in white gowns drifting through old Gothic homes and pining for lost loves or some shit either. No. Revenants, according to Red, were thought to only come back to do harm to the living. When he finished his story, I was nearly crying. Everything he said about the beings had been spot on with what I had witnessed firsthand. He said that if I had seen a revenant, it would come for me too, and it wouldn't stop until it got me. By the time my lawyer came to see me next week, I was a shell of myself. I hadn't slept more than a few hours in 10 days. Every time I did, Andy or the thing that killed him came for me. In my sleep-deprived haze, I understood that there was new evidence in my case proving I had nothing to do with Andy's death. I didn't have the strength to show my excitement, so I just nodded at him, signed a few papers, and I thanked him. He patted my shoulder as he left, said it wouldn't be much longer before I was a free man. The day of my release, Redman pulled me aside and told me to be careful of the revenant, that it would follow me, haunt me like a bloodhound until it would kill me too. Then he flashed a smile, shook my hand, and told me good luck. He said I was the only really innocent man he'd ever met in prison. No one was there to pick me up when I got out. My entire family had disowned me, still believing I had something to do with Andy's death. I knew how they felt, but it hurt like hell to walk out of that gate and know for certain there was no one on my side. I turned right and walked. That was the direction away from my previous life. To the right lay a whole future full of possibilities. New people, new surroundings, and hopefully a job that would allow me to start my life. Couldn't quite start over because I'd never really started my life to begin with. I'd been incarcerated at 17, a senior in high school. As I walked, I could feel the weight of my past dragging along behind me, heavier with every step. As the sun dipped in the west, I decided I would keep going until I couldn't walk anymore. Wherever I had to stop was where I would make my life. I could straighten out my life and move away from this horrible incident. Time is the great healer. All I needed was time and distance between me and the town I had grown up in. Are you awake, Grant? The Shady Crescent was close to my therapist's office, far enough away from town that I didn't have to worry about running into my parents or other family, and it was $50 a week, something I could afford for a while and still be able to indulge in the occasional meal. The motel's age sign boasted about amenities such as free Wi-Fi, breakfast buffet, coffee in the lobby 24/7, and a pool. The man at the front desk chain-smoked while he took my information and my money, telling me there was a strict, cash-only policy for long-term boarding. Too tired to care, I nodded and gave him the money for the first month. He eyed the $200, grinned his gap-toothed grin, and asked which program I had put myself in. I shook my head, not understanding. Well, rehabbers are the only ones who come in paying for the whole month. They want somewhere to stay while they attend those damn anonymous meetings, he said while coughing. He counted the money for a third time and cocked his bushy white eyebrows at me. I shook my head, assuring him I was not in rehab for drugs or alcohol. He nodded, chuckling as if he didn't believe me, and put the money in the register. I wanted to tell him I had been successfully rehabbed right off the alcohol in my teen years. In the end, I simply waited for him to give me the key to my room. Before I left, he made sure I understood there was no refund policy. If I paid for the whole month, I wouldn't get a dime back if I left early. His business, his rules, and if I didn't like it, tough titty. I gave him a thumbs up over my head as I walked out. 1317. That was my room number. I walked to the end of the sidewalk, turned right to a stairwell door, went up a narrow set of stairs, and found room 1317 all the way at the end. The entrance sat under a flickering, yellowed, bug-crusted light in a metal cage. The curtains, discolored from years of hanging in the window exposed to the sun, were faded and nicotine-stained. The large water spots on the ceiling were many and varied in size. The 1970s orange carpet looked as if it had been there since the 70s. Some places were worn down to the backing, and it had been stained beyond repair. I shuddered at the thought of what could have made the stains over the years. The huge boxy TV looked to be from the same era as the carpet. I wondered if it worked at all. Pulling the covers back on the bed, I half expected to find a coating of spider webs or more stains, but I was pleasantly surprised to find crisp white sheets under the less than inviting comforter. Leaning close, I sniffed the sheets, and smiling, I ran my hand over them. They had been cleaned recently, and though musty smelling, I didn't see any stains or spider webs. Dropping the duffel of clothes on the end of the bed, I stepped into the bathroom and flicked on the light, The room smelled slightly like an old rest area bathroom, gross odors covered by those sickly sweet scented cakes of air fresheners instead of actually being cleaned. Warily, I pulled aside the shower curtain. The dark rings around the tub and the matching grunge on the bottom of the shower curtain turned my stomach. The faucet had sprouted a stalactite, probably from iron deposits in the water. A drop of water clung to the end of it, grew fatter, shivered, and then plopped into the open drain where I could see only oily black sludge. The toilet was in the same shape as the tub, with rings of funk lining the bowl like the age rings inside of a tree trunk. Opening the tap on the sink, I heard a rumble and then a groan, and could trace the progress of the water through the old pipes before it appeared. With the color of weak coffee, it smelled of sulfur and iron. I shut it off, repulsed, and made my way back to the bed. Just to be honest, I had stayed in places comparable to the Shady Crescent back when I had first been released from prison. I had even been homeless at one point, and the motel, as bad as it was better than having nowhere to stay. Exhausted, I got into bed and pulled the sheet up over my shoulders, rolling to my side. My first night in the new and, not so desirable abode, I decided to sleep facing the door and window, leaving my back to the open room. In the distance, thunder crashed and then rolled across the sky. I lay awake, watching for the burst of lightning through the filthy curtains so gnawed by time and neglect that they were almost sheer in places. The flash of light filled the room, and I closed my eyes against it. More thunder rolled than grumbled, mutterings of distant and unknowable gods. Soft rain pattered on the pavement, creating a gentle lullaby that sent relaxing waves through my overtired muscles. I watched a few more flashes of lightning before my eyes drifted shut, my mind lulling into limbo between wakefulness and sleep. Before I could cross over to true sleep, the storm ramped up and the rain pelted against the large window as the wind howled around the corners of the building and whipped it into a frenzy. Too tired to be disturbed much, I readjusted my cover and closed my eyes again. As I drifted off, the random staccato tapping of rain at the window took on a decidedly less random pattern. Tap, tap, scrape. My eyes flew open, my heart leapt into my throat, and a sickly sweat broke out down my back. I waited for another flash of lightning to illuminate what I knew was lurking outside the window. But it never came. The tap scrapes repeated, my skin shrunk 2 sizes, my guts knotted, and I was simultaneously too hot and freezing cold. It had found me, or followed me. I had hoped for a time of respite while it hunted for me. It hadn't appeared at the apartment in the years after my release. I'd been foolish to think it would let me slip away so easily after finding me again. The tap scrape came again, followed by the hoarse sound of air forced over what remained of the dead, dried-out vocal cords. "Are you awake, Grant?" The doorknob rattled, and I scuttled up in bed, tangled in the sheet. My back hit the wall with a hollow thud, knocking the air from my lungs, and there was a broken whistling as I drew air. The door squealed on its ancient hinges, and the Revenant stood growling in the doorway, the sound of a Rottweiler ready to attack. I managed to scream and flung the sheet back, stumbling out of the lumpy bed. Turning my back to the hellish creature, I staggered into the bathroom and slammed the door, throwing the lock and flipping on the light. I listened. The other room was silent. There was only the buzz of the fluorescent light and the rain hammering the world outside. After a few moments, I pressed my ear to the door. Thunder growled across the sky, but the sound was muffled, as if the outside door had been closed. I couldn't muster the courage to open the door and find out if it was in there, lurking by the bed, waiting on me to come out. An hour later, the silence had grown so intense that my ears rang. The rain had almost stopped, the thunder and lightning had moved on, and I was cloistered in a motel bathroom, imprisoned, perhaps, only by my own fear. Another hour dragged by. I began to pace the small room, the confines reminding me of prison. Passing the mirror, I couldn't avoid seeing my reflection. I stopped, placed my hands on the counter, and stared into the mirror. I barely recognized the gaunt, hollow-eyed man staring back at me. The sharp-boned, too thin, anemic man staring back at me was no illusion. Turning the water on, I let it run until it cleared enough to splash on my face. I couldn't spend forever locked in the bathroom. I had to get out eventually. I reached for the towel and brought it to my face without opening my eyes. I scrubbed until my cheeks burned, took a deep breath, and opened my eyes. The Revenant was staring back at me from the mirror, its death grin glistening over my shoulder, its abysmal eye sockets seeming to suck all the light from the room along with my breath. I turned, swinging wildly, and hit only air. I bolted from the bathroom without looking in the mirror again. The main room was empty and the door was closed and locked. Standing with my back to the cold metal, I flipped on the lights and scanned the room. Bending cautiously, I looked under the bed and then checked the tiny closet. I was alone. And I had never felt so alone in my life than in that moment. Had I dreamed the whole thing? Had I fallen asleep and not realized it? Was it my night terrors revving up to include the Revenant instead of only my dead brother, as had become normal? Well, I pulled the edge of the curtain back and searched the empty lot. Nothing. There was nothing out there except my old Ford sedan. I passed the rest of the night sitting at the lopsided table in front of the window with the curtains pulled tightly closed, and my back in the corner so I could see the room, the door, and the pillow. As soon as it was daylight, I trudged to the room off the side of the lobby, where there would be a breakfast buffet and coffee. Pulling the bottle of caffeine pills from my pocket, I stepped into the lobby. It was empty, but the smell of strong coffee wafted from the little room. A box of unopened strawberry Pop-Tarts sat on a stained white counter under a sagging cabinet. The coffee pot and toaster were plugged into the same outlet situated only inches under a nasty water stain that had crept down the sheetrock. There was no food other than the boxed pastries. Enticing breakfast buffet, indeed. The paper coffee cup stood upside down and stacked on the other side of the ancient GE coffee maker in marigold orange and white. Chris's grandmother had owned one just like it, but hers had always been immaculately clean. Just like most other stuff at the Shady Crescent, the coffee pot looked to be from the 70s and used well beyond its life expectancy. The stack of cups tipped over when I tried to take the top one, and a roach as big as my thumb trundled toward the coffee pot and disappeared under it. I checked my cup. Free of bugs. Reluctantly, I lifted the half-full carafe and poured the coffee into my cup. It smelled a bit old, but I was okay with that. Just made it stronger, in my opinion. Opening the Pop-Tarts, I took a pack and went back to my room. Pulling the curtains wide, I sat at the table to eat. The pastry strangled me, and I turned to the side, coughing hard enough to black out my vision. When it cleared, the room had gone dark again, and the smell of freshly disturbed dirt filled my nostrils. Widening my eyes, thinking something was wrong with my vision, I heard the familiar tapping of claws against glass. The sun had set. It was impossible. I just sat down with the coffee a minute ago. Stunned, I leaned closer to the window and the tapping came again. Leaping to my feet, I yanked the curtains closed and lunged for the light switch. Steam rose from the coffee and I checked my watch. Midnight. The foundation of my reality, my rational mind. Everything inside me shifted. It was only a slight sensation of movement, like when an elevator stops. That sudden dropping, then lifting sensation that sends you slightly off kilter for a moment. From the other side of the door, Andy's pitiful, mewling cry for help echoed from years ago. And I could see him in my mind's eye, terrified and reaching over the monster's shoulder towards me. I squeezed my eyes shut and clamped my hands over my ears, as if that would stop the sound. The dead stench filled my nose, and I opened my eyes. The naked, wasted form of the Revenant stood before me. I couldn't scream, couldn't move, I could only stare. Maggots worked in the empty sockets, and insects filled in and out between the ribs, feeding on what was left of the tissues there. Quick as a snake strike, one clawed hand shot toward me, goring the front of my neck. I gurgled and grabbed at the wound. Shoving past the demon, I staggered to the bathroom and grabbed a towel, pressing it to the gushing, ragged wound. Blood coated my hands and dipped to the stained tiles. Every beat of my heart sent blood spewing into and around the towel. The room tipped and blurred as I fell in slow motion, feeling no pain as I hit the floor. There was only the warm pulsing of my life flowing ever outward until there was nothing left but cold darkness. Rain pelted down onto my upturned face and neck. Startled, my hands flew to my throat. There might still be time to stave the bleeding and save my life. More water hit my face, and for a second, I was on my back in the graveyard, with a stocky, angry cop bent over me. Gasping, I sat up and the grungy bathroom came into focus. My hands were wet, but not with blood. The ceiling leaked water onto me, either from the previous rainstorm or from a sprung pipe. I had been on the floor long enough to be soaked to the waist. Disgusted, I struggled to my feet, spitting and coughing as I swiped at my face. Back at the table, thinning steam curled from the cup of coffee on the table, and sunlight pried at the weak spots in the curtains. I ran outside into my car, fumbling the keys from my pocket. As I opened the door, I noticed a fine coating of dust covering the Ford. How long had I been at the motel? I scanned the lot for signs of the previous night's rainstorm. Found none. The pavement was dry as bones. I drove to my therapist's office, not knowing where else to go. Dr. Matthews asked if I had been taking my medication. I told him no, giving him my logical reasoning for not doing so. He shook his head and insisted that I take the drugs. He said he would have no choice but to recommend a stay in the psychiatric facility if I didn't make an effort to help myself. I had missed my first appointment with him by a whole week. I was flabbergasted. I'd been at the motel for a week with no memory of days passing. I sat through the reminder of his lecture in stunned silence. He was convinced my vivid hallucinations were the result of sleep deprivation and a deep-seated guilt about my brother's death. Nothing I hadn't thought of. Except the hallucinations were more than just a mental break playing out in my head. There were far too many details for the Revenant to be only a figment of my broken mind. Dr. Matthews wanted me to be proactive in my own recovery, and that's what I decided to do. There was only one thing I could do. I had to find out as much about Andy's death as possible. I needed to know who was buried in the grave where he was found. An internet cafe in the city was my next stop. After a while of wondering how to find the information I needed, I searched all the public records I could find. There were no pictures, and the stories about Andy's death were all the same. None listed the owner of the grave where his body was found. Only the cemetery. Maple Grove Cemetery. Redman had given me the highlights of what a revenant was, but I still didn't understand how they could exist. There had to be a way to kill them, or at least banish them from one's life. I spent another hour researching them. The only way to kill one was to decapitate and or burn it to ash, depending on which resource you believed. Every time I was face to face with the thing, my body and brain froze. There was no way I could fight it. The last resort would be a trip back to the cemetery to find the gravesite. It was late, and there was no way I was going there in the dark. I didn't want to spend another night in the motel either, but I had nowhere else to go. Leaving the lights on, I crawled into bed fully clothed, right down to my shoes. I lay on my back, staring at the water stains on the ceiling. Nothing happened for the first hour, and then my eyes grew heavy. Just as I was beginning to relax, my skin began to crawl over my stomach and forearms. I swiped at them, thinking it was just my nerves. Every time I started to drowse, pinpricks of itching heat sprang to life over my body. Soon, it was as if I was covered in tiny bugs that crawled and bit. My brain screamed, "Bedbugs," and I flung the covers off, slapping and rubbing at my stomach, arms, throat, and back. Stripping off my shirt, I could see the red itchy welts near where the waistband of my pants rested. All I could think of was that I needed a shower. But standing in front of that filthy, smelly tub, I couldn't quite bring myself to climb in it, turn on the water. And the mirror was above the sink. I turned back to the tub and turned on the water, letting it run until it was mostly clear. Amazingly, it even managed to be lukewarm if I turned the hot tap all the way open. The smell was thick enough to taste. I threw a hand towel in the bottom of the tub, stripped, and climbed in. I left the curtain open. It wasn't like the water would hurt the floor any more than the leak from the ceiling had. Holding my breath, I put my head and face under the water and scrubbed with the bar of soap, hoping it would get rid of the bugs. As I rubbed it through my hair, the water thickened, gurgled from the shower head, and glooped over my face before I could recoil. I batted the faucet and stepped from the tub to the tile, my feet slipping and sliding. The syrupy, brackish sludge covered me from face to feet. The meat rot and iron odor repulsed me as I raked it off by the handfuls. It splattered to the floor. The only towel left wasn't a towel, but a large washcloth. I grabbed it and scrubbed out my eyes and face, clearing away all I could of the mess. And the tapping of claws against tile sent my balls up into my chest. That tingling numbness covered my body and my skin tightened. I was frozen in fear again, before I even saw the Revenant. He was in the bathroom doorway, one hand resting on the cracked tile of the wall, fingers rising and falling in that spine-chilling rhythm. Tap, tap, scrape. I screamed for him to leave. In my head, I'm sure it was something far more authoritative than the high-pitched whine that really came out. He shook his head and wagged a finger at me. He was badly decayed, but no maggots writhed in his sockets. A distant red glow had replaced them. The chittering bugs didn't dart between rib bones. Exposed sinew had been covered by a thin, saggy covering of flesh that hung in wattles down to his torso and legs. This was somehow worse than the exposed bone. It meant that he was feeding and was growing stronger. In a broken, guttural voice, he said, "Andy was good." A black, swollen tongue darted between his foul teeth and simulated licking lips that didn't exist. My fear and paralysis disappeared. A fury I had never felt before propelled me forward. With my hands locked around the thing's neck, we tumbled into the main room. His scream was satisfying, but his claws were deadly, tearing at my nakedness. Grabbing handfuls of the loose skin, I tore at him, dragging strips of bloody flesh away. With supernatural strength, he stood, dragging me up with him, and threw me across the room with ease. I hit the boxy TV and the world swam into blackness. I woke with a long strip of half-rotten flesh caught in my fist. The revenant had disappeared and the sun was rising. I flung the stinking skin to the floor and watched as it dissipated into ash and disappeared without a trace. There were no signs of cuts on my body where he had ripped into me with his claws, but the lump on the side of my head from hitting the corner of the TV throbbed painfully. As I drove toward Maple Grove Cemetery, I wondered if the episodes really might be in my mind. The seeds of doubt had been planted by the good doctor, and now they sprouted into a full-blown garden of what-ifs. As I parked at the entrance to the graveyard, the scene from that night so long ago, so distant in years, yet so close in my mind, played out. No, none of it was in my mind. With the sun high in the sky, I walked through the graves, retracing my steps from that night on shaking, fear-weakened legs. The cemetery had fallen into disrepair with cave-ins at some of the grave sites. Toppled and broken markers made it difficult to discern which marker went with which grave. The bodies had been buried so close together, it was dangerous to walk between them, and I had to stay on the foot-wide path between the bottom of the graves and the headstones of the next row. Some of the tombstones had been reconstructed and shimmied into place. The tombstone above the grave where Andy had been found simply said, J. Joyce, born 1920, died 1990, aged 66 years, 6 months. Joyce was my last name. A chill gripped me even though the sun was bright and hot, beating down on the earth. My mind raced as I walked back to the car. Instead of taking out the shovel, I drove away. This time I went to the public library where there would be fewer people to look over my shoulder to see what I was researching. I found old newspaper articles about Joseph Joyce. He had been a convicted pedophile back in the late 70s and had spent the remaining years of his life in prison. Further digging revealed that he was also my grandfather. His crimes had been committed in the very town I had grown up in. His house, down the road from ours, had been the site of his most heinous acts. Fueled by outrage that such a monster was related to me, that his blood flowed through my veins and had flowed through Andy's, I headed back to the grave. Even after death, the bastard was still committing crimes against children. A sinkhole near the headstone gave me a place to start digging. As I dug, a few cars trundled by on the small, one-lane road, but no one seemed overly interested in what I was doing. Most of them didn't even seem to notice me. When I got tired and my muscles burned, I concentrated on the old man's crimes, outlined in the articles, and let my anger refuel my determination. Walking back to the car, I retrieved an 8-pound sledgehammer, a bottle of lighter fluid, and matches. Dropping into the open grave, I wielded the sledge two-handed over my head and down onto the top of the casket until it was broken open. The gut-wrenching stench doubled me over. With the top half of the casket broken away, I stared into the blackened, rotted face, expecting the dim red light to start glowing in the eye sockets. But nothing happened. Filled with righteous anger, I leaned over and screamed into its face and brought the sledgehammer down, shattering the skull into dust and shards. Once I started, I couldn't stop. My shoulders burned and my back ached as I brought the hammer down again and again, determined to obliterate the object of my hatred. I dragged the headless body from the casket and used a knife to meticulously cut through the connective tissue still holding at the joints. I piled the dismembered remains in that open end of the casket. Collapsing against the incline of dirt at the foot of the grave, I panted for breath as I stared into the cloudless blue sky. The sun had crept to the west, and long shadows walked on feathery feet from the mountains toward the flat of the cemetery, where the dead hadn't rested in peace for a long time. Climbing out of that hole, I squeezed lighter fluid into the broken coffin and covered the mutilated corpse with a sort of mad glee at having finally killed the monster that had stolen my baby brother's life and ruined the lives of so many more innocent people. Laughing, realizing the sound wasn't one a completely sane person would make, I stepped down the incline and tossed the lit match toward the corpse. The flame's uptake was a loud woofing sound, accompanied by a blast of fetid, hot air that blew my hair back from my face. The orange red flickering of the fire took on a red and blue alternating hue that confused me. My laughter faded into the warble of police sirens. My moment of insanity was broken by the appearance of two cops, pointing guns in my face and yelling at me to get on the ground. I had accomplished what I had set out to do. I didn't even care that I was being arrested. Ridding the world of the revenant J. Joyce had been far more important than losing my freedom for a while. The sentence wouldn't be nearly as long as his had been. I would be out in a few months, tops. Later in the middle of the night, the detective sat in a room with me, the two-way mirror taking up half a wall behind him. I smiled, and my reflection smiled back. The loopy grin of a broken mind. I knew in that moment I would never fully recover from my experiences, but I also knew I could start the long journey of healing since the monster was dead. The red eye of a camera burned brightly from the corner above, reminding me of the red glow in the revenant's eyes that would never glow again. The disheveled detective stared at me, the bags under his eyes matching his sagging jowls, and reminding me of the loose skin on the corpse the last time it had attacked me at the motel. I shivered involuntarily. He flipped a folder open with one nicotine-stained finger and pointed to a photo. It was the remains of my little graveyard bonfire, he informed me. I looked at it, smiled, and nodded, satisfied that only a few bones had been left and the rest had turned to ash before they could douse the flames. What in the hell were you trying to accomplish, boy? He frowned deeply. That man was my grandfather, Joseph Joyce. I had to kill him. He killed my brother. I never blinked. So what if he thought I was crazy? I knew the truth. He shook his head again and pushed a paper toward me. It was a diagram listing the names of the graves. And he said, Section C, Plot 79. That's the one you dug up. Read the name. Still smiling, I peered at the name. Charles Wendell? My smile faltered and I shook my head. No, that's wrong. Joseph Joyce was buried there, the pedophile. He's the one that took my baby brother. He was the Revenant and I killed him. He can't hurt anyone anymore. No. Joyce was buried in the next plot down. Either way, you just bought yourself some time in jail again. And now I have the job of telling the Wendell family that some maniac we turned loose years ago has returned and desecrated their father's grave and his remains. He slammed the folder shut and stormed out. As I lay on my bunk trying to wrap my head around what the detective had told me, I knew he had made a mistake. I had the right grave. I had destroyed the right corpse. I turned my back to the wall and could see out the small, barred window. Diamond flecks in the black of the night sky twinkled peacefully, and I smiled, closing my eyes. In my heart, I knew I had done the right thing. My few months in jail would be over soon, and I would get on with my life. Maybe shrug off the weighted shadow of my past and become some semblance of normal. Tap, tap, scrape. Claws on glass. I sat bolt upright, gazed on the window, heart in my feet. Two dimly burning red coals, ensconced in hollow eye sockets, with a permanent sneer of chipped, jagged teeth stretched below them, peered in at me. Tap, tap, scrape. Room 1317. About 10 miles down 107, there's Shady Crescent. The place has been every rookie paranormal investigator's list from here to Canada for a while now. It's a big, old, rambling structure built around 1900. And from the old hand-fashioned designs and the woodwork of the eaves and around the windows to the unlevel floor and slightly canted angles of the walls, it gives a person a sense of dread, a sense of expectation of things to come. And the eldritch bitch never fails to deliver on the paranormal level. A few years back, my wife and I got into the amateur paranormal investigator craze. We weren't very serious about it. Mostly, we liked watching the ghost hunting shows. We came across YouTube videos people had shot at the inn, in room 1317, and they were pretty interesting. More than a few of them left little doubt that something supernatural was happening in some of the rooms. "We should go, Ray," my wife said. She tucked her chin down and batted her eyelashes at me. No matter what she wanted, she could usually talk me into it with a little head tilt. Now, Shady Crescent was about a 90-minute drive for us. Olivia made all the arrangements. I drove and she sang aloud for entertainment and to set the mood for our mini-vacation. Matt and Kira Dotson, an elderly couple, had owned the inn for the last 40 years. Kira had inherited the land and the Shady Crescent from her grandfather, Arnold Swanson. Apparently, it had been in the family ever since it was built. I thought that was a down-home feeling. It was something we could connect with. An hour into our drive, Olivia happened on a compilation article about disappearances in the region. She read in silence for a minute and then gasped. Her eyes went wide and she covered her mouth with her hand. I asked if she just found out if Santa Claus wasn't real, and laughed. She thumped my leg with a fist and said no, it was the Easter Bunny. I didn't interrupt her for the rest of the trip. As a matter of fact, I listened closely as she listed the disappearances and deaths from around the Shady Crescent. The most recent happened 30 years ago, so I wasn't overly concerned. When she finished, I was turning the car onto the narrow lane that ran through a patch of dense forest. Olivia looked at me, worry etching little lines between her eyebrows. I reassured her and took her hand, planting a kiss in her palm for good measure. On the other side of the woody patch, the view opened into a sweeping vista. We were greeted with wide open, gently rolling hills to both sides. In front of us lay an acre of flat land where the Shady Crescent Inn took up the centermost section. An old giant elm spread its branches over the courtyard, throwing dappled shade against the faded paint on the building. The white had long ago faded to a gray color and had begun to peel in places, curling like the scales of a fish who died on the riverbank in the summer sun. And the dark irises of the windows didn't reflect sunlight, but seemed to absorb it into their darkness. With the car parked and the engine shut off, I looked at Olivia and shrugged. "Are we going in?" My voice sounded too loud after the silence. She looked back and forth between me and the inn, finally giving a reluctant nod. We had already paid for the weekend stay, after all. I reminded her it was supposed to be fun. From the empty parking lot, it looked like we would have the place to ourselves. We could wander the long, lonely halls until our hearts were content. I grabbed the bags and Olivia led the way inside. Timidly, she leaned over the counter and called out. After only a few seconds, she was headed back toward the door, ready to call it quits. She said no one was there and the place gave her the shivers. Stalling her, I took my turn at the counter, and for a moment, I understood exactly how Olivia had felt. It was an overwhelming feeling of being watched, as if a disembodied person stood close, staring at me. And the vibe felt malicious. I called out loudly for Mr. and Mrs. Dotson. I was rewarded with an old man's cough and the sound of a recliner being closed. Mr. Dotson ambled out to greet me. In his youth, Matt might have been intimidating just because of his size. I had to look up at him even from across the counter. His light blue eyes were watery. It looked as if he might have cataracts. White hair frizzled out widely over his ears where it was the thickest from the top. A few rogue strands waved in the air. Pulling his button-down sweater tight, he shivered and rubbed his arms. He made small talk as he struggled up the stairs and groaned over the pain in his knee and hip. At the door to our room, he handed me the key. Yes, it was a key and not a key card. And he patted his hip. "Getting old," he said, "was not for wimps. And whoever said it was, the golden years had damn well never tried it." We laughed politely, thanked him, and went into the room. We unpacked and then left to tour the little town's restaurant in search of an early dinner. We arrived back in our room around 11 that night, and almost at once, Olivia said that someone had been in our room. Things had been moved, but only slightly, she had said. I tried to talk to her out of the notion. I mean, we left in a hurry, and who keeps track of exactly where they put the shampoo or the bar of soap? I couldn't see anything wrong with the things she was pointing out, so I dismissed it. The article had sure set the tone of our visit, but it wasn't the tone I had hoped for. As I was taking out my night clothes, I did have the feeling that something wasn't right. I couldn't put my finger on it, but something just felt off about the place. I asked Olivia if she was ready to find a ghost and waggled my phone at her. Huffing at me, she put her hands on her hips, rolled her eyes, and turned back to stare into the bathroom at the bottles on the counter. Finally, she said she was ready, taking the opportunity to redirect her train of thought. I grabbed her hand and led her out into the hallway. We were the only guests. We could explore all we wanted. An hour later, we went up to a narrow set of stairs to the 3rd floor, which was obviously unused. We found the infamous room 1317, full of absolutely nothing. It was par for the course on the 3rd floor, it seemed. None of the doors were locked and none of the rooms had furniture. Had all those videos online been staged? Or had the 3rd floor only recently been emptied to update it with new wallpaper, floors, furniture, whatever they did to make places like this seem more modern. Either way, the effect was creepy. Now, just to be honest, we were all up for having our own paranormal experience. Until we started getting spooked on the 3rd floor, where every sound was magnified by the vast emptiness. When Olivia started sticking to my side and stopped laughing, I knew she was almost finished with the exploration. I was too. Besides, other than a few random squeaks and thumps, there was nothing happening. As we started back to the door, Olivia tripped as her foot dislodged the floorboard. We checked the board and saw that it had purposely been cut. She checked down at the end and a foot-long section tipped. I flipped the plank to the side, thinking we had found nothing but a hole in the floor. Olivia shone her light in it, and we saw that there were several tiny drill holes a few inches apart. I told her that they were probably for wiring. It looked like an amateur electrician had been looking for the right place to run wires. She shook her head. After a minute of fumbling, she pulled a sleek black wire from one of the holes and held it up. It looked like a spy camera used in the movies. The kind cops can run through a small hole or under a door to check out a room before they bust in and arrest everybody. She bent down and pushed her light close to the drill holes and then told me to look. The holes opened into a room below. I inspected the wire again, and a sick realization landed in the pit of my stomach. Thinking I was being paranoid, I tugged at the other end of the wire. The whole thing came out of the hole. It wasn't attached to anything. Olivia shook her head. "That's a damn camera, isn't it? Some kind of spy shit, right?" She snatched it from my hand before I could react. She was out the door before I could stand up. I jogged after her, calling for her to stop. We didn't know what was going on. I even told her it could have been something left over from a rigging for one of the ghost hunter shows that filmed at the inn. I finally got her to stop at our room. We needed to think this thing over before we jumped to any conclusions. The whole time I was trying to talk her down, she kept looking up at the ceiling, shining her light and mostly ignoring me. It took some time, but she finally agreed that it was probably something left behind by a filming crew. Now she went to take a shower. I turned on the TV, kicked back on the bed, and I couldn't help but look around the room with a new perspective. If I were going to put spy cameras around, where would I put them? When I heard the shower water, I got off the bed and started checking the room. And that's when I heard Olivia cursing loudly, followed by a cracking sound. I ran to the bathroom to find her standing wrapped in a towel, a piece of the overhead plastic vent grate in one hand, and a small black video recorder in the other. She brandished the camera at me, still swearing, and told me we were leaving immediately. She slammed the camera against the sink several times, putting it out of commission forever. That wasn't a leftover piece of equipment from a film crew, and she made sure to let me know it. Several times. As she dressed, I looked up to the ceiling fan light over the bed. There was a hole in the ceiling just to the side of the fixture. I turned off the light and shone my phone's flashlight toward the hole. Instead of seeing a black void, the light reflected coldly, as if off a lens. Standing on the bed, I pushed the tip of an ink pen into the hole, and I tapped it. It didn't take long to break away the old plaster. I powered down the camera as I hopped off the bed. We should call the cops. Sure, yeah, that's a good idea. Olivia agreed and finished packing. She piled all 3 cameras on the end of the bed. You want to take these bags to the car? I'll put the cameras in a pillowcase and I'll be right out. We'll call the cops from the car. She smiled tightly at me and pushed her bags into my hands. I agreed and went to the car. After a few minutes passed, I left the car running and went back inside to find her. It didn't take long. She was behind the front desk, cameras in hand, banging on the door and loudly demanding the Dotsons to open the door. Running to her, I was shocked when Matt opened the door, looking older and frailer than he had the previous day. Olivia thrust the cameras into his face, cursing. I grabbed her, pulling her back and offering apologies. And Kira appeared behind Matt and looked as shocked and scared as he did. Matt sputtered, the wattles under his chin jiggling wildly. Olivia jerked away from me and pushed her into the apartment. She pushed past Matt and shook the cameras in front of Kira's face. "Did you know he had these hidden in guest rooms? Were you part of this sick, perverted shit?" She wasn't screaming anymore, but the Dotsons backed away from her, their stricken faces pale as they exchanged a nod. I rushed in and took Olivia by the arm. I offered more apologies to Kira and started to pull Olivia backward toward the door. Suddenly, Kira's expression changed. The terror faded from her eyes. She dropped her hands to her sides, and a grin scrunched and bunched the wrinkled skin at the corners of her eyes. Now, I don't know if Olivia experienced the same, "oh shit" feeling that I did, but she stopped talking. I didn't notice Matt had gone to the door until I heard the bolt lock being turned. Matt's face had changed as well. Olivia gasped. I turned back to her just in time to see Kira shove a rod against her chest. Miniature lightning bolts crackled from the business end. The cameras flew from her hand, her eyes bulged. She made a strained, elongated sound as she tensed and fell. I lunged forward to knock the taser rod away. A sudden pain shot through the back of my head and the room was whitewashed as if in a camera flash. Kira's laughter faded away as the world tipped and I tumbled off the edge. The old man's voice heralded me back to consciousness sometime later. "Come on, Sonny Jim, wakey wakey. You don't want to miss this boy." I couldn't move my arms or legs. Something was over my mouth. Matt's flushed face swam into focus. It took only a second to realize I had been tied naked to a chair and my mouth taped shut. He laughed and slapped his knee as I struggled against the restraints. Large chunks of brickwork had crumbled from the walls, revealing dirt. The floor was dirt too. I was in the basement. Matt slapped my cheek lightly, still laughing. "Are you with me, Sonny? Oh, I got something to show you. It's what happens to people who don't know how to keep their noses in their own business and out of mine." He stepped aside, allowing me an unobstructed view of Olivia, naked and tied to the wall with zip ties and chains. The anchors were shiny and new, bolted deep into the bricks. Blood had run from her nose and was smeared across the duct tape over her mouth and her chin. More blood flowed from a deep cut along her forehead and dripped from her jaw to her breast. She moaned and looked at me, pleading for help with her eyes. Screaming, I thrashed in my seat. Matt patted my shoulder. "No need to get all worked up. Y'all brought this on yourselves." He held up an antique ice pick, turning it so the fluorescent light glinted off of it. I shook my head, continuing to scream and thrash as he handed Kira the tool. Olivia's muscles tensed and she bucked wildly as Kira showed her the pick. She pressed its tip against Olivia's midsection, just above her hip bone. Behind my tape, I was pleading for her not to hurt my wife. Matt told Kira to wait, and I thought he was going to stop the madness. Yes, I was trying to say. Then he motioned for Kira to go ahead, and he held out the camera. The bastard was filming. Slowly, Kira pressed the ice pick farther and farther into my wife's belly. Her muffled scream was piercing as blood poured from the hole. I screamed with her as Kira pierced her belly again and again, all the way across. Each time the metal sank into her, my wife's muscles stood out all over her thin body. Her hands clenched into fists, and her toes curled toward her heels. 6 black holes poured blood over Olivia's legs and dripped her life onto the dirt. Kira handed the ice pick to Matt, and he slid it into his back pocket and chuckled. "She'll fetch us a pretty penny, Kira. Get the knife, spill her insides, and see how long she lives." "You do it. They'd rather see a man doing a woman, you know that." She took the camera from him and nodded. He showed me the thin, long blade and grinned at my stifled pleas. The rope around my wrists was loosening by fractions as I pulled and twisted my hands. The rough nylon cut into my flesh, and the blood was beginning to flow over my hands, making them slick. I just needed to delay Matt for a few minutes so I could get my hands free, and then I'd be able to fight back. But he wouldn't be diverted from his mission, and he turned back to Olivia. I couldn't save her. Couldn't even comfort her. All I could do was hold eye contact with her as he slid the knife into her lower belly and made one quick, deadly slash as he stepped to the side. I focused on her eyes but couldn't help but see what happened. Her scream faded fast, as did the life in her eyes, which never left mine until her head fell forward limply and her warmth left her body. There were no tears. My mind was in too much shock for that. I did scream, loud and long. I screamed until my throat felt as it was full of broken glass, and all I could do was cough. "Did you zoom?" Matt's breathing was hard and fast, as if he had run a great distance. His face was purple-red, and I wished a heart attack on him as I renewed my efforts to free my hands. Kira shrugged. "I don't know where all the buttons are on this one." Matt grunted, stuck the knife in his other back pocket with the blood-smeared blade pointed up. He took the camera from his wife, and they began to argue over it. Opening the cuts around my right wrist even farther, I twisted my hand until hot blood gushed over the palm. I rubbed the blood onto the back of my hand. Pulling again, I felt my thumb dislocating. Instead of easing the pressure, I pulled harder. The sharp pain lit up my arm all the way to my elbow. And then, my right arm was free, and the knot of rope loosened and fell to the dirt. Bending to my ankle restraints, I saw the chair had been secured to a pallet with metal brackets. These fuckers had been doing this kind of thing for a while. This was their kill room, and they had everything prepared. A long table with knives, an axe, saws, and other paraphernalia sat only a few feet away. The knot at my ankle resisted my blood-slicked fingers. Matt turned and we made eye contact. He came at me, arms pumping, cheeks puffing in and out, eyes wide. The damn knot wouldn't let go. The knife blade flashed toward my side, but I didn't straighten up, not even when the blade sliced my flesh and hit my ribs. I hit him with my right elbow, catching him in the back of his leg. It buckled and he went down hard. The knife dropped near my foot, and I stretched down toward it. But before my fingers could touch it, Kira snatched it up and stabbed at my face. I flung myself back against the chair and the knife slammed into my thigh. Matt was getting to his feet when I punched Kira, and she flew to the side. She grabbed for him as she fell, and he landed on his back on top of her. I grasped the handle of the knife with both hands, knowing it was my only chance to get out of there alive, and yanked up. I thought I was screaming, but as I cut the rope at my ankles, I realized it was Kira. Matt rolled to the side, and I saw the ice pick jutting from her left breast. She was having a seizure, and I hoped she was dying painfully. Free from the chair, I stood just as Matt turned to face me, eyes wild. He grunted as he stepped toward me. The door was to my left. My dead wife was there too, still on the wall. The pain in my thigh was a hot lightning rod from knee to hip every time my heart beat. But I wasn't going to run. He shambled toward me, hands hooked into claws. I stabbed him in the stomach, and I stabbed him 17 more times before he fell again. Limping, I made my way to Kira. She was still alive. I yanked the ice pick from her chest, taking delight in her terror-filled stare. Pressing the tip of the ice pick against her stomach, I leaned over her and pushed. Her shrill scream was music in my ears. Her arms flapped and flailed uselessly against me. There was no real strength left in them. Her legs were unmoving. "Did you break something when you fell, Kira? Gotta be careful of falls, especially at your age," I whispered into her ear. She made a bunch of unintelligible sounds, and I wondered if she had a stroke too. I pressed the tip of the ice pick against her temple, and her noises turned into a long, monotone hum. "I'm just sorry Matt didn't get to see this. It's a real life-changing thing to see your wife die." The hatred in my chest consumed me, and I took another deep breath, wanting to witness her suffering for a moment more before ending it. I pulled the pick back, and that bitch actually grinned at me. Even as she saw the end coming, she still had the audacity to fucking grin at me. That was just 18 months ago. My physical wounds have healed. My mental ones never will. A timeless life. A few years ago, me and some friends, newly graduated from college, were looking for somewhere to party without having to worry about getting busted. We'd all lived on campus for the last 4 years and had recently moved into a nearby town. The summer was our last one to really kick up our heels. Afterward, we would have to get jobs and start acting like real adults with real responsibilities. There were 5 of us guys. 3 had girlfriends, and no, I was not one of the lucky ones. I had no girlfriend. I was too nerdy in school to get a girlfriend who would stick around longer than a week or two. Not that I cared very much. I valued my freedom over meaningful relationships. Whenever someone needed electrical, mechanical, or technical work done, I was the one they called. This extended beyond our little group of friends, but again, I didn't care. There was always something fouled up that somebody wanted fixed, and they were willing to pay for my services. Oddly enough, I was the one who knew where we could go on our school breaks to let loose and party too. Not that I had loads of friends who invited me to parties. Again, I am selfish. But I had come from a smaller town and knew all the old abandoned places that we could party or crash at and not get caught. So 3 weeks after we had all settled into our shared apartments, the group started harassing me to find a party spot. And I was so tired of hearing, "Come on, Joe, you always know where to go," that I wanted to scream. They all thought the stupid little rhyme was funny. To me, it lost its comedic value years before, right around the time Alan's girlfriend, Autumn, turned it into a cheer. She had been a cheerleader back in high school. I guess some habits are hard to break no matter how annoying they are to everyone else. The abandoned factories had mostly been taken over by the growing homeless population. and junkies, so they were out of the question. Most of the abandoned homes on the outskirts of town had been reclaimed by the banks that held their mortgages and sold or bulldozed. Others had been taken by squatters. The shops on the seedy side of town had been boarded up until it was nearly impossible to get inside, and there was no way to know if someone might be in there. There were two places I could think of that were pretty far out in the sticks, and where I didn't believe anyone would be living. One was an old munitions storage bunker-type building from the Second World War. It was built partially into the side of a mountain, and the last time I had been there, nature had all but hidden it completely. The arch of the roof was a faint outline visible only in the autumn when the trees shed their leaves. None of the group wanted to hike that far back, and have to walk back out after a night or two of heavy drinking though. The other place I had visited a couple times, but had never actually gone inside. It was an old abandoned hospital set far back in the National Forest. It had closed down sometime in the late 40s or early 50s. Wiltshire Williams Memorial Hospital had been built in 1897 as a mental institution. From what I could find out, it was turned into a public hospital in the late 1920s, back when there used to be people living closer. But now, nobody lives within 10 miles of it. The government turned the land into a national forest, threw up gates and signs, and let nature take its course. After a dodgy drive up the rutted and partially overgrown mountain roadway, we parked at the gate and locked the trucks. The coolers had wheels, so we took turns dragging them the rest of the way, which was farther than I remembered. At least it was mostly flat ground after the first 15 or 20 minutes. We lost the track of the ancient road when the land flattened. Trees had long ago retaken the path, and it was nearly indistinguishable from the rest of the heavily forested land. Autumn griped about the bugs, tall weeds, her allergies, and whined about snakes and critters until I thought my ears would bleed. Meandering in the direction of where I remembered the building being, I was soon cut off from the group, and Autumn's voice turned into a low, droning sound. The dense growth shaded the interior of the forest and made it more difficult to discern the right angles and glints of sunlight reflecting from glass. But at last, the building came into view. Vines covered most of the brick exterior, and what wasn't covered had eroded with time, becoming discolored and blending with the dark backdrop of the shadowy woods. If you had a keen eye, the old growth surrounding the place stood in contrast to the newer growth that had taken over the hospital grounds in the last 70 years or so. And none of my friends had that keen sense about the woods. Hell, I don't think the girls were ever around the woods except for when we traveled somewhere as a group to get drunk. They were all city dwellers. All except me. I had grown up in the shadow of the mountains nearby. Maybe the isolation of my youth had contributed to my nerdy traits later in life. You know, social isolation as a child leading to social anxiety as an adult. The sun sparked off broken windows and pierced the surrounding shadows with prism flashes. As I neared the Gothic-like structure, held in awe by the beauty and decay living in tandem, my heart fluttered uneasily. I paused. It happened again as I peered through the unmolested glass of the front door, 30 yards away. It wasn't fear exactly, more like it was the distinct call of an adventure, a beckoning. My palms itched and then grew damp. Somewhere behind me, moving closer by the second, Autumn was having a meltdown and demanding Alan to get her the hell out of the bug-infested weeds before she caught a disease. Sighing, I glanced back to see the group moving slightly off course, and it crossed my mind to let them just keep going, because Autumn was such a whiner. The thought of spending one, possibly 2 nights with her in close proximity set my skin crawling. Mason lagged far behind the others, looking miserable. He had about as much luck as I did in the girlfriend department. His girl had dumped him 2 weeks earlier for some rich jock, and he had walked around tripping over his own bottom lip ever since. I yelled for them and waved my hands in the air so that they could spot me. And immediately, Autumn's tirade centered on me. She was covered in malaria-ridden mosquito bites, and it seemed it was going to be my fault when she ended up in the hospital. Rolling my eyes, I turned toward the doors and started walking, again leaving her nagging behind to be muffled by the foliage. However, no respite is ever unbroken when she's around, and soon enough, they were all right behind me. Mason cupped his hands to the glass. He whistled low and then chuckled as he turned back to me. "Man, Joe, you really outdid yourself this time." He moved to a window, wiped the spot clean, and cupped his hands to it, peering in again. The others followed suit. I knew what they were most likely amazed at. The interior of the place had not been vandalized. It stood like a time capsule forever frozen in a bygone era we could never fully appreciate. The broken windows had been nature's doing, and the only broken panes were on the top 2 floors, battered by weather over the decades, and then by branches of trees. Some of them had been broken. But on the first floor, as far as I could tell, the windows and doors remained in pristine condition. The wild ivy vines had shrouded, the trees had crowded, and the dirt and dust had coated. But nothing was broken, nothing had been pried, and not one trace of graffiti marred its submission to nature. After a few minutes of oohing and eyeing at the glass, Autumn demanded I find a way inside before anything else could bite her. Shaking my head, I pushed past Chris and Becky, put my hand on the window to the left of the door, and grinned at them, wedging the tips of my nails into the center strip of metal. I pulled. There was a loud popping sound followed by the whispering squeal of metal on metal as the window swung open. A whoosh of air blasted my face, carrying the strong scent of old things that have not been disturbed in a long, long time. It's a smell I will almost certainly associate with my great-grandmother's attic until I die. Mason climbed in after me, unshouldering his backpack and handing out flashlights to the others as he entered. He had a couple of battery-operated lanterns, candles, and a little bit of kindling just in case we needed a fire to stay warm. With all the alcohol consumption in the plans, I doubted we would need a fire. And I was right. But Mason has always been the one who thinks it's better to be safe than sorry. We explored some of the rooms, amazed at the antique equipment. And personally, I wondered how many people actually lived through the experience of being admitted here. The rooms were tiny compared to modern hospital rooms. Patients were obviously allowed to smoke inside during their stays, at least according to signs still on the walls. Tall, old-timey ashtrays dotted the length of the hallways. Cigarette butts remained in a few of them, the paper mostly rotted away to reveal the strands of dry tobacco. I was fascinated, and even Autumn's insistence that we find a party room and get down to business couldn't distract me. Logan's girl, Celeste, seemed to be the only one who appreciated the place the way I did. She didn't go crashing through the rooms, smacking still-made beds, kicking trash cans, or spinning the rolling carts the way everyone else did. She seemed to ease through, taking it all in, observing quietly, even reverently. And for that reason, I liked her even more. Of all three girls, she was my favorite now, more than ever. Autumn with her overbearing need to be the center of all attention, and Becky with her raucous and annoying punk girl personality would have been better off staying home. At least, it would have been better for me. Mason whooped at the far end of the hall. He had found a large room with a fireplace, tables, chairs, and a couple of sofas. The painted label on the door had long ago faded, but I guessed it had once said employee lounge or something similar. The soot had fallen into the fireplace along with remains of birds' nests, twigs, leaves, and several small animal bones. The hearth tools stood in their holder, a cast iron poker and a shovel. Mason used the shovel and cleared the fireplace, just in case. Chris, Alan, and Logan set the coolers up on the tables and doled out beers to everyone. The party had begun, it seemed. One thing Becky did right was to bring 2 Bluetooth speakers and an awesome playlist for a night of boozing and smoking blunts. For almost an hour, the squealing, screaming, laughing, and dancing continued. Mason even jumped in the mix, bumping and grinding with Becky and Autumn. Logan left Celeste reclining on the sofa, and I sat in a chair near the doorway. Everybody enjoyed themselves in their own way. After the first blunt got passed around, the noise died down except for the techno beats of music. And drifting into my own little world, I walked into the hallway and peered into the darkness. My heart started to pound, and my hands began to sweat. The sense that there was more, much more to explore there set my feet moving. I flipped on the flashlight after only a few steps, half expecting it to illuminate some horror movie monster, but there was only decades-old, empty hallway. My thoughts grew louder, and soon even the techno music was distant, meaningless. When I reached the doorway with "Basement, approved employees only past this point," painted in big, bold red letters, I felt like I'd been walking for a year. As I grabbed the door handle, Celeste's small voice broke through the clamoring noise in my own head, and I turned to her. I couldn't see her clearly. She was just a ghostly grayscale imprint on the darkness illuminated by the backsplash of her flashlight's beam. I smiled and pointed at the writing on the door with my light. "You want to go see what's down there?" I asked. She nodded, and I opened the door with some effort. The gravel digging into tile sound set my teeth on edge, sent a chill from my scalp to my forearms. Logan yelled to Celeste just as I stepped into the darkness of the stairwell. She must have told him what we were doing, and he told everyone else because when I had descended 10 steps and stopped at another door, the whole gang was at my back. Danger. Experimental medicine beyond door. Doctors only past this point. If approved employees could come that far, why couldn't they continue beyond and into the experimental medicine area? I found it an enthralling question, and my best answer was that the improved employees must have been similar to a golfer's caddy, just carrying the necessities. I know, it was probably the most epic buzz I had in my life, and it screwed with my head a little bit. Shoving past me, giving me a drop-dead glare, Logan shifted the handle and yanked the door open, and almost knocking me over in the process. The stench from whatever room lay beyond was wretched. A wave of gags went through the small gathering, ended with Autumn actually vomiting on the concrete steps. Covering our faces with our hands, shirts, whatever would block some of the vicious odor, we all shone our flashlights down the next set of steps. The abysmal darkness retreated to the outer edges of the cavernous room, shrinking farther towards the walls as we marched down the few steps. The dank, damp smell was mixed with the odor of earth. The smell of rotten death faded as we moved forward. A large section of dungeon-like room had been sectioned off for laundry and sterilization of cloth masks, gowns, covers, pillows, and the like. Bundles of gowns and masks were stacked on a long silver table like firewood. The steam pressure sterilizer unit looked like a sleek, shiny version of a metal barrel on its side, with the door in the end and fancy knobs and dials along its side. Surgical tools were sterilized in smaller square units. And no, I wasn't a know-it-all genius about the stuff. Everything was still labeled, and simple instructions had been printed on metal signage attached to concrete walls. Surgical tools and small instruments sat in a glass case. The shiny steel reflected 1,000,000 points of light into my eyes as my flash beam crossed over them. The basement seemed endless and full of fascinating antiques that could keep a stoned person busy for days. But the unexplored darkness called to me, and I swung my light toward it. There was another white door set into a cinder block wall at the far end, and I saw no red painted warnings on it. There was no handle, only a place to put in a key. I tried to slide my fingers into the slight crack as I had with the window, but it was no use. The opening was far too thin for anything thicker than a paperclip. Now, usually I do not condone or promote or commit any sort of vandalism to abandoned properties, but remember, I was buzzing like a dozen right then, and all I could think about was getting that damn door open so I could see what was behind it. I found a smaller hammer and went to work. The noise drew Logan and the others. He laughed at me and walked away. He returned with a scalpel, grabbed the hammer, and did something I would have likely never thought of. He pried the plate cover away and then used the scalpel to turn out 2 screws. Metal clanged to the floor on the other side of the door. Then he used the hammer to break the bolt mechanism and open the door. There was a round of applause from the others as they filed into the room. Their light beams bobbed and bounced around drunkenly. I entered last, shining my light along the walls. There were no tables or chairs, only row upon row of weird control boxes. Autumn shrieked and ran out. Celeste gasped. I turned around. Everybody was clustered near the other corner, and I couldn't see what all the fuss was about. Chris retreated, saying, "Man, this place is fucked up. I'm out," seizing the opportunity. I moved between Celeste and Becky. In the corner stood a skeleton that looked like a steampunk nightmare. A gray dust shroud lay crumpled in front of its feet on the floor, and dust kitties swarmed through the flashlight beams. Hoses, tubes, and wires sprouted from the wall and attached to the skull and the ribs, holding the thing in an upright position. Parts of the skull had been capped with thin iron plates, caked in rust. The plates were attached with surgical-grade screws. In a network of plastic hoses curled in a mass under the ribcage and attached to a faded red bag, positioned where a heart should have been. It looked to be made of some type of rubber. After a few seconds, only Mason and I remained in the room. The thin, clear hoses ran to a metal box on the wall. I opened the box and found several blood collection bags laying flat inside it. They had never been used. At the top of the box, several hooks were attached along the center. I shut the box and moved to the flexible metal tubes at the back of the skull and traced them to a junction-type box where the wires split and ran into the other control boxes. Mason left as soon as I reached for the first lever to pull. saying it was too fucked up to be messing with a dead guy like that. I flipped a few switches, not disappointed when nothing happened. I hadn't really expected it to. The others were fooling around with the masks and gowns, and then Logan decided it was time for him to take Celeste elsewhere so they could play doctor and naughty nurse. Angry, she flat out refused, and my respect for her rose another notch. Mason, completely weirded out by the skeleton, wouldn't leave me alone. He kept hounding me until I followed him back to the party room. We ended up leaving around 2 the next afternoon because Logan and Celeste were arguing, and so were Chris and Becky. Autumn had a hangover and everybody was on her shit list. Thus, our last free-for-all party night before we had to become mature, responsible adults or something very close to it was thoroughly ruined. I had a feeling some of the friendships had been seriously damaged as well. That night, as I lay in bed, all I could think about was that damn steampunk skeleton. I barely slept, and when I finally did, I dreamed about it waking up, walking and talking and devouring anyone it could lay its bony fingers on. Except me, of course. I was stuck watching the horrors play out until my alarm woke me up at 10. All I needed was a power source to see if any of that equipment still worked. So I went by a store and rented a gas-powered generator. It was on wheels, so I would be able to drag it to the hospital. As the land flattened out and I headed for the hospital's entrance, I realized I had become obsessed. But I had already gone too far to turn back. At least, that was my justification for continuing. The generator wasn't light. Even though it was on wheels, it was like trying to maneuver a Volkswagen down those steps to the basement. By the time I had reached the bottom, I was covered in sweat and shaking. Almost 2 hours later, I had jerry-rigged the wiring to the room's main electrical box. The generator chugged to life after the 4th tug on the rope, and I went back to the room. The battery-powered lanterns gave enough light to make the scene in the corner look like a Halloween setup. And after a moment of debate, I threw the lever on the main switch. To my surprise and delight, red lights blinked to life on the control boxes. And soon, I was looking at a wall of red lights. The generator needed good ventilation, and all it had was open stairwell doors. It would be dangerous to stay in there for too long, so I worked fast, pressing buttons until all the red lights switched off and the green indicators lit up instead. Pops and buzzes and whirrings emanated from behind the skeleton. And first, one iron plate on the skull began to turn reddish orange, and then another, and then a third. And they glowed for a full 2 minutes, and I stood only a couple feet away, watching intently. Secretly, I hoped something would happen. A bony finger would twitch, the head would shift, anything. I would be satisfied and then turn off the generator, make my way back to the truck, and go home, having successfully satisfied my curiosity. I did not, however, expect to hear the mechanical grating male voice telling me to shut the damn door. Startled, I tripped over my feet and hit the floor, staring wide-eyed at the skeleton, trying to tell myself I hadn't heard a voice at all. It was just the noise of the generator and the hum of the electricity through all those ancient boxes. And then, the bottom jaw moved, and the voice came again. Clearer, and with more authority than before. It told me to shut the damn door again. I can't tell you why I didn't just hightail it out of there, but I didn't. and instead, I pulled the door closed and stood shivering against the wall, unable to take my eyes off the skeleton with its horrible array of tubes and hoses and metal attachments. My brain was trying, furiously, to logic away the voice, but it couldn't. The thing spoke as if it had been programmed, and my brain lodged onto the thought. It had been programmed, like a Teddy fucking Ruxpin or any number of talking toys. I laughed to ease my nervousness and stepped forward again, eyeing the contraption with a bit of admiration for the men who made it. And a second later, it spoke again. "You have succeeded in keeping me alive, even after death. Thank you. There seems to be a problem with movements." It was quiet for a moment. I couldn't respond. It seemed intelligent, conscious. It seemed alive, for lack of a better descriptor. "Why can't I move?" The grating voice spoke from the skull. I had not checked inside the skull. It was the only thing I couldn't see into without damaging something, so I left it. I laughed again. It was a breathy sound, close to panic. "Those doctors were clever putting your voice mechanism in your skull." I moved closer to try to have a look. "You are not a doctor?" it asked, the tone of the voice shifting slightly. "No, I'm just a..." It had answered me. A toy couldn't do that. My body froze. I couldn't have run if my life had depended on it then. Electricity hummed at a higher pitch. The voice came again, and it told me its name was Mr. Arnold, and that he owned several gas stations, hotels, restaurants, butcher shops, and vacation rental homes all across the states. And he demanded I bring Dr. Schneider and Dr. Hansen in immediately. "What year did you die?" My throat was so dry and constricted, I could barely force out the words. "I'm not sure." The voice sounded less robotic with every word. "It's 2020 now. All the doctors are gone, dead, and this hospital has been abandoned for probably 70 years. I'm Joe, a jack of all trades who just likes to fix broken things. I'm sorry." My guts were twisted into pretzel knots, and I weighed about 1,000 pounds. There was a sense of disassociation as I explained the situation to the bones hanging there in front of me. A sense of unreality. "I need blood, Joe. I don't know how long it will take to learn how to move again, but if you supply me with fresh human blood until I can leave this place on my own. I need blood, Joe. I don't know how long it will take to learn how to move again, but if you will supply me with fresh human blood until I can leave this place on my own, I will give you more wealth than you could imagine." The half-pleading, half-demanding tone was no longer mechanical at all. It was human. The thing was alive and self-aware. He proceeded to tell me of his great wealth and where most of it was hidden. He had secured cash vaults and had buried them in different locations. The man had been crazy rich in life, but realized he could never reclaim what he had once had. Terrified of death, he had volunteered for the experiment that would grant him a sort of stunted existence. Immortality with a price. The lure of riches never fails to make a man think hard about his decisions. I was no exception. I explained the situation with the generator, and that I would have to leave to get more gasoline. And yes, I went over lists of people in my head I could kill to give him the lifeblood he needed. And Autumn was at the top of the list. No one but Alan and her own mother would miss her. Hell, I could make him number 2 on the hit list. That way he wouldn't have to grieve over her for too long. And then there was Logan. He treated Celeste like shit and she deserved better. But they were all, for better or worse, my friends. The only ones I had. A shame that I had even thought about it. I drove to town as fast as I could and bought 3 5-gallon gas cans and filled them up. I drove south toward the old abandoned factories on Industrial Park Drive. One of the junkies holed up in the old tire factory would suffice. No one would miss them except maybe a junkie friend or two, and they'd forget him after a few weeks, surely. It was widely known that a lot of them would trade sexual favors for a fix. I didn't think I could actually kill a woman, but a man was a different story. What was one dope addict's life to me anyway? My reasoning was that they were on their way to being dead anyway. I was just going to speed up the process a bit. And besides, if I killed one of them, he would not have to live through all the mental and physical suffering of dying slowly by way of their own lifestyles. I parked in front of the smallest building and let my truck idle for a moment before I tapped the horn, which was said to be the usual signal that I meant no harm and only wanted a deal. And a short, scrawny man dressed in only cut-off jeans and flip-flops staggered toward me, his eyes constantly scanning the area. No one would report him missing. The police would never come looking for him. My hands tightened on the steering wheel as I glanced at the hilt of the knife protruding from under my left thigh. And he asked if I was there to buy, sell, or trade. I told him I wanted to trade, adding quickly that I wanted to trade with him. He grinned. Several of his teeth were missing, and the others, black and rotted, wouldn't be there much longer. His bloodshot eyes widened as he ran his hands down his dirty chest and belly to his crotch. "What's the catch?" I shook my head and turned my lips down at the corners, trying to look innocent as possible. "None. I already know where we can go. It won't take long, I promise." My heart thudded heavily. His life, for enough money to carry me throughout the rest of mine in luxury. It was a fair trade, I thought. Tilting my head toward the passenger seat, I said, "Hop in if you're coming. If you don't want what I got, well, I'll find someone who does." "Oh, no. Now don't get all pissy. I'm coming already." I tucked the knife farther under my leg as he climbed in, and his stench nearly gagged me. It was more than just serious body odor. He smelled as if he were rotting away. I put the truck in gear and it lurched forward, almost stalling out. I slammed my foot on the clutch, took a sip of air, and pulled out smoothly, heading for a secluded fishing spot past the buildings. I would wrap him in the seat cover and stuff him into the floorboard. As the turnout neared, adrenaline leaked steadily into my bloodstream. Thoughts of money swam through my head. Celeste might be persuaded to be with me instead of Logan if I had money and could offer her a better life than he could. That was pure fantasy thinking, but it was there with all the other ideas of what life could be like with great wealth at my disposal. And all I had to do was kill the man in my passenger seat. Hell, I'd be doing him, society, myself, and Mr. Arnold a great service. The man turned sideways and bent one leg onto the seat, leaning toward me. "So, what do you want me to do, and What are you offering? His hand snaked out and gripped me high on the thigh. I nearly drove us into the ditch as I shoved his hand away. No touching while I'm driving. I was almost yelling. I hadn't expected him to touch me. Oh, this won't take long. You're wound up tight as an 8-day clock. How long has it been since? That's none of your business. I wheeled into the spot beside the river and looked around for any movement. He held his hands up and rolled his eyes. God, you're stressed the hell out, aren't you? He dropped his hands back onto his lap. What's the offer, mister? Clearing my throat, I scanned the area more closely. Look, I just want you to turn your back to me and scoot over close. Nope, not until you tell me what the fuck you're offering in return. Better yet, show me the dope or I'm out of here. He gripped the door handle tightly. Look, I have an overflow of the beast behind us in a nice little case. You do what I want, and I'll give you enough to last you the month. But you have to forget you ever saw me. I don't usually do this sort of thing. I've never done it, actually. I tried to make my voice as soothing as I could and put my arm on the back of the seat. After a moment's hesitation, his grin reappeared even wider than before. Well, honey, your secret's safe with old Junior. I won't tell a soul. He turned his back to me and pushed his back into my side. I wrapped my arm around his bony chest, pinning him in place, and put the knife to his throat. His scream died before it was ever properly born. I pressed the blade harder against his flesh and dragged it a few centimeters. The smell of hot, rancid urine filled my senses, and his weak, defeated sobs filled my ears. His gnarly, filthy hands gripped uselessly at my right forearm. He started begging for his life, but he didn't thrash or try to fight me. Maybe he knew it wouldn't do any good, that I had the upper hand and I was twice his size. A pang of guilt shot through my speeding heart. My future with all that money, all that luxury swept through my mind. My hand pulled the knife deeper into his neck. His sob morphed into a shrill yelp, and his body tensed. When the first runner of blood tracked down the blade and onto my hand, it was warm. He was a living human being. He had a life, and he valued his life just as much as I valued mine. As much as Mr. Arnold had valued his. Junior had a right to live, just like me and the billions of other humans on Earth. I had no right to take that from him just because he was a societal outcast. He pleaded again, his words melting into watery sobs once more. Disgusted with myself, I shoved him away and told him to get out. I didn't have to tell him again. He was out and running like a scared rabbit before I got the truck back into gear. Mr. Arnold didn't scare me, as I said already. I scared myself, and I didn't go back to Wiltshire Williams Memorial Hospital. When I had that blade pressed to Junior's throat, I saw what evil men were capable of. I saw firsthand how one person can make the decision to take another's life, and then justify it, even make themselves into a sort of good Samaritan for having committed murder. I've never been so terrified in all of my life. Never before and never since. Sometimes I reflect on my actions of that night. My curiosity that nearly killed a man, and the consequences that I would have had to inevitably face. It haunts me nearly every day. One thing is for certain. I shouldn't have fucked with something I knew nothing about. And for Mr. Arnold, he will wither away into the stasis he was once in. Those doctors should have let the dying die.